Today on Divorce Court.
Nicholas is a pathological liar.
I lie about any little thing. I may lie about the color of the sky. I want the judge to help me tell my wife, don't disrespect me at all, because that's a big thing in our relationship.
In order for us to be partners, you have to be willing to be in a partnership. And if you can't do that, then that puts the marriage in jeopardy.
We just need a little bit of tweaking in our marriage. We need to gain each other's trust back.
I feel like if you love me enough, you'll work forward. If I don't have what's best, then you're really hindering me and setting me back. At the end of the day, you're gonna lose your partner.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nicholas Daniel and CeCe Daniel. Mr. and Mrs. Daniel, you have been together for 4 years, married for 2, and you have no children. But right now, your marriage is in trouble, so you've come to me for my help. Mr. Daniel, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Our marriage has been a little bit rocky. Having a lot of relationship problems. From the disrespect, I'm here today, first of all, because my wife keeps on disrespecting our marriage.
In what way?
She's disrespecting our marriage in a way of having constant contact with one of her ex, from getting penis pictures sent to her phone, constantly texting multiple people that I don't know about. I haven't never met them. I don't know anything about them. So I'm coming here today is seeking help.
Mrs. Daniel, are you getting pictures of other men's situations sent to your phone?
I have before, but he's also sending the same pictures that he's requested, talking about I'm getting. I can't.
Pardon me, say that again?
He's sending the same photos from other people that he's accusing me of getting.
So he sends pictures of his situation to other women?
I don't send pictures of my situation to no other men, so I don't understand what the problem is.
I don't understand what you told me. You admit to receiving pictures of other men's situation on your phone?
On my Facebook.
On your Facebook, okay. But you're also saying that by the same token, he sends pictures of his situation to other people.
That is correct.
Do you send pictures of your situation to other people?
Yes, ma'am, I have done it.
Why? Why? I want to know.
When it deals down with her, I feel like it's a get back. I feel like I should get back at her.
You can't get back something you started, though.
But did I really start that?
Okay.
Who sends you pictures of their situation and why? And do you check them once they do?
Well, I mean, I can't. If it's sent through a Facebook message, it's not like I can't stop it from coming. Like when somebody sends you a direct message, and that was a previous friend. I don't respond and send the same thing in return. But at the end of the day, he's saying, like, it's a get back. How can you get back something that you started, that you still constantly always have?
I started it.
You still constantly always have these females that are hit me up on Facebook. I didn't know y'all were together. If this your man, then this is what's going on. I had one girl tell me about what color my couch was. Meanwhile, I'm at home working 2 and 3 jobs, you know what I'm saying? Trying to provide for my family, and now I'm the bad guy. But when I go to communicate, it's a lot of anger issues, a lot of other issues that we're dealing with. And
do you believe she's actually seeing the ex? Do you really believe she's messing around? Or because people do send pictures of that around, and when they're unrequested.
Right.
So do you believe there's something that she's doing wrong?
Well, we made a pact in our marriage not to have contact with an ex. We done made a pact in our marriage about that. That's disrespectful when you're steady, ex or not. That's disrespectful from another guy when he know that she is married.
Yeah, but I've been disrespected.
Right.
But they got nothing to do with me. I don't want them pictures. You know what I mean? But you can't control who sends them. Now, you can block them once they do. So you can't get but so mad about that. The question I have for you is, are you talking to exes when you've already made a decision within the context of your union that that's not gonna happen?
It wasn't like that. We were talking about other stuff. And and then he says, well, these are people that I don't know. You've had the opportunity to meet them.
Why would I want to meet with one of your exes to talk to him and I don't know him? I don't want to introduce myself to an ex of yours.
He's a liar.
I'm a liar?
Well,
okay.
Speaking of that, you say in your papers that you believe your husband is a pathological liar.
He is.
Why do you believe that?
Because he lied about everything. He lied about his middle name being Rodriguez, and I found out it was Ross. He lied about... He He'll lie about the moon to be out. He'd be like, that's actually a sun over there in China. Like, you know, he lies about every single thing.
Tell me his two most outrageous lies.
His most outrageous lie he's ever told me, he put a family member, of course, that I had met on his dad's side, because I never met them, in the ground without them being dead. He said that his little brother had got murdered so he could go see another female, basically. Then find out about no obituary, no nothing. I'm trying to take off of work, you know, trying to explain.
What's going on?
Right, I just trying to be there, be supportive. No, it's okay, I'm just going through a lot. You know, I know his background, all of this other stuff. Y'all laughing, but I can't make this up. This ain't no lies. And you know, I'm trying to be a supportive wife, blah, blah, blah.
He's grieving.
He's grieving. And you know, as a wife, I'm just like, okay, well, if there's anything you need, you know, let me know. Then next thing I know, I need a bus ticket from, you know, what was it?
Kansas.
Right, Kansas. Your family live in Georgia. What you doing in Kansas? Right. You might be going to get Toler or somebody. Anybody got time for that? No.
Mr. Daniel, did that happen?
Yes, ma'am. It did happen. Yes, ma'am.
So you got caught in that lie.
Yes, ma'am.
You got caught in that lie. Do you tend to tell falsehoods?
Yes, I do.
When they're convenient?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Because I done had it done to me so many times in past current relationships, so I feel like I should lie to a female. Like, that's how it is. Like, I done had females lie to me, so I do the same thing.
Oh, that's not good logic.
It's not.
It's not good logic at all. Mrs. Daniel, I want to hear a couple more stories about a couple more lies, and then we'll move on to the other issues. Yeah, because that was a good one. Ooh, you scaring me over there. You know, with all of that. You know, that really hurt her.
Yes, I do know, yes.
And you did tell everybody that.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. Mrs. Daniel, tell me about another lie that Mr. Daniel told you.
Well, going back on the previous lie, I didn't know that his brother died from cancer too, because that's what he told the producers. And I'm like, I thought he said he was murdered. And this is another shock to me.
Today?
Yes, today.
He told my people today that his brother died of cancer.
I looked on the paper, that thing said cancer, and I thought he said his brother got shot and got murdered. So I was just like, another surprise. So that's a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Give me one more, and then we'll let Mr. Daniel, if he has a good explanation, to give it to us.
The whole pregnancy issue about us trying to have a family and start a family.
What happened there?
Well, he says that, you know, and at the end of the day, we've both gone and did our separate things, you know what I mean? But we just said we wanted to have a family was one of the things. We don't have kids from anybody else.
Right.
So every doctor's appointment, I found me finally a good doctor in Virginia that, you know, would carry every doctor's appointment, whether it was a pap smear, ultrasound, I had to do blood work, all of that. He went with all my appointments with me to the doctors. And then she was like, Ms. Daniel, there's nothing wrong with you. You should just be able to, you know, you can lose a couple pounds. You know, I could afford, but you know,
yeah,
I like pasta. And, and you know, I even tried to drop, you know, 10 pounds. I had dropped that. I was trying to do whatever he did. As you just said, you know, y'all both need to go on healthy lifestyles. Well, when we got, and I told him, well, make sure you go get your other hand. We're a partnership. Let's go get you checked out. Right. Mm-hmm. And so he had said, one of the lies, he said, I already got it checked out when I was on the south side. Didn't have it. Where the paperwork at? Didn't have it. So then I made sure the next time I went to the doctor, she set him up for an appointment. And then a couple of weeks or so after that, she gave us a call. And I'm like, put it on speakerphone. We're in the living room. And she's like, oh, this is okay. This is okay. This is okay. But they're shaped incorrectly. And she was saying that might give us difficulty. Now, I understand, like, the dynamics of how that can be towards a man and different things like that. So instead of being like, you're the reason, you know, I try to be supportive. I went and did research. I went to the little GNCs. Let's up your iron count. Let's look at zinc. Let's look at different methods. And then come to find out, he still was walking around and be like, well, you know, she had one of them exes that, you know, I don't know what she was doing before. And maybe that's really the reason why. And as somebody who really wants to be a mother, probably more than anything in life, that hurt me because I'm like, clearly, I went and took you to the doctor's appointment so you could know what was going on.
Mr. Daniel, I am not going to rag you about whatever going on, but did you lie about her being the reason that you couldn't have children and impugn her character in so doing?
No, I did not. She's saying it like I told the whole world. No, I did not. I told her exactly herself, like, it might be you that can't have kids because of your last pregnancy or whatever happened with your ex. That's what I told her. I didn't go out blabbing
but
it to the
once
world.
the doctor told you both that that was not the case, did you let that go?
No, I didn't.
Well, why would you not? Why would you not let it go when you know for a fact that isn't the case?
Why I didn't let it go? Because I done had my own experience with a last female that I did have sexual contact with. Definitely told me, you know, she was having a baby by me.
So somebody else has your baby?
Well, no, currently no, because I told him not to. Currently no.
But you don't know that. You don't know if that. But you know specifically what the doctor told you.
Right? Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, you scaring me over there. You know, with all of that. You know, that really hurt her.
Yes, I do know. Yes.
And you did tell everybody that.
No.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Wonderful.
Welcome to my world.
Now that we've discussed all of that, my understanding, Mrs. Daniels, you believe that Mr. Daniel has a terrible problem with his temper, and you say that's affecting your marriage. So that's what I want to talk about next. What kind of things does she do that remind you of this uproarious upbringing?
The yelling at me, calling me out my name from different words to the B to every word in the book.
Are you disrespectful to him when you're encouraging him? So, Mrs. Daniel, tell me about Mr. Daniel's anger.
It's irate, it's unpredictable. If we could be arguing about, I asked you to go get me a sausage biscuit and you went and got a McGriddle, and then he mad, and then it's usually provoked more so when I'm like trying to talk to him about the goals, about different things that I'm asking. I'm, you know, putting some pressure because I need the pressure, like financial goals, like, hey, I need, you know, you to do this, and it just, you know, you're lying, like how you've seen before.
Right,
and
right.
then next thing you know, it might be my TV, boom, it's a hole through the TV.
Do you have an explosive temper, Mr. Daniel?
Yes, ma'am. I definitely do have an explosive temper, and it tempts from the fact of me growing up as a young child, having family members abuse me physically and mentally.
Right.
And she does things to me, she says things to me that makes me just like see a family member in that, so I have the tendencies to lash out.
Yeah, okay, what kind of things does she do that remind you of this uproarious upbringing?
The yelling at me, calling me out my name from different words to the B to every word in the book. You know, she calls me that.
Are you disrespectful to him when you're encouraging him?
Well, by that time I'm mad.
Yeah,
by that time I'm mad.
Yes.
I'm not gonna get, you know, I'm not getting any response. I'm like, I'm talking to you, and then I hate being ignored. That's just my one. That's my trigger.
You know, you can't harp a man into being higher. You can't chip at him and expect him to get bigger. That never works out. It just doesn't work out. What kinds of things has he broken in fits of temper?
Let me see if I got some evidence here. I got holes in the walls.
Do you know how scary it is to live in a house when somebody does that?
Yes.
Do you feel that you need to do something about that? Other than exhibit your anger, you might need to temper it a little bit?
Yes, I have. Yes.
I don't believe you.
No, I done actually had counseling. Back growing up, I was ADHD, so my temper, it is horrible, but...
Has he gotten help for it?
No, ma'am, because that was one of the stipulations I asked him to do. Find the people so you can get back on your meds if that's what you need.
Have you seen somebody about getting your temper taken care of?
Yes.
When was the last time you did that?
When me and her went to counseling.
When?
5 months ago.
Is that true?
Not for a temper. That was like a marriage counseling.
A marriage counselor?
Yeah, it was like through a church
Did the
retreat.
marriage counselor tell you to get some help with your temper?
Yes, he did.
And did you do anything about it?
No, I didn't. Because I don't feel like I need to be on medicine. I don't.
I didn't say medicine. I
Yeah.
said something about your
no.
temper.
No,
He's
ma'am,
even
I have
lost
not.
Well, my
jobs over the
understanding.
temper.
Tell me what happened. How did he lose jobs over his temper?
Calling, you know, other people saying, I learned this today too. You know, got fired from McDonald's. Somebody said, hey, can you mop the floor? I ain't mopping the floor. Then called them a derogatory name, you know, like things like that. Like you losing. And I mean, I know because I've even worked with him before. That's one of the reasons how we met. But even at a new job, like, I'm like, just wear a hat. It's a stipulation. It's a policy, a health code.
Just do it.
He was like, I don't need this. Yes, you do. Since this ain't married, I'm not married. That's not Kendall. I'm not doing all of that.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
I'm not paying. Sorry. Not sorry.
I want to talk now, since we're talking about the jobs that he's quit, lost, fired, otherwise doesn't have anymore. What is the state of your finances and how is it affecting your marriage? I just want to ask you quickly, do you see what the temper and the getting fired thing is doing to her sense of security?
Yes, ma'am, I surely do. Yes, ma'am. I
And what
definitely
do
see
you
it.
intend to do about it? How are you going to be a husband who anchors the home?
Well, currently right now, speaking of finances, I am, as soon as we get back home, I definitely do have a job that I start. So,
But there's no point in getting a job if you don't have enough control over your emotional life to keep the job.
Thank God.
So my question to you is, what are you doing to make yourself capable to anchor your home?
well, currently right now, I just, I talk to myself, not nothing crazy or nothing, but I talk to myself and I think to myself. Like, whenever I feel like that I'm going to be angry, I just, keep myself actually calm. But lately, I haven't been having to worry about my temper getting out of control, though. But I'm definitely going to seek help for it.
Yeah. Mr. Daniel, let me say this to you. I think you're a good guy. I think you're a good guy that had a rocky upbringing and had issues. I had a rocky upbringing and had issues. And I'm going to tell you something. My psychologist is my favorite person.
Right.
Outside of my family. If something's going wrong in my head, I'm going to be the first person to know about it. I am not going to let whoever did whatever to me in my past or whatever genetic propensities that I may have dictate my dollar. I'm going to dictate my dollar. I'm not going to let it happen.
Right.
And on the low, I think you probably a great guy. I think you probably a good, kind individual. But you letting the least of you run you.
Right.
Don't let the least of you dictate your day and manage your emotional life. And the first thing you need to do is go see somebody. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Don't make you soft. Don't make you small. Don't make you, you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
It'll turn around and make you a captain. You know what I'm saying?
ma'am.
And I want you to be a captain. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Love it enough to do the right thing, and I think you're going to make it. You are so cool. You are so strong. But be so dedicated to your own center and your own self. Don't just take anything. And he has to understand, absent change, absent betterment, absent a sense of security in your own home, you will, in fact, be absent. Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
For me to stay with Nicholas, I would need to see drastic change immediately, and to him to go get that necessary help that she suggested, that she and I've suggested he do, and be able to definitely keep a job for over 6 months.
It's very important for me to save this marriage because that's the woman who I want to be with. That's the woman that I've been with for the last 4 years. So I definitely want to keep our marriage going on. I definitely want to be with her for the rest of my life.
Today on Divorce Court.
Him watching porn has been an issue.
She feels I've chosen porn over her numerous times.
I cheated on him because I wanted to feel like I was enough, and he made me feel like I wasn't enough.
She has tried to make me feel like it's my fault that she cheated.
As far as the cheating goes, I take full responsibility that it was my choice, that I chose to do it, but he definitely pushed me to want to do it because of the way he's treated me over the years.
A lot of times I feel like she expects me to be an absolute mind reader.
At this point, I'm not sure if I can see myself spending the rest of my life with him. There's definitely a lot of work that has to be done.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Ashley Stevenson and Jason Stevenson. Mr. and Mrs. Stevenson, you have been together for 9 years, married for 7. You have 5 children. Get this, 1, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Wow. So you get an award just for being upright. You two are having some difficulties, and you've come here today to ask my advice. So, Mrs. Stevenson, I'm going to get right with it and start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today in divorce court?
I'm here today to get some advice, and he's been watching porn for 9 years, and it's been a major problem. It makes me feel insecure and unwanted, like I'm not enough.
How much porn does he watch?
I don't really know how often or how much, but I know it's been going on periodically over our entire relationship.
Is it so much so that instead of engaging with you, he's engaging with that? Or is it just something that you have an idea that, yeah, I know he does it, but I never see him do it, or he's never not around because he's doing it?
At times I feel like he has ignored me because of it.
Right. Mr. Stevenson, she's accused you of watching a lot of porn. What say you?
As far as a lot of porn, I wouldn't say that.
But you do watch porn.
I did, yes.
You did? No longer?
I no longer, yes.
Since?
About a month ago.
A 30-day reprieve, huh? There you go. This is like
I don't remember
how long ago it was.
When the last exact
Let me
time
ask you this. Have you guys argued about your use of porn?
Yes.
And what do you see as her position, and why do you think it was wrong?
As far as my position today, I feel a little bit differently now because she left and I had to open my eyes. And I have a daughter, so I feel a little bit differently over the last, month and a half since I stopped.
Right.
But as far as when we were in the relationship and I was doing it, it was sometimes you have to take care of yourself.
Yeah, okay. Did you think it was something she had a right to be upset about, or you were like, look, this is a normal thing. What is your problem?
Yes, that was my stance, yes.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this. If it was a reasonable amount and it didn't interrupt your life in any other way, why be upset about it? Not that I'm a proponent. I'm not, I'm Switzerland in this. But I'm just saying, if it's not, because I have people come in here talking about they do porn 4 or 5 hours a day.
I don't know how long or how often he did it for, but I just know that it made me feel insecure. Like, why, if I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do, then why do you need to watch that?
Here's my point of view, and I'm just going to say it, and then we can just leave it alone and go somewhere else.
Okay.
I don't see anything wrong with it. It's not interrupting anything. You're doing it 4 or 5 hours a day.
She was still getting it every day.
You do it. You know what I mean? You getting plenty of sex, and he needs a little extra, and he wants to take care of it all. I don't care. I mean, to me, as a practical matter, because sex sometimes is a practical matter to a guy.
So we're going to stay here?
No. We're going to move on. What do you think is another problem in your relationship?
Not communicating properly.
What do you mean by that?
Sometimes I feel like she wants me to read her mind and what she wants, and there are little whispers and hints, but I'm not reading between the lines properly.
You're not getting a direct statement.
Exactly.
Ms. Stevenson, do you believe you two have a problem with communication?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell me what it looks like from your side of the equation?
Sometimes I do say things and he don't listen. And, I'll tell him exactly what I want or what I'm thinking, but he's preoccupied. Well, before it would be with video games or whatever, and he wouldn't really be listening to what I was saying.
Right. Do you think he's preoccupied with small screens? I don't care what's on them, but I mean, the video games, I see a lot in here, people getting involved with the small screen more than their real life. Is that part of what you're accusing him of?
He used to, yeah.
But he's better now. Can you tell me an example of a situation where you've asked him for something and simply didn't get a response? Simply he's not listening.
For instance, if I'm like, all right, it's time to get the kids ready for bed, but he's playing the game, so he doesn't respond right away.
Mr. Stevenson, are you completely available when you're at home? Sometimes you can be home and not really be there.
There have been times where I have been preoccupied with other things. But the things that I was preoccupied with, I was available in between those times to tell the kids not to do something or, listening.
So you pop your head up every once in a while, say, cut it out, little Johnny, and then back down to what you were doing. Is that what you're telling me?
Sort of, yes.
Is that what you were saying? That's why she was mad, because you weren't fully available. You know, popping your head up every once in a while doesn't relieve us of the ongoing duty of constant care of the whole situation. You just popping your head in, so you go to work. You don't work outside the home, do you?
No.
Oh my God, how could you? You know what I mean? But popping it, you know, you just being there and popping up every once in a while, she's still carrying the full load. And that feels like you're not listening or hearing her or not caring what she needs to get done, because you're just popping your head up every once in a while. You're not coming in and taking care of something. You with me on that one?
Yes.
Okay. So, we're going to talk about cheating.
Last summer, he called me an attention whore for trying to get his attention. And so I got attention from other places, and
With
they
one
made
of
me
his
feel good.
co-workers, though, right? That's a very specific target that you hit. Was there a reason for it? Now, Mrs. Stevenson, you admit to cheating on him, but you say you got a good reason, right? Tell me what it is. Tell me what you did and what was your reason.
Last summer, he called me an attention whore for trying to get his attention. And I was like, okay, I had started working out and trying to make myself look good for him. I had no interest in anybody else. And he told me I was too needy and that, you know, like I said, he called me an attention whore. And so I got attention from other places, and
With
they
one
made
of
me
his
feel good.
co-workers, though, right? That's a very specific target that you hit. Was there a reason for it?
No, his coworker contacted me.
And you said, I might as well?
I declined at first. I had been going out and hanging out with one of my friends, and he was going to work and telling people, oh, she's not coming home till this hour, blah, 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 blah. And so his coworker was like, oh.
Here's an opportunity. Mr. Stevenson, how did you find out about it, and what happened when you did?
She told me about it, and I freaked out.
What happened?
I started screaming and ranting and raving and going absolutely ballistic. Just
Right.
running through everything that...
Did you leave? Did you stay? Did you put her out? What happened?
I stayed. And still kept going absolutely ballistic.
How long was the house rocking and rolling like that before it calmed back down?
As far as the house rocking and rolling, it was rocking and rolling that night. And I guess our relationship continued to rock and roll for a little bit with that.
I can't imagine how hurt you were. I mean, that is such a tremendous betrayal. Was she ever apologetic about it? I don't know if she's frozen here because of the lights, because that happens to people sometimes. But she seems just unmoved, unemotional. Yeah, I did it.
For the first one, there was a little bit of remorse.
For the first one.
There was a little bit of remorse. You know, there was a time where I was calling her names.
In front of the
albeit
children.
A whore. Like I said, our relationship was rocking and rolling for a little bit after that.
It wasn't right for him to call you names in front of the children, but you set that table that he sat at. So don't come in here with all of that righteous indignation about he called names in front of the children. You went and slept with his co-worker. You stabbed him in the heart, twisted the knife, ran it around a bit, pulled it back out, and put it back in. So don't go coming righteous indignation with the kitty thing. You know what I mean? You brought that into your household.
But he knows that's how I felt about the porn.
Very different thing. Cheating and porn, very different thing. I know it bothers you, and I get that, but they're two very, very different things. You with me? Okay, now we're going to talk about the second cheat. I don't think you're a bad person, Mrs. Stevenson. I think you're very, very rageful. I think you're angry, and I think you're hurt, and I want to know why. So, other than the porn, what issues of control or other anger going on in the house led you to do the things that you did? Tell me how you found out about the second cheat.
I had accused her of being with multiple people in between the first cheat and our arguments. And to dispute that, she basically told me in an honest confession she hadn't been with multiple people. So then I deducted that, well, if you're saying you hadn't been with multiple
people,
then that doesn't rule out the single. And that's when it finally came out that, yeah, there was another one.
Is that an accurate recitation of what occurred?
Yep.
Okay. You both claim that the other is controlling. In your paperwork, that's what you say. Why don't you tell? I don't think you're a bad person, Mrs. Stevenson. I think you're very, very rageful. I think you're angry, and I think you're hurt. And I want to know why. So, and I know the porn was a problem, and you feel like it was a personal rejection, insecurity. And the fact that it doesn't bother me, and I'm going to cop to this, doesn't mean it didn't bother you. And you feel how you feel, and you have the right to feel that way. But other than the porn, what issues of control or other anger going on in the house led you to do the things that you did?
Him putting me down, telling me that I'm, can't handle this, and that he'll tell me that I don't appreciate the kids because I want to go to work, things like that.
What?
Telling me he's not going to appease and coddle me over the porn issue because he said my feelings are my feelings and I have to deal with it. He makes it seem like it's, because it's something men like to do, that it's okay.
So you just need to get over it,
right?
No matter how you feel about it.
And he told me my feelings are my feelings, and I need to deal with it.
You said that he said that you didn't appreciate your children because you wanted to go to work. Is that it? Did I get that right?
Objection.
Do you, hang on. Let me ask you this. Do you feel like he's like this with you?
All the time.
That he's picking at you?
All the time.
That he's pointing at you?
Yep.
That you're not good enough, you're not good enough, you're not good enough? And then you throw the porn on top of that and you get, I'm rageful and angry because I feel
And there's
insecure.
a lot of resentment.
A lot of resentment. Am I there? Because I couldn't get with you. I didn't know where you were, but I think I found you. Okay. Did you hear what I just said to her?
I heard it, yes.
Okay. Do you agree? And if not, tell me how you believe things go with the control issue at your house.
As far as rebuttaling what she said and the being at her and the telling her that, she can't handle it, that wasn't something that happened constantly. It wasn't something that happened all the time. But yes, I did say certain things when I was angry, and I did run my mouth and say things I didn't mean when I got angry. When I would receive phone calls in the middle of my job about how, she doesn't know what to do to handle my oldest, or, I would call her on my lunch break, every single one of my lunch breaks, and she would rant and rave about how the kids aren't listening, about how they're not doing this, they're not doing that, they're treating me like this, and I hear that, they're not eating lunch at a specific time, or,
So you feel she was raining on you from the house while you were out there trying to work. She couldn't, get it together at home, and she kept bringing that to you, so you had to do that work and deal with that pressure as well. Is that what you're saying?
To a certain extent, yes.
Yeah. You also say that she's very controlling, and that's what I want to talk about now. You say she's controlling and needy. Can you, briefly and concisely, tell me why you feel that way?
I would be required to call her when I'm on my way home from work. I would be required to call her on every one of my lunch breaks. She created my Facebook. She controlled my Facebook. She had my Facebook on her phone along with my email. Every time I would go to my cousin's house and hang out for maybe half hour, 45 minutes, and it wasn't
2 hours.
It wasn't short enough time, she would ring my phone off the hook, ring my phone off the hook, ring my phone off the hook till I would answer. Then I would answer and I would spend 20 minutes on the phone with her, and I'd have to leave, or, she'd promise me that I'd get to go and spend time with my cousin.
Got it. Know what's happening. Know what's happening. I'm going to say a little something. Hopefully I can redirect this train that's just way off the rails. We have a vicious cycle here of needs not getting met, and then people reacting about their needs not getting met, which further makes their needs unmet. What you're doing is you're insecure, you got a million kids at home, you are tired, you are cranky, you are sick of it. All you hear from him, whether or not he's criticizing and complimenting, I don't know. All that really sticks to you is the criticism. And the weird thing about being home with the children is you get nothing but complaints and never an attaboy. At work, you get a promotion, you get a paycheck. Paycheck is a huge attaboy. You get to talk to people, you get a sense of accomplishment when you do something at home, you get none of that. And I think she is overwhelmed by the enormity of what she's dealing with there. And then she's become insecure and needy and wanty, and you're just and you want him to be closer, and you're pushing him away by all this want, feed me, I don't feel good about myself, I need, and you just smacking him with I need, and then when it gets to the point where he doesn't give you what you need, you take it out somewhere else to relieve yourself of it, just like he was relieving himself outside of the home. You need to get yourself together within yourself.
And that's why I'm doing therapy.
Yeah, you need to do therapy, and you need to support her in it. First of all, kudos to you for staying after she did what she did, because I don't know if a whole lot of guys would have done that. I'm not sure I would have done that. So kudos for you. Kudos for you putting down the porn, because those kids were more important to you than that porn was. You
Not
got
for 9 years, though.
If you keep harping on what he's done wrong and do not accept and compliment him for what he does well, he has no motivation to continue to do better.
And what about him doing the same?
Yeah. You got to do what you got to do. He's got to do what he's got to do. I'm telling you what you've got to do. So don't keep bubbling up with what was bad in the past when I'm telling you he's trying to do better. You did him way ugly wrong. Way ugly wrong. So you got to accept that and live with it and appreciate the fact that he's still with you. But you understand the nature of her week, right? She's at home with those kids. She never gets applause. She doesn't feel good about herself. You're the main cat to bring that to her. That's your gig. It's not just the money. It's the care and the love and the esteem and 5 minutes a day of what she's done well and honoring her and wanting to be home as opposed to just, I'll pop my head up when Johnny gets on my nerves. That'll give her more what she needs. And we're cheap dates. It's easier than you think. You just have to make the time to do it. Do you understand what I'm telling you both? Mm-hmm. This matter is adjourned.
I, at the very least, have to appreciate her more and try and be more positive about the things that she does do good and be less negative about the things that I see that she doesn't.
I did what I did because at the end of it all, I just gave up. After he called me an attention whore, I just felt like, what's the point of even trying anymore to keep his attention for 8 years? I was all about him. And I wasn't getting what I needed for that entire time.
Today on Divorce Court.
My husband disappear at night and go, I don't know where.
I'm not cheating on her. I have younger friends.
He lies. He does nothing but tell stories.
Her thing is more like, stay home, sleep in the bed with me, lay down. I can't do all that. I'm alive.
He wants totally different things than I do, so I'm not sure where we at and what's gonna happen.
I can't be with a woman who's very controlling, upset, all the time, never having a nice thing to say, nasty in the house, kicking holes in the door.
We can't have a conversation without arguing with each other or name calling or getting out of control, and I just don't want to talk anymore.
I can't really be a person staying there, being in your life, and it's a constant struggle, constant battle.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with James Pascal and Marie Pascal. The two of you have been together for 22 years.
Yes,
married for 6, but you don't want to be married anymore. Mr. Pascal, you are asking for a significant amount of money for some broken items, and we will talk about that momentarily, but I'm going to talk to you first, Mrs. Pascal. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how the two of you got together those 22 years ago?
We met when we were kids. I was like 16 when we met, and I got pregnant. My parents were divorced, so I got sent to New York. We split, and we got back together when I moved back to Miami, and we've been together since, and that's where we're at now.
You pretty much agree with that?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that.
Pretty much the basic fact.
Right.
I understand, however, that he had a significant injury early on in your relationship. Tell me a little bit about that.
Well, he got really burnt at the house, and he ended up in the hospital.
How did he get burned?
From a grease fire.
Oh, okay.
He was frying or something, and it blew up the oil, went all over him. He was like 3rd-degree burnt everywhere. I was there for him. I spent almost a month in the hospital.
She really wasn't there as much.
Hang on, I'm gonna get your side of that story.
Well, he ended up in the hospital, and I had to really quit my job for about a month to take care of him. And as soon as he started getting better, which is now, he started acting up again, like he always do.
Okay. Mr. Pascal, you say she wasn't really there for you when you were burned?
No, she wasn't really there. It was mostly my daughter that was there, but she wasn't really there.
How long had you been together when that incident occurred?
This is not too long ago.
Not too long ago.
Right.
Not too long ago. So you contend that now he's all healed up and better, he's out running around.
Oh, he done that before, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, tell me about early on when you first met him.
Well, the first incident was we were already living together at the time. He had a girl call my house and told me that she was sleeping with him. And I told him, I said, look, this girl called my house and saying all that stuff. He was like, oh, don't worry about it. It's a prank call. It's a prank call. Don't worry about it. At that point, he really didn't come out of the room when the girl showed up at my door. And my daughter opens the door. He stayed in the room. I said, aren't you going to come out so you can, like, talk to her and stuff? He's like, no, let's not worry about it. By that time, the girl left. Mm-hmm. Okay. Found out that he knew this girl, and his mother even knew the girl. So
now, Mr. Pascal, do you know the woman about whom we speak?
Yeah, I know about the woman, but it wasn't.
Did she come to the door?
She knocked on the window, but I wasn't.
Were you hiding in the bedroom?
No, I wasn't hiding in the bedroom. I just didn't know who was at the door. I was in the bedroom, but I didn't know who was asking me.
So you didn't come out and inquire who was tapping on the door?
She said there's a lady out there. I was like, who is she? But she gave me a different name of the girl that I called her by a nickname. So she gave me a name that I didn't know who she was.
So were you fooling around on her in the beginning?
No.
Let's just look. It's at the end now. We can cop to everything.
I'm not. I wasn't fooling around.
Never at any point in time.
No, at any point in time I wasn't fooling around.
He's everybody's savior. He wants to help every young girl in the world.
I'm just a nice person. I do things for people. That's what I do. I help people out.
Why do you think Mr. Pascal is running around with younger women now that he's all healed up?
I mean, I understand having friends. I have no problem having female friends. But when they start calling the house at 6 a.m., 4 in the morning, and if he spend one day with me, he don't talk to anyone, these girls are calling, oh, you ignoring me. And like, who are you to be worrying about what he's ignoring you? He doesn't want to talk to you today, period. And so he would tell me, like, why are you talking to them like that? You shouldn't be. And these girls literally know me. I don't know them. I had one told me that, well, that's why nobody likes you. I'm like, well, how do you know? I don't even know you. I don't know you.
Now, do you know about the young ladies that we're talking about?
The young lady, that's not the problem. The problem is that she's mean. So I find myself hanging with other people. Let me give you an example. She's at the house, so what she does is, when she gets upset, she kicks holes in the walls. All my doors got holes. Every door I got. If I had a fixture problem, she's the fixture problem. She's the one putting the holes in the walls, kicking in the door, slamming. Most of my stuff is broken because of her. If she finds herself getting angry, it's over.
What does she get angry about? Is it always an issue of infidelity, or there are other matters that send her off?
I mean, I really don't know what makes her so angry. The thing
Mr. Pascal, I don't believe that. There's always a run-up to an argument. She says something, it may not make sense to you, but you know what she's talking about.
It's her control problem, I think. Her control issues make it seem like she has to have everything in order for me. Everything's got to be my way, her way. No, it's not. It's not that. Her thing is, if I'm here doing what I got to do, she'll stop me. If I have friends, she'll tell them not to come over. She's very aggressive with my friend. I can't introduce her to somebody, or she won't even meet them. She'll stay completely rude and won't even meet nobody.
Okay. Ms. Pascal, do you have a bit of an anger issue? And cop to it if you do.
I do. But
anger's an understatement.
Your Honor, I'm not gonna lie.
That's an understatement, anger.
I'm not gonna lie. He thinks every woman is crazy. He thinks women, period, are crazy. I said, no,
crazy.
We're not crazy. It's you drove us crazy. Okay, I'm not crazy, Your Honor. I promise. I'm not.
Whatever.
Now, I want to talk about your belief that he lies to get attention, what he's lying about, and why he's doing it.
Talking to these women, they will talk like, since you didn't take care of your husband, that's why he's looking for a friend to talk to, obviously. Why don't you put your dog on a leash? My dog. That's my dog.
So you say Mr. Pascal lies to get attention. Why don't you give me some examples of times where he's done that?
Talking to these women, they'll talk like, oh, he's a good man. You the one that has the problem.
Stop.
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, you're the problem. He's like, one of them told me where, since you didn't take care of your husband, that's why he's looking for a friend to talk to, obviously. Why don't you put your dog on a leash?
Why don't you put your dog on a leash in reference to you?
My dog. That's my dog. That's what she says.
Oh,
put him on a
your
leash.
dog. Put him on a leash
Yes,
so he
that's
can
what she
stay at
says.
home. Tell me about some lies he told, like the time where he says he's at the food truck, but you can't catch him there. Tell me about that.
We have an iPhone. That's why I gave him a phone. I didn't give him a phone like that because I'm not that controlling, but like we didn't have a phone. So I bought an extra phone because I wanted a newer phone. I said, you can have mine, just because he's at the house, okay? And being that he drives, it's for me to keep track if he's okay or not, honestly. Seriously, I told him, I said, look, I'm giving you the phone, because when I'm at work, like I see people texting their husband and stuff, I'm like, dude, I want to do that too. I want to have somebody to text. And he's like, okay, I gave him the phone. The phone is a problem. Now he doesn't have his phone because he took the phone, used it against me to do the things he's not supposed to be doing.
Mr. Pascal, you said she says she tracks you on the phone to
what
make
I
sure
think.
you're okay.
Yeah.
We all know that that's not true.
No, that's
but
not
tell
true.
me the conversations you've had about the phone and why she believes you're now using that phone to talk to other women.
Well, there was some incident, this is my thing, I keep the phone open. So she picked up the phone one morning and seen some text, so she said, okay, I woke up rude. I was like, so why would I have you have me have a phone and you check the phone whenever you want, but now you want to blow it when you see something that's not even that serious. It's a friend of mine. So I told her I'm going to put a code on the phone. So what she did is she suspended my whole contract.
Your Honor, Your Honor, he does things. He makes
that?
He makes everything worse. I've never known this man to fix anything. He makes it worse. After I told him not to have someone call at 6 a.m., he locked the phone. He put a code. The next thing he did, woke up in the morning, the phone was locked in a box. I'm like, oh, okay, so you're getting worse. So I popped the box open and I took the phone out. And so I said, okay, you trying that? Then I'm gonna just shut down the phone.
And then here I am, I'm having a phone conversation, it just dies. So I'm like, what's going on?
And she shut off your contract.
She shut off the phone. I'm like, oh no. So I'm thinking my phone's suspended, but I just paid this phone. How is it suspended? Come to find out she locked it, put a code on the lock, and I can't even go in there and say, hey, it's me. She's like, no, don't take nobody that come in and say it's them.
Did you GPS him to a food truck once where he was supposed to be at the food truck, but he's never there?
Many
Tell me
times.
about that.
Many times he'll be like, oh, I'm at the food truck. I'm going to go fix the food truck. I'm going to do this. And then when he's not there.
Mr. Pascal, you go to the food truck, but your tracker doesn't say you're there. What's going on?
That Find Now app phone is wrong. It's something broke. It's broken.
It's broken.
It's broken.
Okay, so
it ain't me. It's broken.
Something wrong. The satellite ain't. It's not hooking up with the satellite, right?
It's broken. I'm where I'm supposed to be. It's broken. I'm definitely where I'm supposed to be.
Look, once my husband have a cell phone, once you see him buying cologne or have a cell phone he holding on too tight, it's a problem. Every time.
Every time.
Every time. Never fails.
Have you ever caught him? I mean, just in some ludicrous situation that he couldn't talk his way out of.
Well, he never show up. I would have caught him that night if he came out the room.
Now I want to change gears a little bit, Mr. Pascal. You say your wife is not creative enough in bed, and that is an issue you would like to discuss.
When I show up home at like 12 a.m. or 1 a.m., if he wasn't sleeping from going out all day, hanging out with other people, I would have fun. He's barely awake.
That's from years of me sleeping.
He's
because
barely
when
awake.
She come home, she's boring.
What do you mean she's boring? In what way? So, Mr. Pascal, do you care to share with me what you contend is a lack of creativity on your wife's part in the bedroom?
Yeah, it's like it's not mostly in bed. It's mostly like anywhere. If I want to go out, I like to have sex in a restaurant if I want to. Don't stop me. You know, don't come tell me
what restaurant you run, and I'll make sure never to go there.
I mean, not in front of people, but like, you know, in the restroom or something, you know, spontaneous. That's all it is. It's just being spontaneous. I mean.
So you say she's not spontaneous.
No, she's not.
She's just pedantic. She's always running
She's
and tracking
tired.
and
I
trail
don't
and
know.
all this kind of stuff.
She ain't that old to be
and you never
tired.
have any fun. Miss Pascal, are you? Now, and I understand he's a little suspect. I get that part. and I know you run around with these young ones and won't come out to bed.
He's disrespectful.
And disrespectful. But are you any fun to be with? I'm not contending that he's not doing wrong, because I think he might be doing a little wrong. I think he might be. But I'm saying in general, are you always angry with him because you might be chasing him out a bit?
That's exactly what
with
she's
your
doing.
attitude and your anger, making your problem worse, as opposed to addressing the problem and letting it die of its own accord.
Where when I show up home at like 12 a.m. or 1 a.m., if he wasn't sleeping from going out all day, hanging out with other people, I would have fun. He's barely awake.
That's from years of me sleeping.
He's
because
barely
when
awake.
she come home, she's boring. So.
What do you mean she's boring? In what way?
She's boring. I mean, she'll fall asleep on me. We could be having a conversation, she just doze off. I'm like, I was having a
Well, that's
whole
because I
conversation.
worked all day and
don't
he
watch
was
no
home
movie with her.
sitting doing nothing.
Watching the movie is like watching it by yourself. You tap, oh, you seen that? Oh, she's asleep. I'm sorry. But you know what I mean?
She's asleep. Yeah. Well, she works all day, doesn't she?
I mean, even on her days off, you get 3 days off, you're supposed to be up on the third day at least. I mean, she's up. She sleeps all 3 days. Damn it. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do.
Look, Your Honor, if like I said, if I'm home, I want to have a good time. I want to watch a movie. I want to do something. He's gone all day to hang out with people. And then by the time he gets home, I'm tired from being here. I mean, bored all day. You know what I mean? It's like, it never works.
It never works. It's a never-ending cycle. Everybody's...
Never. He's out all day hanging out. And when I wake up in the morning, yes, maybe I might want to wake up and give him a kiss or do something. He's gone at like 6 in the morning to go hang with another female.
Okay.
Or a friend or somebody.
Now, you've been unhappy for a while, Ms. Pascal. Tell me what your breaking point was.
My breaking point is recently when we had an argument. He stood in front of my kids and called me the B word and told me he doesn't want me anymore and called me the H word again, and I was done. I said, that's it. I said, I can't do this anymore. Like, I'm done.
Are you calling her B's and H's in front of your children?
Oh, that's a regular name, Your Honor.
What it is she was provoking me. She was very provoking. She's very provoking. Like,
provocative.
Yeah, she's provocative. I'm one of the people that's like, I'd rather leave the house like I do now, because it's just too much of an argument. Well, I ain't got time for all that argument. That's too much for me. So what I'll do is I'll leave. But that day, she was like, she cornered me. You know, it's like a bear got you in the corner, you're going to attack it. So I told her what she was asking me to hear, I gave it to her. She was like, oh, you don't want me no more? I was like, no, I don't want you. I don't want you, because you're tripping. And it's not me. I really don't want to have these. I don't want to have these discussions in front of my children.
Thank you.
It is you.
It is.
No one can force you to say anything. You can fall victim to it.
I fell victim to it.
But you're not. Yeah, but that's your fault.
Yeah, that is my fault.
That's your fault.
That is my fault.
You know, your children come first. And I don't care.
I mean, that's what I try to explain to her as a
But that
mean
doesn't
person.
matter. You're in charge of you. If she want to act a fool in front of the kids, that's what she's responsible for. You're responsible for the kind of fool you act in front of the kids. Right. So now I want to talk about why you believe Mrs. Pascal should pay you $1,600 for your phones.
Okay.
You're seeking $1,600 from me today. Tell me why you want that amount of money.
Because of the phone she breaks. She breaks every phone I have. I can't have a phone for nothing. That's why I lock them in the box. Now you know why it's in the box. So I can keep it.
Can you give me some examples of times when she's broken the phone? I mean, how many phones has she broken? What kind were they? And what was going on when she did it?
Okay, well, we were having a conversation. This is about the incident about the girl I didn't get up while she was knocking on the door. So what it is that I was trying to explain to her that she's not nobody serious. It's just a friend. But at the time, I guess a text came in, and while she was close enough to snatch the phone out my hand, she threw it to the truck. It just hit the 26-inch rims and shattered everywhere.
And how many phones of yours has she broken?
Throughout the years?
That you're suing for? I don't. What you're suing for right now?
Oh, this is the one she broke here.
Okay, so you just want this?
Yes, this
reimbursed
phone.
For this one.
This phone.
Now, how old a phone is it?
It's a iPhone 7. It's an
iPhone 7.
Yeah.
Okay. And Ms. Pascal, what happened to his phone?
I broke it.
Plain and simple.
I'm not gonna
simple.
lie.
Why did you break the phone?
Because that's what he does. I ask him to please, the phones are for emergencies. I don't really like phones. I have them for emergencies, not for you to use against me. That's it.
Do you pay for his phones? Do you buy
I do
his
too. We
phones?
all pay for the bills.
I pay for my bill.
We all pay for the bills.
Oh, so you both contribute to the bills.
And if I had a reason for him to break my phone, that would have been him.
Okay.
But
I'm
never
not
give him
looking
a
for
reason
anything.
to.
There ain't no reason to look for anybody.
There is no reason to break a phone.
True.
What about the phone turned off thing?
Please
I'm sorry,
stop.
John. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to give you some money. You just running your mouth.
No, I'm just...
You're not supposed to take other people's stuff and destroy it. Not only does it take things away from him, it takes money out of your house. He's got to replace it. Your anger is costing you money. That's called the stupid tax. You never have to pay for your own anger. That's silly. It's ridiculous. Now, iPhone 7, I know I got one myself. I know how much it cost. I can't give you full value. You know what I mean?
New. She broke it like soon as I got it.
As soon as you have it, it's used. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you buy it, it's used. I'm going to give a little rough justice here. $400 in favor of Mr. Pascal. It is so ordered.
After 22 years, I think this marriage should be over because I think that she's just way too controlling. And myself, I need somebody that's nice and don't give me all them issues.
It's been a long road, like I said. I've known him a long time. I don't know how I'm going to do it without him, but if I have to, I will. I think that's the way it's going to be.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Patricia Taylor and Bert Taylor. The two of you have known each other for 10 years, have been married for 9, but are having trouble. You don't want to part ways, but you're having difficulty, so you came to see me. I had you fill out a compatibility test, which resulted in some interesting findings. And we will get to that momentarily. I'm going to start with Mrs. Taylor. Why don't you tell me, after 10 years together, why are you here now?
Bert and I met through a mutual friend when we were working at the airport.
Mm-hmm.
I was running the employee cafe, and he was one of the guys that's out there loading up the airplanes with luggage or helping them park. And
you the guy with the sticks?
I saw him.
Go like that?
Yep, he got them sticks
I think that's the coolest job. I don't know why, but it was like he goes like, you can park the plane. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
He looked like Top Gun out there, but it was just us getting together. When I first met him, I knew I loved him the
You
first day.
described your first date as epic.
Epic.
Why don't you tell me why the date was epic?
It was unusual. We went out for dinner, we went bowling, we saw a movie, went to the club, had our first kiss out there on the dance floor. we were in our own world.
Got moved.
We're in our own world. He does.
He over there quiet and whatnot, but he knows what to do.
Boy, he's out there, got his little shuffle thing going. And he looks like Quentin Tarantino. Can't go wrong with that look.
I see it. I see Quentin Tarantino. I get it.
I just wanted to be with him, get to know him more, and rip him out of his shell because he was so shy. And I made it my purpose in life at that moment in time that I'm going to know this guy, and I am going to make a very good impression on him and in his life. And you could just feel...
Now, Mrs. Taylor, I'm going to say this. Rip him out of his shell.
Oh, he's so
You
quiet.
liked him when he was in it. Why do you want him to get out?
He's cute and all, but it wears off. It wears off. I need a man who's gonna stand up, take charge.
In what way does he fail to fulfill his role as a man?
I moved in that night after our first date. Yep, been together ever since. And
so far, he's showing up with a dude with some mad game. I don't see weak, tired, and sad at all.
And then 6 months later, he encouraged me to go ahead and get my 7 kids from my previous marriage with my ex. And I went ahead and we got our first two. The two oldest were already on their own, and the second two moved in with us. A few months later, we got the rest, and been together ever since. And let me tell you, because of all these years raising all my kids, am used to taking charge. Just everything, because you're a mom 24/7, whether you want to be or not, whether you're sick or not. And when I met Bert, he wasn't used to that kind of chaos, and things happen on a whim, and it's not all about you anymore.
Was it hard to step in as a father to so many people?
It was at the beginning, but as the years went on, it got a little easier.
Yeah. You learn to love them as you go. Like, that's what people don't realize. You know, you bring kids along in a relationship. They love you, but they have yet to learn to love your children, and you have to give them time to learn to love your children. And it appears like you did that, Mr. Taylor, correct?
Yeah, I did that.
Why do you think you're here?
Well, because she wants me to step up and be a man, but yet she will overtalk me and make the decisions herself. And no matter what decisions I make, she will do whatever she wants to do.
So she asks you to step forward, and every time you do, she shuts you down.
Oh, not every time. Not every time. I'm
now,
sorry.
Ms. Taylor, you're not working.
You're making it sound so good over there.
Look, Mrs. Taylor, you interrupt me. I know you interrupt him. See what I'm saying? You're in here trying to convince me you're not dominating, and you're trying to dominate the conversation so you can tell me you don't dominate. You're shooting your own self in the foot. So we're gonna take a step back here, and I want you to tell me something that will bother me, something he's failed to do that would upset me. Okay? I would take a moment, think about it.
Oh, I got it.
And figure out, tell me something that he hasn't done that you wish he would do.
I'm just tired of him saying things are taken care of when I specifically ask, is this bill taken care of? Or have you taken care of this paperwork for this child? Or taken care of this appointment, spoke to this teacher about whatever. We're a team. We're supposed to be doing this together, not sometimes. And I'm going to tell you a lie just to hold you off until, the notices come in, and then you got me.
Mr. Taylor, I'm going to give you a moment to respond to that, and then I'm going to ask about a very difficult situation that occurred in her life and how the two of you's relationship has somewhat buckled under that pressure.
All right. I love dropping my son off at school. Because, we say goodbye to him, we walk him into class, and
He's a fly on the wall.
I'm not
even.
Stop
He's not
it.
even.
Stop. Why don't you show that man some respect? So Mrs. Taylor is saying she's got all this stuff on her hands with all of these kids. She left the bill paying up to you, and, you'll say, I paid it just to shut her up, but then she'll find out later it wasn't paid. Is that how things go?
Well, we're living off my salary, all right?
Right.
So, some bills has got to be put off so others can be paid.
Right.
But eventually everything does get paid off.
Do you understand he's got financial limitations with respect to how much he has? I mean, he can't pay with money he hasn't got.
I understand. I'm resourceful. I find things for the family that, we got to cut on the budget, get things on sale, obviously.
But are you mad at him about it?
I'm mad that he lies to me, that he feels that he needs to lie to me.
If he were to come to you and say, wow, I don't have the light bill or whatever, the
Then
cable
speak
bill.
up. Speak up.
See, you know what? You know one reason why he doesn't speak up? Because you don't give him a chance. I was in the middle of a sentence, and you started talking. Right in the middle of a sentence, and you started talking. You can't ask for something and then preclude somebody from giving it to you. And that's exactly what you're doing to him. I don't know, what he's doing or what he's not doing, but I do know that he can't be heard because you never stop talking. You got to look in the mirror on that one.
We've got a certain situation going on with the family, too.
And I'm going to talk about that momentarily, but that doesn't change the fact that in any given moment, you feel like you have the right to speak, no matter what anybody else is saying. And I'm saying to you that that might be part of the problem that you have with him feeling like he can comfortably speak up about some failures. Men have a hard time with failures anyway. It's hard for them to say, I didn't make it. I wasn't good enough. It's difficult. And then when you bust in the middle of the sentence, it makes it even harder. Mr. Taylor, am I right?
Yep.
So, Mrs. Taylor, you have had an extraordinarily emotionally difficult circumstance occur in your family. Why don't you tell me what it is and why you believe Mr. Taylor hasn't been as supportive as you need?
We recently found out that 2 of our children have been sexually abused.
And there was an investigation and all of those things?
Yep. Guess who had to deal with all that? Calling the FBI agent, getting in touch with APD, getting in touch with the attorney, figuring out what paperwork, what appointments I need to make, intertwining in between everybody's school stuff and his work schedule and my schedule. This is something out of the norm for anybody. And to still keep your head up.
Right. Mr. Taylor, when that happened, did you do anything to step in and take some of that burden off her shoulders? Did you take anything extra on to allow her space to handle that?
Well, I try. I'm there for her emotionally and for the children. But as in APD and all that, they called her up.
What you're saying is you weren't in a position to logistically handle things because you weren't the parent. I mean, you're a step-parent, but you're not.
Well, I call them, they're all our kids.
Oh, I get that, but legally...
It's legally, yeah.
They have to deal with her.
Yeah.
Is what I understand.
The judge, APD.
But you feel like you've been there for her emotionally, correct?
Yeah.
Has he been there for you emotionally?
Sometimes. Sometimes. I like, for example, I don't see how you're there for me during our counseling when you're sleeping next to me on the couch and the counselor's looking at you. And you're out cold. You're out cold. You're slumping over. You're out.
You fell asleep in the therapist's office? How does that happen?
Only one time because I work nights and I only had an hour of sleep. So then we got to drop our youngest son off at school. And then we go to counseling. And since I've worked from 9 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the morning, then
So can you co-sign on the fact that the man only had an hour's sleep?
Most of that, I could take care of the errands that kept him from getting enough sleep that he needed. He feels he's got to go with us to take our son to school. I can do that.
Mr. Taylor, is there anything you want to say?
I love dropping my son off at school. Because, you know, we say goodbye to him, we walk him into class, and...
He's a fly on the wall.
I'm
He's
not
even.
Stop
He's not
it.
even.
Stop. Why don't you show that man some respect? Really? I'm trying to be sympathetic. I really am. But you don't even give him a chance. I mean, he keeps showing up Superman over and over and over again, and just because it's not exactly what you want all the time, you know, you're kind of picking on him. Don't you think?
Boy.
But we'll move on to discuss the emotional support you feel that you've given and if whether or not you believe it's really there or really enough.
It's like this every day with every single thing in life. It's confusing to live with him. It's so
Do you know what
confusing
she's talking about?
Yes.
Because I don't know what she's talking about. Well, you know what she's talking about?
Yeah, I know what she's talking about.
Tell me what she's talking about. What kind of emotional... I can't even imagine the distress one must feel in finding out that their child had been... Can't get sexually abused, can't get near it, don't know how it feels, don't want to say that I do. But what kind of emotional support did you need that you couldn't get from him?
I will take the phone calls for you and make them for you, the appointments for you.
So you needed you needed relief to be able to let go of the ball every once in a while and say,
nice.
you handle it. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, yes. Yes, would be nice to know I can lean on my man and 100% he's going to be there for me.
Mr. Taylor, do you have a response to that?
She can lean on me, and I will be there if she asks me to be there. But the problem is every time that I am there, she doesn't like my decisions, or she doesn't like how I schedule things.
Is it true, and just think about it for a moment, is it true that when he does try to step in and handle matters, you don't find it to your satisfaction?
Here's an example.
Okay.
He's on the phone making an appointment. When I clearly have a calendar, this is what so-and-so's doing on this day, here's the time. Hi, this is Bert Taylor. What time you wanted to? What did you want it to? What time was that?
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
See? Exactly. See how you were perplexed right now? It was just a phone call, an appointment he was supposed to make. That's how I am every day in my life. How you're acting right now to just one phone call for him to make. It's like this every day with every single thing in life. It's confusing to live with him. It's so confusing.
Do you know what she's talking about?
Yes.
Because I don't know what she's talking about. Would you know what she's talking about?
Yeah, I know what she's talking about.
Tell me what she's talking about.
It's when I make a phone call to like a doctor or lawyer or whatever. Yeah, sometimes I do get nervous.
You're hesitant.
And hesitant, yes. And if I don't have the calendar or written down in front of me on what's going on that day or that week, then I don't know.
Yeah, you get discombobulated, a little confused because you're a little nervous.
Yeah, so I ask her what's a good time or a good day for us to go in.
Right, right.
Everybody knows you have your homework done before you even jump into a situation. You look at the schedule. Look at the schedule, see what's going on, then make the phone call. It's simple things like that, just common sense.
I got it. Wish I didn't, but I do. Rarely am I rendered speechless. You ask my husband, we've been together 30 years, I always have something to say. I was speechless there for a moment. Let me speak on behalf of Mr. Taylor, just quickly. When I married my husband, he had 4 children. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to set up anything. I didn't know how to do anything. He had 17 years of run-up. I was just thrown into the situation, and I didn't do a very good job because I wasn't prepared. I wasn't ready. It wasn't something that I was used to. It is a whole lot to ask a person, love my kids like they're your own, and just jump into it. You don't know them. Never been around them, never been around kids. Now, all of a sudden, you got to be Ward Cleaver. Hard to do. You know, everybody looking at me at mealtime. I ain't never made a meal. I make money, but I never made a meal. And all of a sudden, there are all of these expectations, and I failed, and I failed, and I failed, and I failed, and I failed. Some of it was my fault, no lie. But some of it was because I can't be June Cleaver like that. It took time for you to become the mother that you are. He can't do that instantaneously. I am so sorry that that circumstance occurred to you. I cannot imagine the pain and the distress. But you can't ask him to be somebody that he's not. If he's not good on the phone, he's not good on the phone. He's a good guy. He loves you. He took in your kids, loved them like his own, wants to be a good. He's quiet and he's shy and he's introverted. That's who he is. Now, if you wanted, you know, an Idris Elba, Brad Pitt thing, he probably wouldn't take the kids because that guy's not going to do it. That over-the-top alpha male ain't going to raise another man's kid. He's not going to do that. This guy who's sweet and kind and loving and thinks you're the bee's knees, he's the one willing to do that. Allow him to love you as best he can, and don't compare him to people who probably, in his position, wouldn't bother to have loved you at all. Best of luck to both of you. This matter is again.
With all that we've been through, we've gone beyond what a normal family should go through as far as trauma and chaos and pretty kind of dysfunctional family when we first got together, but we worked together hard as a team in the beginning, and now it's just kind of withered away because I'm tired. I'm tired of getting the weight on my shoulders for everything and everyone, and I need him to be not only my husband and speak up for me and the kids, but also a dad and spend time with the kids.
I think after today, yes, I can make changes so Patricia will respect me as a man, and so will the kids.
Today on Divorce Court.
Terry's gambling is out of control.
My gambling is not a problem.
Our house is just too small.
Martina wants us to get a bigger house for her stuff. I can't afford it.
If I had to choose between the stuff that I very much love, I would make Terry sleep out in the shed.
I think Martina loves her stuff way more than me.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Martina Triplett and Terry Freeman. The two of you have been together for a year and a half. You have been engaged for the last 5 months. You have some concerns about your marriage, so you've come to me to ask my opinion. You've given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think the union is ill-advised. You also took my compatibility test. And now, Ms. Triplett, you're going to tell me, what is your primary concern? We know you love him, but why are you worried about marrying him?
Well, just let me tell you, Terry keep on cracking these washed up jokes everywhere we go. I'll give you an example of one of them. One day we was at this gas station, he was just walking, and all of a sudden we get about 10 or 15 feet to the door, he falls out, like something just knocked him cold out. So I run over
He just fell down?
Just fell down, just nonsense. I saw her go over there and say, honey, are you okay, honey, you okay? And so two people came around me to help me get him up. While we was trying to get him up, the woman said, do we need to call 911? He said, pimp in distress, pimp in distress. You ain't gotta pay me today.
Did you fall out and scream pimp down?
Well, it's just a little joke. I'm just having fun, you know what I'm saying? Just fun.
And that's funny because, I mean, I'm not saying,
I like
what's the joke?
It's a joke. Me falling down and having people thinking that
that you
myself.
fell out.
Yes.
And then you break out with pimp in distress.
It just look.
I'm trying to work with you. I love a good joke. But that's just what you do.
Yes.
Are there any other tired jokes that he tells?
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you about this one. So he calls me like he does, well, baby, I'm going to Mom's house, maybe to eat or help her around the house, his mother. So I said, okay, I'm going on to the house. Maybe I'm going to do something, have some me time just for me. So I open the door, walk on in about 3 feet. Who pops up out the closet? Terry does. Scared the mess out of me. I felt like I was on Sanford and Son for a minute, about to have me a heart attack. You know what I mean?
Mr. Freeman, did you jump out the closet?
Yes, I did.
Just to give her a start?
I like to see the scary look on her face. It makes me happy.
It makes you happy.
Yes.
The frightened look on your face makes you happy. Mr. Freeman, what do you think the problem is in this relationship? What's keeping you from walking down the aisle?
Her hoarding. It's getting outrageous.
Okay.
It's stuff.
That's a big issue, and I want to talk about that a little later because you claim she's a hoarder, right?
Yes.
You claim that we're going to look at some evidence and see whether or not she is. But in the meantime, I want to talk to you, Ms. Triplett. You say you have issues with his hygiene.
Oh, wait a minute.
Explain to me what those are.
Let me tell you, he works in this place where he washes dishes, take out the trash. Ain't no telling what else he do. But he be coming home all washed up, greased up, smelly up. So me as the soon-to-be wife do my duties. Take his clothes and wash them. He sit around, maybe get him something to eat, talk, or help him around the house, maybe. Then he goes to sleep from being tired and exhausted. Then the next time, it's time for him to get up and go to work. Where my clothes at, baby? Hold up, ain't you gonna go and take a bath first? When I wash my face, I'm gonna be late. So he continued to put on his clean clothes on this nasty, greased up, fine body he's supposed to have. Pimp in distress. Pimp gonna be looking a mess if you don't get it right.
Mr. Freeman, do you skip the shower when maybe you ought not?
No. It's just when I come home, I be frustrated with her, you know what I'm saying? I like, okay, she wanna have, intercourse, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, no, you done made me mad, so you ain't getting none today, you know what I'm saying? So I'm finna go and not take a shower. Until the next morning.
Until the next morning to keep her away.
Yeah.
Well, that is a whole, I never, you know, in divorce court, I always say I've seen it all. That's a new one. I stay funky so I don't have to have sex. That's interesting.
So it's a new one for me, too.
That's a whole new one. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome.
I like change. You say he has a gambling problem. Is that true?
That is most definitely true.
Explain that to me.
Ooh, where should I start? Let me start about this $3,000 a month. Makes good money, but I barely even see some of it. He couldn't even buy me an engagement ring with the cash. But I'm not gonna complain too much because from him gambling so much, he had so many points and bought me an engagement ring. I'm sorry, right now it's in the pawn shop where I pawn it because I feel like I need to be going to get me a few tickets. But he hides them in all these weird places.
Her gambling problem is way worse than mine. Extremely worse than mine.
What kind of gambling does she do?
Scratch off.
Scratch off.
I go to the casino every now and then, but her...
Every now and again? Come on now.
Well, Mr. Freeman, let me ask you this. How much money do you think you spend every month on scratch off?
Every month? Just about probably 1,000.
You ought to stop.
That's it.
That's
every month.
Isn't that 1/3 of your take-home pay?
It's okay. I also do side work. I also do side work too.
So you have a second job?
3, 4, 5.
Mr. Freeman, how much money do you say Ms. Triplett spends every month on scratch-off cards? Give me a ballpark.
About 2,000. 1,000, yes.
Do you spend $2,000 a month on scratch-off cards?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, but I do be winning, so you can't consider all of that coming from straight out of my pocket or his pocket.
So last year, they got how much and you got how much? Who's up?
They is, I guess. I plead the fifth.
They're always up.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, they're always up. $3,000 a month. Do you know what you people could do with $3,000 a month? Do you own a home?
No.
Do you have any investments? I mean, there's so many things. $3,000 a month.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't invest in the state of wherever you are. Invest in the state of your situation. I'm excited on the one hand because I rarely get people who have $3,000 worth of disposable income in here. So I'm just excited that you make that kind of money. But I'm a little distressed by how you spend it.
Yes.
Having said that, I want to move forward to something you said, Mr. Freeman, which is she is a hoarder.
Yes.
I understand you also have a video for me. Now, what room is this?
That's the dining area right there. Living room. Everywhere, CDs, glasses.
Just step back away from whatever it is you're trying to do. Would you agree with me that looks a little beyond the pale? So, Mr. Freeman, you contend that Ms. Triplett is a hoarder. Why do you say that?
She collects so much things, so many things. I can't walk in the house without tripping over something, you know what I'm saying? It's so much stuff that's in the house. I go to use the restroom, stuff falling out the cabinet on my back.
On top of your head.
And head and all that stuff.
So I understand you have pictures, so I can discern for myself the nature of the problem, correct?
Correct, yes.
Let's see the picture. Now tell me what I'm looking at. What is this?
That's supposed to be the playroom. It's so much stuff
The playroom
everywhere.
but for kids?
Yes, but it's really no playroom. It's so much stuff, her stuff in there, you know, she just jump through in there, you know,
I can't even
everywhere.
tell what that is.
Yes.
Do you have the next
No
picture?
junk.
What is that?
That's the car.
Is that you bringing
everywhere
stuff
we
home?
go.
Yes, ma'am, that was a light day then. I usually have the back of the seat.
What are you bringing home?
Ironing board, scrap metal. That's a ironing board. That's somebody gonna need to be ironing somebody's kids' school clothes.
What do you do with scrap metal?
Keep it. I might.
Are
need
you a
to
welder? What you gonna do?
I'm gonna sell it. Keep it. Share it with somebody that might need it.
I understand you also have a video for me. Now, what room is this?
That's the dining area right there. Living room, everywhere, CDs, glasses, chairs. So much stuff is back here, you know what I'm saying? Just too much stuff.
How big is your house?
3 bedrooms, 1 bath.
What's the square footage, Miss Triplett? You know.
It's a 4-bedroom. 1.5 bath.
I understand it's about 1,500 square feet, correct?
No, it's 1,726 square feet.
26 square feet.
If he'll give me a big one, maybe he can walk clearly.
Yeah. Now, Miss Triplett, you saw the pictures, you saw the video. Just step back away from whatever it is you're trying to do. Would you agree with me that looks a little beyond the pale?
No.
That's not quite right, though.
No.
It's a little junkier than it needs to be.
It ain't junky enough.
What does all that stuff do for you?
It comforts me, Judge.
It comforts you?
Yes. If he would give me a little bit more comfort, maybe I won't have so much junk to deal with.
Do you ever sell that stuff? Do you have a purpose for it? Are you trying to build a sculpture? What's happening?
I might sell 10% of it just to make somebody smile. But they ain't gonna smile bigger than me because I go out and get my stuff. And it makes me happy. And I love my stuff, Judge.
Okay. And I bet you do, which is why I brought out an expert on hoarding to figure out what it is. Because there's a hiccup in your head. That ain't right. You know what I mean? I ain't mad, but it's not right. Everybody doesn't do that. And I want to figure out why you do, because that's one of the things impeding you from getting to the altar. You don't want to have a whole bunch of junk standing between you and a ring, right?
Right.
So let's figure out why that's happening. And I brought somebody here who can help us. I brought an expert here. Her name is Cynthia Zaragoza. When you saw Miss Triplett's house, what did you see? Did you see just a little bit of mess, or we got an issue?
We definitely have an issue. It's definitely hoarding behavior, and there's definitely health risks associated with a lot of objects.
So since we don't agree on what we're saying, he sees what I see, you see something else. I brought an expert here. Her name is Cynthia Zaragoza. She's going to come forward, and she's an expert on hoarding. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. We are happy to have you. Why don't you just give me a brief recitation of your background and tell me what is hoarding and whether or not you believe Ms. Triplett is a hoarder.
So I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist. I've been treating hoarding since 2010. And hoarding disorder is characterized by compulsive urges and behaviors to acquire a large amount of possessions and the difficulty in involuntarily discarding those possessions. And it affects about 2 to 5% of the population.
Generally, why do hoarders hoard? What is it emotionally that they're trying to cope with?
So there's a variety of reasons for different people. There tends to be a strong attachment to objects and a difficulty in letting go and releasing.
When you saw Ms. Triplett's house, what did you see? Did you see just a little bit of mess, little disorganization, or we got an issue?
We definitely have an issue. It's definitely hoarding behavior, and there's definitely health risks associated with a lot of
Now, I know you had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Triplett beforehand. What did you get from her? What did you feel from her when you spoke to her?
Well, Ms. Triplett is definitely very attached to her objects, and she did express that it's a coping. She likes holding on to it. It comforts her, and that's very typical.
The acquisition of stuff makes her feel more comfortable. It brings down her level of anxiety for some reason.
Yeah, there's an underlying anxiety.
Yeah, because that's what we're all doing. When we gamble, when we drink, when we eat too much, when we hoard. We're all self-soothing. There's all this cortisol stuff going on in our heads, and we want to feel better. We want to bring it down. So we engage in activities, drug taking, alcohol, sex, all that kind of thing is to bring down the anxiety. What you anxious about, Ms. Triplett?
Y'all just don't understand. About 15 years ago, something major happened to one of my family members in my home. And so I tried to go to counseling, try to get some help to help me cope with that. So I found myself picking up 1 or 2 things a day. By the time the end of the week, I done got about 10 or 15 things extra in my home.
Right.
And it started to make me feel better. Very, very comfortable. Things that I might like, might not like. It's just the principle of them being there. They're my things, and it made me feel better and learn to go through this pain that I was carrying.
Yeah. Can I say this? And you can co-sign, you can tell me, Judge, you stick to your field. It's not that you feel better, it's that you feel nothing. That you stop the anxiety by engaging in other activities. I mean, liquor or anything is a momentary, it shuts down the anxiety, it shuts down the fear, it shuts down the pain, it shuts down the abandonment, but you don't feel better, you're just momentarily walled off from it. Am I right or am I wrong?
Absolutely, it's a numbing.
I might agree with that then, Judge, for momentarily.
Here's what I want to say, Ms. Triplett. I want you to get married. I want you to marry him. Because you put on here, on your compatibility test, I asked everybody, are you sexually attracted to your partner? You put the biggest yes I've ever seen in my life. It was about this tall. She had all these exclamations. I want you to get that good thing on the regular.
Yeah.
So we're going to deal with this so we can get you to that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Triplett?
Yes, Judge.
I know what you want him for, because you already told me, but give me 2 other qualities you love about Mr. Freeman.
Well, what I love about Mr. Freeman is he's very, very respectful and kind around my child. That's most definitely a plus. Us women today, the single parents, we need a good man that's very, very respectful around our children.
Give me 3 things you love about Ms. Triplett.
His smile.
No, I'm talking to him. You're so excited to be with him, you can't even stop. Go ahead.
She beat me to it. I love her smile, Judge.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
What else?
I love her loving heart. You know what I'm saying? She's cares about everyone. You know what I'm saying? And I love her loving her stuff. But I hate it, though. It gotta go.
Let me tell you what made me do my happy dance.
Yes, sir.
When I asked you to tell me 5 things was wrong with them, you told me 5 things that were right with them. You couldn't do it.
Yes.
Then you put a couple of things that were wrong that you had to think of because you love him so much. I just got excited about that. And Mr. Freeman, other than falling out at the gas station and jumping out of the closet and scaring the woman half to death, I like you. I like how you like her. I like how much she likes you back. I think the love that you 2 have for each other is a wonderful, fabulous, dynamite thing. I think that whatever issues you have with respect to the gambling and the hoarding, you need to take the time. You got money. $3,000, 1 gambling month, just 1, and put that aside for some marriage counseling so we can find out where the hurt is, where the weak is, so you can deal with it and not mask it. And then go ahead, get that woman and walk down the aisle. This matter is adjourned.
You know what? I want to marry this man, so I guess I will eliminate some of my stuff that I very, very love because I love him more than my things. That's what I learned today when I was in the judge.
And me just letting go of all the stuff, I don't care about the stuff anymore, you know what I'm saying? I love her, you know what I'm saying? No matter what, I'm gonna be with her, no matter what.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court today to try to save my relationship with my fiance and try to move forward with our family. Terrence, I want you to know the biggest concern that I have right now is the trust and abandonment issue.
The biggest issues that I have with Latrice is her anger and her lack of respect towards me.
I would love the judge to help me with making sure that if we do decide to get married, that this is the right decision.
I want the judge to tell Latrice, you need to grow up and treat me as your future husband and show me more respect.
In order for us to be able to walk down the aisle together, we have things that we need to work on.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Latrice Ben and Terrence Sharp. Ms. Ben and Mr. Sharp, you have been together for 3 years. You've been engaged for 8 months. You have one child together who's 1 year old. You're here on the Before the Vows. You love each other, but you're just not quite sure you can make it work, so you've come to me for my advice. Ms. Ben, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we ended up here today?
Well, Your Honor, today we're here to see if we do need to be married or not.
Okay. What are the problems? What's the main problem that you see?
The main problem that I have is trust and abandonment issues with Terrence. When I was 7 months pregnant, Terrence abandoned me in Austin, and how that came about was my family.
I'll let you speak. Go ahead.
My family came from out of town, so I traveled with them, and Terrence promised me and my family that he would be coming to pick me up. Towards the end of the weekend, I'm calling Terrence to let him know, hey, I'm ready to go. The weekend's over with. You told me you were going to come get me. He immediately, oh, I can't come. My tags are expired. I have outstanding tickets in Waco.
They were.
At this point,
Do you think he was lying, or do you think he was just jammed up?
At this point, I believe it was just excuses, because how can you sit here and promise me that you were going to pick me up?
Man had no business on the road. And I know he promised you, and I know you felt bad because he didn't show up. But the law is the law. You know, you got to take care of your situation before you get out on the road. Your tags got to be right. You got to take care of your tickets.
And you're completely right, but he didn't tell me this until it was time for me to pick me up.
That's something he knew all along, and he could have told you and didn't have to promise you. Mr. Sharp, what do you have to say about that?
She's been knowing that this whole time, Your Honor. And she knew my tags was out.
Car stuff. That's something that you don't need to have a problem with.
You're right.
What do you think the biggest problem in your relationship is?
I think it's her anger.
Give me a story about her anger.
For instance, we was on a flight from the board here, and she went to, I would say, the people before the gate, like, to ask questions.
Right.
I thought she was going to ask the lady a question. And she was giving her the tickets, and the lady was like, what's your question? And she said, oh, I thought you needed the tickets. And she was like, no. And she was looking at me because she thought I was giggling and siding with the lady because she didn't have a question for her.
He was.
And so as we walked off to go sit down, she threw the tickets on the ground. And I'm looking like, man, did she just do that? And then this guy just looking at me like, what you gonna do, man? You gonna pick him up or not? You gonna pick him up or not? I'm like, man. So I tried to put the suitcase in front of me and grab the tickets, you know, and try to, you know, hurry up and sit down. But yeah, it's her
Did you get hot?
Yes,
at the airport about a misunderstanding?
No, so it wasn't necessarily that. You know, he's following me. You're standing beside me. You see where I'm walking. Why aren't you asking me what I'm doing? And then I get up there, and the woman is looking at me like, what are you doing up here? Why are you handing me the tickets? And he's laughing. He made me feel like I was dumb for going up there. Like, you're laughing with the woman. Like, she's looking at me like
I don't think the woman was laughing at you.
She was.
She wasn't laughing. See, that's another problem. She thinks everybody is after her if they don't side with her. It's like she always...
Give me another example.
Okay, the day before that. We were moving in the midst of moving, right?
Right.
And, you know, I got the U-Haul, but I have to have the U-Haul back at a certain time. So I tell her, Latrice, I need you to take me back up to the U-Haul. She was like, can't you see I'm unpacking things? I'm like, that can wait. No, I'm unpacking. You just gonna have to wait, or you just gonna have to get a fine. I'm like, I'm not finna get fined for this, man. And so, you know, luckily my stepfather, he took me.
Wait. Ms. Benton, are you hot-headed? Do you get angry a little bit every day?
I wouldn't say I was angry. It was more so of, we have a son. So I had already went to pick him up. So I was making him a bottle of milk. I wasn't unpacking. I was looking through the boxes to see where his bottle was. So it wasn't more so of an issue with taking him there because I knew I had to.
But did you get irritated?
I was irritated because I'm trying to give your son a bottle of milk to make sure he's okay before I go, and you're rushing me. I know what we need to do. Give me time.
I never rush.
You are rushing me.
She rushes me all
Rushing
the
me.
time. She rushes me all
You are so beautiful.
Thank you.
And I wish you felt beautiful too. And sometimes when people are always thinking, you know, that the agent was laughing at her and I was irritated because he wanted me to stop. I mean, this is 48 hours. I think there's a sense of vulnerability there when you get that angry about such little things so frequently. And I think you don't believe in your own value. So you got your dukes ups all the time, ready to spar somebody because they calling me stupid. They're calling me dumb. Pop, pop, pop. You know, I'm going to hit them before they hit me. Did I get it?
I be dancing like Sugar Ray Leonard all the
Yeah.
time.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
Aren't you tired?
I am.
It's exhausting to live like that.
It is.
It's like a soldier on guard duty all the time. And people are always throwing incoming at you. And you can't.
Yeah.
And the problem is, when you can't, he can't either.
Literally.
So I'm going to come back to that a little bit later. But I want you to tell me, in your own words, Ms. Ben, why you don't feel appreciated.
I felt alone. And going through that, as a woman, you fall in a state of depression. So it's not easy to deal with.
Mr. Sharp, what is your response to that? Do you feel that you were supportive? So, Ms. Ben, why do you say you don't feel appreciated in your relationship?
I don't feel appreciated because at my job, the only thing constant is change. So it's been times where I'll work 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Or I'll work 10-hour shifts.
Right.
So it's been times I'll come home. Terrence has EJ, that's our son, and I'll walk into the living room. It's a trashed. EJ has toys everywhere. Pillows.
It's the hot mess.
Everywhere. I can't even put my things down. Oh, can you go ahead and feed him? Can you change him? He needs to be changed. Go ahead and wash the dishes.
Judge.
I'll do all of that. I'll do all of it.
I got you. What's your response to that?
She gets home late, right?
Yeah.
When she gets home, for the most part, he's asleep. And I do the dishes. And when I do the dishes, she complains and say, oh, they're all dirty, and throws them right back in the sink. So,
all right. I want to go on to a more serious issue. Ms. Ben, you say you had a miscarriage, and I'm so sorry to hear that, but you say that Mr. Sharp was not supportive during that process. Why don't you tell me about that?
During the time of the miscarriage, we just up and left. You know, it's an emergency. So we went to the emergency room, and I'm sorry.
Take your time.
During that time, you know, of course, our son is tired. He's woken up in the middle of the night.
Right.
Thank you. He's woken up in the middle of the night, so of course he's sleepy. Terrence left while I was in the emergency bed to go take him to daycare, I believe. But still at the same time, it wouldn't have mattered because I stayed home. So I felt like, well, you're worried about taking him to daycare. Do you not understand what I'm going through right now? Like, I was only a month pregnant and everything was fine. So for me to just sit here and have, you know, what we're going through, I've never dealt with this before. He wasn't supportive afterwards. He didn't come for me, didn't ask if I was okay. I felt alone. And going through that, as a woman, you fall in a state of depression. So it's not easy to deal with. I still deal with it, you know. It comes about every so often, but I'm handling it better than
you did.
Than I was before.
Mr. Sharp, what is your response to that? Do you feel that you were supportive?
I took our son to daycare so I can tend to her needs. When I took him to daycare, I picked her up from the hospital and I made sure, you know, she got up the stairs and I set her down and I asked her, what do you need? I went to go pick up her medicine and I got her food. I believe I took the whole day off just to tend to her needs, you know.
What did he need to do that he didn't do?
He just wasn't asking me if I'm okay, really comforting me. I don't want to have to tell you what to do. If you see that I'm upset and I'm not myself, hold me. You know, talk to me, kiss on, love on me. You didn't do any of that. You didn't seem like you really understood what. No, you don't. What I was going through.
Can I say this to the both? Can I say this to you, to the both of you? Having a miscarriage, having a baby, being pregnant involves these like ginormous changes in hormone levels, and it causes you to be very upset and very emotional. And to some extent, dudes just don't get it. They try, but they usually don't hit the mark as far as the support is concerned. You got to be able to verbalize, even when you're in pain, like you need to hold me, need to talk to me, something. You need to tell them.
And I can't read her mind.
You know what I'm saying? And I know it's not, you know, they shouldn't. You should know that they don't.
Right.
And I think something horrible happened to you, and he's an easier target than the amorphousness of having lost a child. You know what I mean? Because he sounded like he showed up.
He showed up, but it was not during the time where it was more, you know, when they have to do everything that they need to do. He wasn't, you know,
But he had to take the one-year-old in, right?
Exactly. And, you know, that was my first time having a loss and having to deal with that myself. And, you know, I'm not the perfect man. I can't just understand everything, you know. I thought I was doing everything right. I was sitting there.
You were trying.
Yeah, I was sitting there the whole time. I took the whole day off just to tend to her. And about when it was time to go pick up our son, I made sure she was okay to go pick him up.
Yeah. I think a lot of men and women miss each other on that one. I think a lot of people do. Now we're going to turn to another topic. I want to talk about the clash of cultures, you being Hispanic and you being black, and how you two aren't getting along on that particular issue. I understand you have taken her to church.
Right.
And Ms. Ben, you didn't like that church.
No, I didn't.
Why don't you tell me what kind of experience you had in, I assume, a black church? Do you think your relationship can survive the loss of a baby? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I understand you have taken her to church.
Right.
And Ms. Ben, you didn't like that church.
No, I didn't.
Why don't you tell me what kind of experience you had in, I assume, a black church? Right?
Yes, it is.
AME, Baptist?
Oh, it's Baptist.
Baptist, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe this was probably on Father's Day, the day we went to church. Coming from a smaller church, I like to be interactive with everyone. You know, I like to be able to know everyone. It was overwhelming. It was a lot of people.
Right.
I was being bum rushed and everything.
They weren't bum rushing at church. You tend to take in anything that you're not familiar with as negative. You know? There's a lot of love and a lot of loud and a lot of pop at the Black Baptist Church, but ain't nobody bum rushing unless they're passing the basket.
Well, they were moving really fast at a fast pace.
Y'all been there, yeah. Go ahead.
When we got there, I like to be able to listen to the word, actually feel the spirit, you know. I like to be into it. The way that the pastor was preaching, I felt like this isn't right. You know, he was calling himself God. And I'm like, what? I'm not going to give an offering to a man who is referring to himself as God. I don't believe in that.
I think he was basically saying he was, you know, getting the word
Give
from
your
God.
money to God. That's what he was saying.
He said what?
Give your money to God, referring to himself. That's what he was saying.
No, that's not what he was saying.
That's what he was saying.
I think you misinterpret stuff a lot.
Oh, I remember.
The lady at the thing, okay. Mr. Sharp, you say that Ms. Ben does not embrace her own race. Tell me about that.
For example, we go over my mom and my stepfather's house. Mostly on Sundays. Lately, she hasn't been going because she's been working on Sundays or whatever, so it'd just be me and my son. my stepfather loves to cook.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he's Southern, you know, so he cooks a lot of, you know, soul food. And so I always think of Latrice. I bring her a plate home when she gets home. And when she gets the plate, she looks at me and she's like, I don't want none of this. I'm like, what's wrong? I don't eat black people food. That's what she said. I don't eat black people food. It's too greasy.
That's not what
I'm like, seriously? Fried chicken? You know, it's chicken. You got to use grease to cook fried chicken.
Right.
You know?
Right. Miss Ben, do you talk about black people food?
No, that's not how you definitely took that out of context. I'm half Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
So I was raised around my Hispanic family. My mother is Hispanic. My father is Hispanic.
I got that. Okay.
So I'm used to eating Mexican food.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I'm used. That's what I grew up on. So when I moved out here with him and living with his family, and I had to, what is this? I don't know what this is. Like, I've never had this before. It looks different to me. So
no,
I don't.
I don't know. But does she complain about it? I don't understand the problem. You go into a different house.
Like
I eat it.
Like we living in Italy or something. Like it's so foreign. Like she eating sushi or something. Like it's a cuisine from France or something. I'm like, lady, it's fried chicken and fries.
It's not that deep.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not that deep. You guys got a kid together. You love each other tremendously. I'm going to try to get you over the hurdle. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner refused to attend your church? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You are beautiful. You are intelligent. You are capable. You are strong. You have yourself a handsome, working, strong, goal-oriented man who loves you 2 pieces and is a little bit fine. You have so much, but you're a dark seeker. You've got all these rays of beautiful light shining all around you. And in the midst of all of this glowing and coruscating light, you look for the sliver of dark. And once you find it, you stay on it. And you say, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. And you get angrier and angrier and angrier. No woman at the stand was laughing at me because I asked her, what do you mean I gotta go to the U-Haul right now when you're moving in a house with a man with your baby? See? You gotta stop getting stuck on the little bit that's wrong so you can see all that's right. You can be happy every day. Look for the light, and you might need to go see somebody because it's usually a self-esteem issue. You don't feel good about yourself, so everything that goes wrong speaks to your center and yourself. This brother loves you. Don't dark him away. Stay strong. Stay centered. Help her out with this. I think you are a great dude. Just a great dude. You see what I see, right? And you see what I see? I want you to be happy. Because you got everything in the world to be happy about.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't miss it looking for the dark, okay? Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
What do you walk away with today? What's some advice that you're going to take with you and move forward to make this work?
I'm definitely going to, try to better myself and stop looking for the negative in everything.
I can, just say encouraging words. I'm going to have to start applying more of that to our daily.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on Divorce Court today because Jamar's drinking is absolutely running me ragged. I can't do it anymore.
There are some things that I've done in the past. My alcohol abuse has kind of come in between us, but she also has an alcohol issue as well. If you're gonna hold me to a standard, you can't be a hypocrite.
I want the judge to tell Jamar that he's gonna lose something really special if he can't just get it together.
I want the judge to tell Sari that you are an enabler. You do have a problem as well.
Jamar, I want you to stop the drinking. I just want you to be the man that I thought you were when I first met you.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sari Bohm and Jamar Adair. The two of you have been living together for a year and a half, though you've been together for 2 years. You're having difficulty in your relationship, so you've come to see me. Ms. Bohm, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in divorce court today?
So I'm here because Jamar has kind of a drinking problem. I feel like it's really taken a toll on our relationship. All the problems that we have stem from the alcohol.
Okay. When did you first discern that Mr. Adair might have a drinking problem?
In the very beginning, I couldn't tell because everybody kind of likes to drink. Like, he likes to drink. I'm like, okay, that's not a problem. But about 6 months into our relationship, I had planned like a birthday dinner for him, made the reservation, I was all cute, I made some little handmade gifts, it was just so thoughtful, and he didn't show up. It was like 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, he did not show up. And didn't hear from him until the next day, found out that he got too drunk with his friends, passed out, and just didn't come out.
Mr. Adair, did you get too drunk to show up at your own birthday party?
Yeah, I intended to come.
Right.
That was the plan. Right. I did do a little bit much that night, and had a few drinks and got a little carried away that night. I have to admit that. Yeah.
Is that unusual?
Meaning, is it unusual as in, is that irregular or irregular
Well,
behavior?
yeah, is it unusual for you to get so drunk that you don't show up?
It's a rarity for me to get that far, get that drunk.
Okay. Ms. Bone, why don't you give me other examples of instances that demonstrates that he does, in fact, have a problem with alcohol?
A month after that, I had been texting him, and he told me he was going out with his friends. I'm like, okay, be safe, whatever. Didn't hear from him for the majority of the night. I got really worried. Like, I thought that something really bad happened. Found out that he got, like, a DUI. He lost his car. And then about 2 months after that, he moved in with me. And I kind of started noticing, like, he wasn't getting up on time. He was, like, not showing up to work some days because he was too hungover. And so I realized, like, okay, maybe this is a little more severe than I thought. One night, I came home from work about 5 o'clock, and he was working overnights. He was supposed to work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And he was passed out, like, still in his clothes, from the night before at work. And I had to, like, shake him. I was like, get up. Like, you got to go to work. Come on, get up. And as soon as he woke up, he was still, like, drunk. He was calling me out of my name. He was just sloppy. And it might come as a surprise, but he didn't get to work on time. He got fired, didn't have a job for a month. You know, I had to kind of support everything. So
were you living together at that time?
Yes.
Mr. Adair, did all that happen?
That is partially correct.
Okay, you give it to me correctly.
There's a thing that she's leaving out. She's an enabler as well.
All right.
I do have the drinking problem, which I'll admit, and I didn't realize it until the situation as far as losing jobs and things like that. But if you are getting off work at 3 a.m. as a bartender, and you have to go out after you get off work and have a couple drinks, get home at 8 in the morning, and expect to hold me to the same standard.
But this story, we're talking about stories where I'm at work, so I'm not there. I come home.
Well, how is that enabling you, though? She's just
Right.
going out drinking. She's not bringing it home. So how does that enable you?
Well, that's another aspect of it. There are times when she'll have some friends, just for instance, maybe a month or so ago, had some friends come from out of town. The alcoholic is at home, minding his business, not being an alcoholic. And she brings some alcohol home with some friends. I mean, if that's not enabling.
But what do I tell you, though? I tell you, hey, don't feel obligated to kick it with us. Like, you can go to sleep. We'll be quiet.
Well, now, wait a minute. That's like saying, you know, you got a drug addict in here. Hey, I got some drugs here, but don't feel obligated.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Does it?
No, but...
Do you believe he's an alcoholic?
I do, yeah.
What does that mean?
It means that he has an addiction to alcohol.
And he can't control it.
He's
not
low
in charge of
functioning.
his body.
Yeah.
The booze is. So why would you bring something that dictates to him what he should do into his environment.
That's valid. I mean, I shouldn't do that, but it was only like 1 or 2 times that that happened. The majority of the issue is like when he's on his own time, like when he has
That's when
full
he truly
control
gets
over
lit.
his choices. Exactly. Like if he's coming home from work, sometimes he'll pick up like some beers and come home and drink until he passes out. That's not me. That's his own choices that he's making.
Mr. Adair, you do understand that that's between you and your addiction and not a function of what she's doing.
I do understand, and a lot of the reasons why I do drink is because of the stresses. You know, I have a daughter and things like that, and the fact that
How does that drive you to drink?
Well, you know, just a lot of responsibility. It was a situation that was kind of unexpected. I slept with someone early on before Sari and I started seeing each other, and that whole process, the stress of finding out that there was a child in the picture and all that good stuff just makes you, sometimes you need just a little a reliever. You know, after you get off work, you may want to, you know, unplug, and sometimes I charge up a little bit when I unplug, if you know what I mean.
Now, I get you. I get you. Life is full of stress. I mean, everybody in here's got a story to tell. And I'm not saying that you don't have stress, and I'm not saying that you're not an alcoholic, and I'm not saying it's all your fault, but I'm saying that stress is a part of life.
And sometimes
You know
I
what I
think
mean?
that, I'm sorry to interrupt
Go ahead,
you, but
go ahead.
sometimes I think that he causes his own stress, you know?
How's
like
that?
There have been times where like one time I came home and the front door was not only unlocked, it was open. I come home and I'm like, what's going on? Like, Jamar's been home all night. Why is the front door open? Like, what's happening? I walk into our bedroom, and he's passed out on the bed, and he was, like, gray. Like, I thought he was dead. And it was scary. And I'm like, shaking him. I'm like, no, this cannot happen. You know, I was freaking out. And once I wake him up, he was angry that I woke him up out of his sleep. And I'm like, but you left the front door open and you're passed out and I thought you were dead. Like, how can you be mad at me right now? And so, like, these things compile on top of each other, and then he drinks because he's stressed about the fact that he drinks. And, like, you know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
yeah. No, it's a vicious cycle, and you can't get out of it. Mr. Adair, would you care to correct any of that, or
I mean, well, shit,
address it?
That is a true story. I mean, that did happen. But the thing is, like, I'm in a position where I'm going through some procedures, taking some treatment, taking some classes, and I have been more responsible lately. Granted, there are times where we all backslide a little bit, and I've had those instances. But there is a point to where she is also responsible for some of these things. And once we can come to level ground to not have alcohol be as big of a factor in our life, I think it'll be easier for both of us not to have the pressure of dealing with the substances and things like that.
Okay, well, we've talked about the alcohol for a while now. Now I want to turn the page and talk about why you believe Mr. Adair is cheating.
I knew he was texting this girl that he was friends with, but I woke up and he was gone. And I check on my phone, and I just see the little car
going away, yeah.
It's driving up into the boondocks, and I'm like, you're spending my money to take a ride to go see this girl at 1 in the morning.
So, Ms. Bohm, why do you believe Mr. Adair is cheating on you?
Because he has cheated in the past. We were early on in the relationship still. It was like 6 months into it. Probably
6 months
around
in.
the time where he was having a bunch of drinking problems. He was just doing a lot. And so one night I had like this weird dream, and he was in it, and it woke me up, and I was like, I just have a bad feeling. I don't know what's going on. Lo and behold, he texted me. He's like, hey, I have something to tell you. And I'm like, what could that be? Like, I already knew. And he's like, I went over to this girl's house. We didn't have sex, but like we did sexual things. And I'm like, wow, you know, like I understand that drinking can inebriate your judgment or whatever, but like the fact that he's done that before kind of makes me question stuff. And I'm pretty chill about things. Like, I'm okay with you having friends that are girls, you know, like I encourage that. Absolutely. Have friends of all kinds.
6 months in.
Yeah. And, like, there was another time that I woke up in the middle of the night. I knew he was texting this girl that he was friends with, and I was cool with it. Like, I didn't have any reason to be, like, weird about it. But I woke up, and he was gone. And I check on my phone, and I just see the little car
going away, yeah.
It's driving up into the boondocks. And I'm like, you're spending my money to take a ride to go see this girl at 1 in the morning. And then he comes back at, like, 6 a.m. saying they didn't do anything. I'm like...
Can you tell me about this young lady?
So the situation that she's referring to, when I made a mistake, had an intimate encounter with...
a young lady?
Yeah, a young lady that I know. that was something that before Sari and I had some relationships with people that weren't as healthy. So I was in a position to where I was kind of like still not fully invested, but still trying to like show some consistency, and I was being inconsistent. So, and my mind wasn't fully committed. So that
he couldn't decide.
That happened because I was the state of mind I was in. I wasn't really fully invested. That was a mistake. Now, the situation with the girl, it was her money that I did spend to get the ride. And I did go over to the young lady's house, friends. You know, nothing happened. But I'm not cheating. I can guarantee you that I'm not cheating.
Knowingly.
I'm not
when
cheating.
you get inebriated, you're not quite sure what exactly goes down,
I've only had like maybe 2 instances where I've been inebriated beyond like being able to remember. But these particular situations, like, I'm together enough to be able to know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to move on to the next subject. You say that, you know, not only is he drinking, not only do I think he's, you know, ride sharing about to see other women, that the sex life at home has slowed to nothing.
I got some lingerie. It was like lacy and, you know, the cheeks was out. And he walks in the door and he's just like, oh, you look good, babe. And then, like, he went and grabbed a beer out of the fridge and plops down on the couch. I'm like, well, have sex with your beer then. See how that goes over for you.
Would you end a relationship if your partner got drunk multiple times a week? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, we have another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My wife reconnected with an old flame on social media. They haven't made any plans to meet up, but I fear it may happen. What should I do?
My answer to this question is my answer to most questions, which is stop and have a conversation. Don't wonder about it. Don't think what if. Sit her down and say, hey, this is going on. This is how I feel about it, and we need to talk. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. So tell me about your intimacy level. You say it's non-existent.
Yeah, we're just not on the same page at all. I feel like there's no passion there, and I think part of it is like I'm physically attracted to him, but it's hard to be attracted to somebody when they can't even get up for work on time. Like, I'm like, how can I get that passionate, emotional feel when, like, it's just sloppy?
He's an ongoing sloppy problem.
Yeah. But I've tried to bring the sexy back a little bit. You know, one time I made like a special trip after work. I got some lingerie. It was like lacy and, you know, the cheeks was out and, you know, like I was ready. So he walks in the door and he's just like, oh, you look good, babe. And I'm like, I look good? That's it? Like, I look good? That's it. And then, like, he went and grabbed a beer out of the fridge and plops down on the couch. I'm like, well, have sex with your beer then. See how that goes over for you.
Mr. Adair, do you recall that circumstance?
I do recall that circumstance, but here's the thing, like, we all have needs, of course. We have a higher appetite sometimes for sex, a higher drive. So
she's not complaining about that.
I know, but see, the thing is with the mistakes that I've made, and sometimes she look at me as like, when I do make passes or I do try to be intimate, she kind of, you know, throws the cold shoulder, treats me like a bum sometimes. So when you decide that it's on your time, right, you're ready for me, so now I'm just supposed to give you what you, and it don't work like that, Judge. I'm sorry. So at that particular instance,
because she's refused you in the past, and now on this particular day, she decides she's ready.
When it's.
Do you understand why she's refused you in the past?
I do understand.
It's hard to be romantically involved with a guy who's just sloppy drunk. She's got to treat you like you're 5. You got to close the door for you. She got to wake you up. She finds you in the closet with your blankie. It's hard. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It makes sense.
It's not romantic. It's not an aphrodisiac. It doesn't make you say, not at all.
True.
Yeah.
True.
But I've tried. Like, I've tried. You know what I mean?
So has she refused sex for an extended period of time?
It's always, I'm not in the mood or I'm sleeping. She gives these excuses, and I'm like, okay, you know. And I take it as being, you know, that is what it is.
You still have concerns that he still has feelings for his ex, though, don't you?
Yes.
Why is that?
This was earlier on, too. We had like a little getaway weekend together. It was a great time. We were in the car, and there was just like an R&B station on or something, and I'm just looking out the window. I'm like, that was such a good time. Like, wow, that was so fun. I look over, and he's sobbing. And I'm like, are you crying because you love me so much? Like, that has to be it. No, I asked him what was wrong, and he's like, I miss my best friend, bro. And I'm like, who's your best friend? Did something happen? Did somebody pass away? He's like, I miss my ex, bro. And I'm like...
He called you bro?
Well, like, just the way he was saying it. I don't know if he called me bro or what.
But it was a bro vibe.
It was like a bro vibe. Because he wanted me to be like, oh, it's going to be okay. She'll come back. Or something like that.
Did you whine to your new woman about missing your old woman?
It wasn't that dramatic. It wasn't that dramatic. You know, we listened to a song, and the song, you know, kind of took me to a place. And a couple tears went down, and she happened to look over when the tear had started.
Which it came on down.
So
just bad timing.
Yeah, it was just bad timing. I'd have, you know, it would have been just a done moment. But I wanted to be honest with her, and at that point, you know, I was feeling like I needed to be more invested in the relationship with her.
Okay. And I got you.
And it was just, you know.
I get it. I understand completely. And I got something to say. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner cried while reminiscing about their ex? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Hey, I am no expert on alcoholism, but I will say this. I don't think you can dabble yourself into a cure. I think you really have to commit yourself to it. That's number one. Number two, until you have committed yourself to a cure and stop drinking alcohol, you better put down the keys to that car. You have absolutely no right whatsoever to be behind the wheels of a car in a state of inebriation and putting us all at risk. None whatsoever. Ain't no joke, ain't nothing funny. No right. You got that part?
I hear you.
If you were my daughter, they would be pulling me off you right now. I'd be smacking you in the head. Listen, 6 months in, this cat's sloppy drunk, DUI, crying over his ex. Why is it that women don't know when to leave? You didn't have anything invested in him. You don't have kids together. I mean, is there a last free guy in your city? I don't know. But I just don't understand. There's nothing to recommend him. You know, you like him. He's cute. I don't know if he's good in bed or not. But you can get that anywhere.
Yeah.
Why commit your life to a person who is so addicted to his substance that he can't get up for work? Why stick it out when you've got nothing invested? I just don't understand that. I get woman after woman after woman coming in here, putting up with all kinds of... You could do bad all by you. I'd rather be alone. He comes in drunk, leaves the door open, somebody comes in and rapes you. What is that? He's not responsible. He's not caring for you. He's pointing at everybody but the cat in the mirror. Oh, there she's telling him she loves him. Now I'm just done. Do what you want to. But when you wake up 5 years from now and this stuff is all jacked up, remember I told you so, because I told you so. This matter is adjourned.
So you want to make this work?
I do. I believe in him, and I just want him to, I just want him to tap into the potential that I see.
What are you willing to do now in order to prove to her that, you know, you're there for her? She wants you, man. She's in love with you.
Simple as, you know, it's just being sober. That's what I need to do to continue, you know, the future with Sari. And that's hands down, it's done.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here at Divorce Court because I want a divorce from my husband. The biggest issue in my marriage is money. Marcus is cheap and I have to pay for everything and I'm tired of it.
When I first met Tiffany, she was this kind, loving, beautiful woman. Now, it's like I'm married to a whole different person and it scares me.
The last time we were here, Judge Toler ordered Marcus to pay more attention to me, take me on date night and everything. Marcus has done none of it.
I would like the judge to say to Tiffany that she needs to respect me.
Marcus, I want you to pay more attention to me. I want more intimacy. I just want more.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tiffany Jackson and Marcus Jackson. Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, you've been married for 5 years. You've been in this court before. I think, Mrs. Jackson, I told you to tone it down. I don't know if that happened or not, but I want you to turn around and take a look at what happened the last time you came to divorce court.
And then I saw him on social media last year. And I kind of sent him a message, and I said, "Are you single?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm single." And I said, "Well, I'm single now. And, you know, I wonder why we never got married back in the day." And he said, "I don't know. You know, we went our separate ways. You doing your own thing. You're at the club." And I said, "You know what? Let's get married next week."
An assertive woman.
Yes.
What happened since the last time we were here?
Well, since the last time we were here, I mean, I just feel like we're two totally different people. And I want a divorce now.
Okay. Give me some examples of what's gone wrong.
Well, when we first got married, you know, Marcus, like I said, he acted like he was in it to win it with me. We wanted the same things. We're going to travel and do all these things. And then he comes saying he wants kids. I don't even like kids. So I'm sorry, but I don't. And I ended up getting pregnant probably 2 years after we got married. Marcus was elated. I mean, he was rubbing my feet. I had more attention than I had ever seen from Marcus. He was a totally different man. But then I had a miscarriage, and when we go to the doctor tells us I had a miscarriage. It was very sad, but she started to discuss procedures with me that she may have to do. She may have to put me under, do a D&C, things like that.
Right.
And she asked Marcus, "Do you have any questions about your wife's procedure?" He goes, "Well, do I got to take off work for this?" Like, his only concern was himself.
Right.
You know, selfish.
And once the baby wasn't coming, the heck with you.
Right, I'm just another piece of furniture again.
Mr. Jackson, why don't you tell me your version of that event? What do you say happened?
Well, when she lost the baby, I was devastated. Actually, I mean, my heart broke into 1,000 pieces, and I disconnected from everything, from reality, from it all. And it's like the whole time we were arguing on the way home. It was
after the miscarriage?
After the miscarriage, and we were leaving the doctor's office, and on the way home, we were arguing about it, and it was like I was hearing what she was saying, but it sounded like me, and going in one ear and out the other because I was just so disconnected from reality at that point. I was that upset, and I just didn't want to lash out because it's pretty much not.
What do you have to say? I understand that he was upset. I was upset as well. But once again, it was about him. Yes, he's upset, but he should show some concern for his wife. And then there was another situation. Now, this was right after I had the miscarriage. A family member said that they had got in touch with his long-lost daughter. He hadn't seen her in over 10 years. And I knew about the daughter 18 years ago, and I just thought he lost touch with her. The mother moved away. Fine. We planned this whole reunion, but when I saw the daughter, I said, "Well, she doesn't really look like you. Are you sure this is your kid?" And, you know, he was kind of taken aback, but he kind of agreed with me that, yes, maybe we should do a DNA test. I paid for the DNA test. Lo and behold, she was not his daughter. So I feel like, yeah, he was devastated again. So I feel like maybe he resents me for taking his chance for him having kids twice. Here's the miscarriage, and here's the long-lost daughter that turned out not to be his. But I felt like I'm doing you a favor because she wasn't your kid.
Mr. Jackson, how did you feel? That's a lot of incoming. There's a whole lot going on. How did you feel about finding the daughter that ended up not being your daughter?
Well, it was a question that was pretty much plaguing my mind the entire time I'd known about her being born. It's like I went to, I was real excited to see her again because it had been so long. We got down there, you know, the whole reunion thing was great. It was Thanksgiving, and, you know, I was hoping that she would come clean and let me know something. But then when that didn't come about, that's when I decided, you know, well, yeah, we should go ahead and get this DNA test done and just find out for sure.
Did that cause any dissension between the two of you? Because basically, she did kind of do you a favor. You had this nagging problem in the back of your mind for years. She found her, and she encouraged you to find out that she wasn't your daughter. Was there any resentment between the two of you for that, or were you? Actually, no. It wasn't. I didn't resent her at all. You know, because I was actually more thankful for her. Yeah,
for doing that, you know.
Are are you exaggerating that, Mrs. Jackson? Because I find that hard to believe.
Marcus says that he was thankful, you know, for me helping him and, you know, aiding him in that process, but that's not the way he acts. His words and his actions don't match. So Marcus will say, oh, yes, thank you for doing such and such, but then I'm just another piece of furniture again. I'm just here. You know, like he doesn't show his appreciation toward me. You know, Marcus is a big cheapskate. Marcus doesn't take me out.
Now, we'll talk about that a little later, but let's put a period on this baby thing. Did you guys ever come to the resolution that clearly that you weren't going to have children? Or was it, well, we'll just leave it alone and we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it?
I came to the resolution we're not going to have children. I think in the back of his mind, he was thinking, well, you know, maybe I can get her pregnant.
Right. Well, you asked him to have a vasectomy, correct?
Yes, I did. I said, I feel like...
And he said...
You need to have a vasectomy. He said no, because what if I want to have kids one day? With who? Not with me. Because I don't want no kids, so who you going to have them with?
All right, I see where we are. Now I want to move on to the subject of, you brought it up. I got two things I want to talk about, finances and the lack of romance.
Marcus is not doing anything. He don't want to kiss, he don't want to hug, he don't want to touch. He want to go to sleep. So when Marcus leaves, I kind of have been going out with an ex of mine.
Were you aware of this?
Aware of the ex and the dates?
Yes.
Because we are not rich. Any large purchases, whether it is for your job or personal use, we need to discuss. That same tool that he's talking about, he bought, one wrench was $50. I went on this other website online, found one just like it, same size, $10. I'm sorry, I'm not in the business of giving away money.
Mr. Jackson, you say Mrs. Jackson's spending is out of control. Why don't you tell me why you say that?
Because ever since I started this new career, I'm on the road, weeks on end. I come home, I walk into the garage, and it's like I can't even get in the door because there's this box and that box and that box and this box. And it's like they're piled up over here before I even get inside the house. And when I asked her what's up with all the packages, where are they all coming from? And she was like, well, don't worry about it right now. That's just some stuff you need to put together while you're here.
Are you spending all the man's money while he's out trying to make it?
I mean, he's not doing anything else with me. I feel as though I should be able to buy whatever I want. Marcus is not there. When he does come home, he don't take me out on dates, so I take myself out and go shopping whenever I feel like it.
Ms. Jackson, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you ever feel that your delivery is somehow off-putting?
No.
And not endearing? And I don't think women should be shy, retiring, and quiet, because clearly that's not who I am. But there's a snap and a sharpness in your tone that, to me, would make it difficult to have a meaningful conversation. Did I get that right? Oh, he's scared to say yeah. This is terrible.
That's right. Well, I mean...
That's that other person.
That's that other person
we talked about in the last...
Yeah, that's that other person.
I feel like maybe I can come off a little bit softer, but the thing is, Your Honor, when I first approach Marcus with situations, I'll come to him, Marcus, can we do such and such? But the second time, if I come at you, I'm snapping.
Right.
Because you act like you didn't hear me the first time.
So, okay, Madam Snap. You talking about you not getting enough sex. Why don't you explain to me why you think that's happening?
When Marcus comes off the road, I expect Marcus to be all over me. I am sexy, okay? And Marcus is not doing anything. He don't want to kiss, he don't want to hug, he don't want to touch. He want to go to sleep. So when Marcus leaves, I kind of have been going out with an ex of mine, and we've been having dinner and having conversation, and I'm thinking maybe that's where I need to be.
Were you aware of this?
Aware of the ex and the dates?
Yes.
No, I was not.
But you know what ex she's talking about, right? Or do you not?
At first, I thought I did, but now that question's up in the air because the last ex that I've interacted with regarding her is now 6 feet under.
No, it's not him. It's someone else. So
okay,
it's none of your concern.
Okay, if it's someone else...
It's none of your concern. This is your husband. I don't care what he is or isn't doing. He seems like he's a nice guy working hard. You spending his money. He tired to get home, and then you mad because he won't jump on you, even though you all nasty and snappy with him.
I mean, I'm nasty and snappy, maybe because he's not jumping on me. Maybe if he put me to sleep, I wouldn't have time to jump on him. That's all I'm saying. Do your job.
I do my job.
Says you.
You got something you want to say? You feel the need to speak? You may.
I'm feeling some type of way right now, yeah. Because I'm out here on the road, weeks on end. I come home, I can't even get 5 minutes to myself without, put this together, put that together. Come on, and let's go out and do this. Let's go out and do that. Now, all of a sudden, it's you out there going on dates with somebody else?
What else am I supposed to do? When you come off the road, you don't take me nowhere. You don't do nothing with me. I don't care how long. It can be a week or 2 weeks off the road. Once you got your sufficient rest, once you put together everything I done bought while you was on the road, you have time to take me out on a date. We don't even go to a movie. Not even to dinner. And if we do go to dinner, I got to pay for it.
You got to pay for it because I paid the mortgage.
But hang on just a moment. I'm going to give Mr. Jackson an opportunity to collect himself and also to unburden himself should he feel the need.
Marcus knows whatever he won't do, another man will. So you should have known that I was going out and seeing someone else and having a good time. You're not taking me.
What should you do if your spouse wants children but you don't want to be a parent? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV.
When he moved in, he seems to think that he can still be the man he was before he got married. There's some things you need to change. You need to spend time with your wife. You need to help around the house. You need to help cook. You cannot sit there and play the video game for 8 hours straight.
Were you ever happy in this marriage with her?
Oh yes, there have been some good points.
How long has it been since it's been good?
About a year.
About a year. How long you been seeing this other guy?
About a year.
Don't you think he is owed at least a heads up about what you out there doing?
No, I don't feel he is, because I feel like Marcus knows whatever he won't do, another man will. So you should have known that I was going out and seeing someone else and having a good time. You're not taking me.
Are you sleeping with this guy?
Not yet. I'm sure he wants to, but I haven't taken it there yet.
Because you're a classy woman like that.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Jackson, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I'm still processing this right now, but if that's what she's gonna do, then you know, I don't see why we shouldn't proceed with the divorce.
I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
You don't feel at all obligated to at least apologize to a man who has worked hard for you for years, stayed faithful to you for years, has not had children as a function of the fact that you don't want to have children for years? Do you feel any need whatsoever? I mean, look deep down in the depths of your heart somewhere. If you got to get a microscope out, go find it. Don't you have anything that you would like to say to the man about what you've done?
I feel, you know, a little bit of remorse, a tiny bit. But to be honest, Marcus, I have always given this marriage more than you did. So honestly, you need to give me an apology. It's the only thing I have to say to him.
Well, when you put it like that...
Are you sure this other guy is going to be there when you get done?
I'm quite sure.
I mean, because the grass, it always looks greener, but sometimes when you get over there, popping those chops like you do, He may not enjoy it either.
I mean, I think that he'll be there because I'm the best thing that ever happened to him, just like I'm the best thing ever happened to Marcus. And that's really how I feel.
I see that's how you feel. I'm going to say a little bit about how you feel, and then I'm going to say something about how I think you should feel.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do after learning your spouse had been going on romantic dates with someone else? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back.
Let me explain to you what's about to happen to you. You are about to get inundated from the East Coast to the West Coast, from requests for women looking for a brother like you. I'm gonna get phone numbers. Can you hook me up? What's his email? What's his address? You be cool, you stay cool, because you're a kind dude, you're a handsome dude, you're a hard-working dude, you're a smart dude, you're a giving dude, you're a good dude, and you're a compromising and a self-sacrificing dude. And I'm telling you, you're gonna have them running 20 deep after you, and you deserve it. And another thing, I respect your response here because I know you didn't know what she was about to say. I respect your cool. You didn't get nasty. You didn't get rude. You got quiet because you didn't quite know how you felt about it, and you didn't want to come in correct because that's the kind of man you are. And hallelujah for you. I mean, hallelujah. I mean, if somebody wants to see what being a man is, they just need to look at you. Check that out. Take care of that business. I ain't gonna say what you look like up in here. Because my mother told me not to speak like that. But let me tell you what you've done. You've made the biggest mistake you've ever made in the world. You have lost a great man. And you're going to get out there and you're going to find this other guy that you chit-chatting up. He's going to get in the house with you and figure out how loud and obnoxious you are, and he's going to run for the hills. And let me tell you something. There are not a whole lot of extra brothers out there running around looking for a woman who has an attitude like yours, because they're everywhere. So what I would do is go home and sit down and realize what you lost, because you lost a great deal. More power to you, Mr. Jackson. You live well, live on. This matter is adjourned.
I think there's a lot of Divorce Court fans out there that are going to be lining up for you. What do we got? A Facebook, a Twitter, an Instagram? I'm giving you a shot right now.
MarcusRayJackson5@gmail.com.
There it is. I like Marcus.
Okay.
And I know Judge Lynn feels the same way.
Right.
So if there's anything left unsaid, I'm giving you a chance here.
I mean, the only thing I can say is now that I'm single, what are you doing later?
I'm going to have to respectfully decline. You know what? Yeah. I'm on Team Marcus.
After the show, Marcus and I really talked. We had heart-to-heart conversations, and we have decided to give our marriage another shot. Thank you so much, Divorce Court, for having us, and a special thank you to you, Judge Toler. Bye.
We have a case of role reversal today. It's the man who's trying to get the woman to commit, and he's not too proud to beg. He wants me to help convince her to say yes. But I'm not sure if that's the right answer. Let's get both sides of this love story.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Marquetta Dixon and Mark Moody. The two of you have been together for 7 years, engaged for 5, and somehow can't quite seem to get to the altar. So you've come to me on a before your vows. You took my compatibility test. And Ms. Dixon, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why you're here today?
I'm here today because the man that I love
Mark, I want him to communicate with me. I want him to show me that he loves me.
Give me some examples of the things that he does or does not do that makes you believe that he doesn't feel that way about you or is unable to communicate in a meaningful manner.
After the birth of our last child back in April of last year, I was diagnosed with postpartum depression and anxiety. There was an instance where I needed a medical procedure, and the insurance says, okay, you have to pay for this out of pocket. So I asked Mark to call the insurance to get it all squared away because this is something I needed to do. And he began to yell at me, saying, you know, you're a grown woman. I don't understand why you cannot talk on the phone with an important matter like this. You need to put on your big girl panties and you need to call them and you need to do this yourself.
Do you think he understood the postpartum part or no?
I don't think so.
Well, let's ask him. Mr. Moody. Mr. Moody, when she was going through the postpartum thing, did you understand what was happening? And did you have an idea what to do about it or not?
Not at first. You know, just like you said, after that incident, I did do some research. After I did that research, I understood. Right. I understood what she was going through.
Did you make the call to the insurance company?
I did, but we still didn't get it squared away.
But did it annoy you that she wouldn't do it herself?
It did, yeah.
And tell me why.
I just felt like, you know, just like she said, she's a grown woman. You know, this is your issue. You know, you need to call them and figure it out.
Did you know she had anxiety about, you know, problematic situations and talking about difficulties?
I did, but I ignored it. After I researched it, then I realized, you know, as time was going by, I looked back and I'm like, yeah, she really is going through this. So I'm like, okay, I need to change my ways and pay more attention to what she's going through.
Yeah. So. And can I just put this out here as a generalized statement? You know, when there's a weakness on one part, that's your job, is to fill it in. Why be married if your spouse can't step in where you're weak and handle something for you? You should have felt good, put on your Superman cape and fly in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
right.
like, you know, you call your husband and say, I can't do this, baby. I got it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it is. That's your Superman time. Okay.
Yeah.
You said at one point she doesn't listen to you, so why should you listen to her? And you gave an example about a disagreement with a coworker. Tell me about that.
I was talking to a coworker about something, and we had a disagreement. So I was like, okay, well, let me give Mark a call. So I called her, and she listened for a little bit, and all of a sudden, she was like, I have to do something. It was about 7:30. She goes to bed at 9 o'clock. She goes to bed. I think it's pretty early to go to bed at 9 o'clock. We get off the phone. I was like, okay, I'll call her back a little later. So I called her back at 9 o'clock. She answered the phone. Seemed like she was annoyed by it. And so I was like, okay, you know, you want me to talk to you, but when I call you, you sleep. And I feel like if you sleep, you know, if I want to talk to you about something, you need to talk to me.
She got children, 4,
yes.
2, and 1. Sleep.
Yeah.
I shoot somebody over my sleep when my children were that age. You know what I mean? Because she was exhausted. I'm just going to put that out there. Having said that, though, it does encourage them to share when you are responsive, when he shares with you. Did you feel that you at least gave him audience for a little while, even though it might have been difficult, that just a few moments of what's happening, how you doing, would have been a good way to handle that?
I believe so. Like you said, I have small children, and my day is long. My day starts most mornings at 4 a.m. because from 4 to, say, 5:30, that's the only time I have for myself. Him believing that I go to bed too early, I'm tired.
Yeah. I've been there, done that, you know. You know what I mean? I used to fall asleep with the bottle in the baby's mouth because it's just like that. I want to go on to something else. I understand Miss Dixon is doing some things on the phone on some dating sites because she says she's not getting what she wants at home, but I want to know what she's doing, why she's doing it, and whether or not that bothers you.
I ended up getting a hold of her phone. I looked through her phone, and she was on the app. I started going through the messages, and I noticed that she was talking to a guy, and she had some pictures. The conversation was going. She sent pictures to a guy in her underwear.
Mr. Moody, tell me what you caught her doing.
She cheated on me in the first couple of months we was together. I didn't find out until a year later. And this made me insecure about my relationship. And before this, I'd never been insecure about me being in a relationship at all. I never thought I would ever get cheated on. And so when I found out, you know, I ended up getting a hold of her phone. I looked through her phone, and she was on the app. I started going through the messages, and I noticed that she was talking to a guy, and she had some pictures. The conversation was going. She sent pictures to a guy in her underwear. And I'm like,
how long had you been together when you found that out?
That was about a year and a half.
Ms. Dixon, what were you doing? And why?
It was a year and a half after when he found out.
Yeah, it was a year and a half after.
So when me and Mr. Moody are 10 years apart. When we got together, I was not 21. I was 19, 20. And I can say at that time, I wasn't mature. I wasn't. I had never been into a serious relationship. And at the time, I was living on my own, you know? I was having fun, I was enjoying life. And at that time, which was 2 to 3 months when we first started dating, to me, it was not that serious.
You didn't feel it had solidified yet. You were just getting started, and you were
new.
But what you were solid though.
I was solid, but that wasn't the only time.
Explain it to me.
Okay, so a backstory of how our relationship goes. For the past 4 years, we don't have a relationship. We work opposite schedules to avoid having to pay the high cost of childcare. So I work during the day and he works overnight. And on the weekends, we're together, but it's mainly like, you know, with the children, doing things together with the children. So I'd asked him repeatedly for years to switch his schedule to where we can have a relationship. Because what I've been feeling like for the past couple of years is that we're roommates. And we exchange children. We don't have any relationship. We don't speak to one another. We don't go on dates. We're not romantic with each other. It's literally like he is a roommate. He's someone that I don't have a relationship with. And I feel like there's things that I want out of a relationship. There's things that I need. And I feel like he's not willing to meet me on those things, like communicating.
I got you, which leads me to an issue that I found in your paperwork, which was, what about the nature of the intimacy you do have and how you guys aren't necessarily on the same page with that sex issue? You used the term turbo style. Now, I want to know what turbo style is and why you don't like it. How do you keep busy schedules from ruining the intimacy in your relationship? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My boyfriend told me he thinks we should take a break from being in a committed relationship, but he still wants to hang out and go on dates from time to time. Should I agree to this?
Absolutely not. I do not understand this break business. If he wants to be with you, he needs to be with you. If he wants to go, he can go. If he wants to be your boyfriend, he needs to stay with you and act like a boyfriend. But if he doesn't want to do it all the time, he doesn't need to do it at all. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. I ain't gonna lie. You stopped me in my tracks. Because when you talked about how you're not on the same page with sex, you used the term turbo style. Now, I want to know what turbo style is and why you don't like it.
Before he dated me, he dated older women. And I'm in my 20s, and I feel like maybe he's accustomed to, you know, looser, you know.
I just believe she called us old women.
And
is that what y'all got? That's what I got. You ain't want to clean that up a little bit, Miss Dixon.
I feel like the reason I say that is because he's very rough. He doesn't take the time to finesse, to get me in the mood, to get things heated up. It's just straight to it. And it's painful. And then once we do get going, I express to him that we were doing the same thing over and over, and that he's just, switch it up a little. So what he would start to do is he'll do a move like 1, 2, 3, boom, switch. 1, 2, 3, boom, switch.
That's switching it up, right?
I don't think that's what she's meant, but I appreciate the fact that you were attempting to alter your game. Maybe we, alter your game to make her happy. You blew past a word that I thought was important when you're talking about sex. You said painful.
It's painful
because it's too soon.
Yes.
Do you know what we talking about here?
Now I do. Yeah. I mean, because we talked about it, so,
yeah.
I do.
If you're not completely ready, everything don't glide.
Yeah.
And when it don't glide, it don't feel good. And just for your information, we older women need that as well. we not turbo style. We need love and run up too. So don't get that twisted. Ms. Dixon, I believe that you're very mature and very intelligent. I want you to tell me why that guy is the one you want to spend the rest of your life with. Go.
I want to spend the rest of my life with you because I love you. I love the connection that we had when we first got together. It was fun. It was uplifting. It was new. It was exciting. And I know that you have the potential to do great. And I want to go on that ride with you.
Ms. Dixon, I'm gonna fuss at you a little bit. Right before the wedding date, you called it off. Why?
I was doing everything regards to the wedding. The date, the location, booking the flight, the hotel. I was doing everything, colors. And I had asked for his help on something, and it just made me realize, maybe he doesn't want to get married because he's been allowing me to...
Oh, Miss Dixon, stop right there. Let me clear that up for you, then I'm going to go to this man over here. He didn't want to do it because he ain't interested. He ain't interested in the colors and the location and the venue and the way. You know why he ain't interested? Because he's a dude. They don't sit around and dream about, should I have blush or should I have pink or should I have mauve? Don't care. They just want you to come home with them. That's it.
And with what he just said.
We just show up.
He said he was going to let me do everything. And he was going to show up.
Because it's your dream. They don't dream about the wedding and the gown and the grooming. They don't care. They just want you to come home with them.
I say that when he said that, it showed me how our entire relationship has been. He lets me do everything, and he just shows up at the end. I am the sole parent when it comes to our children. Parenting, cleaning, household duties.
I got you. You need more help.
I need help.
You need more help. Mr. Moody?
Yes.
Give me a 30-second sales job.
Well, first of all, you're beautiful. Since the first day I met you, and I love you. I love you back then. I still love you now. You're smart, intelligent, you gave me 3 beautiful children, and I just want to spend the rest of my life with you. I don't want nobody else but you. No one.
Oh, see there, he got it right. A+.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner wasn't participating in your day-to-day activities? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back.
Mr. Moody, I think you are head over heels in love with this woman. I think you are a good dude. I think you are kind, loving, mature, and all of that. What I'm going to ask you to do is don't do male mistake number 101A, which is allow a woman to suck up all of the duties at home. Right. If she's helping with the money, you need to help with the kids in the home.
Understand what I'm telling you? It don't make you less of a man. It gets you more sex because she's not as tired. That's all I'm just saying about that. All righty? Are you on that? Because did you hear what she said? I feel like I do everything and he just shows up.
Yes.
And it does. Women don't want much in that area. You take a couple of things off our plate, we straight. We're absolutely straight.
Okay.
You got it?
Yes.
You've got yourself one heck of a dude right here. And what men often need is direct instruction about what it is you need from them. Babe, I need you to take A, B, and C off my plate. Bam. That's how that works. Having said that, I'm going to say this. You got something you want to do?
Yes.
Hop to it.
I didn't do it right the first time. I want to tell you I love you. The first time I proposed to you, we was laying in bed, and the ring was in the closet. I got back in the bed and just handed you the ring and said, would you marry me? But now I want to do it the first time, the right way the second time. I love you. Like I said, you're beautiful. And I'm 10 years apart from you, and I learned a lot from you, especially by you being young. Just want to know, will you marry me?
I need for you to... I don't want to get married to someone that I don't feel like we have a relationship. There's things that I want from you that you're just not getting. I do want to marry you, but there's going to be steps that need to be taken. I need to feel loved. I need to feel wanted. I need the basic things in a relationship, and I don't get that from you. And
I'm here to tell you today, I promise to do that. I promise you to do that. This is the reason why we're here, because I want to fix this. I want it to work. We have 3 kids, and the cycle needs to end with parents being separated from their kids, living in different households.
Yeah, holler that one to the rooftops.
Especially.
Ms. Dixon, I want to say this to you. It ain't perfect, but it's workable. And if you want to go into marriage counseling right now, because that's what me and Big E did, so you can fix those things that you're not feeling that you're getting from him. First of all, I honor the fact that you said that. I honor the fact that you're not willing to take anything. I'm going to get you up off your knees. You're going to be all right there, brother. You know what I mean? I do think he loves you, but I think everything you need and want can be worked out in marriage counseling, and I would encourage you to get that first, okay? Good luck to both of you. Counseling and head toward the altar. You got 3 kids. You got to fight for it. This matter is adjourned.
So what's it going to take for him to get a yes? He wants a yes.
I need for him to show me that he loves me. The things that he was saying here today, he doesn't say at home. I don't get any emotion from him. And I want an emotional connection.
Today on Divorce Court.
I came to divorce court today because I want to get married and my boyfriend does not.
When we started dating, she had already been married twice by then. I don't want to be strike number 3. I want to get it right the first time. I've never been married.
I want the judge to help him understand that I am a very qualified future wife.
I want the judge to tell Wiz to don't rush this man and let him take his time and see if it's going to work out.
If I don't get married in the next 2 years, then I'm going to move on with my life.
Wiz, I want you to know that I'm not going to rush into anything. And if we are going to get married, then I'm going to take my time and do it right.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Wisda Robinson and James Williams. The two of you have been together for 18 months. This is a before the vows, and if Mr. Williams has his way, way before the vows. Ms. Robinson wants him to put a ring on it already. Mr. Williams, you have your reservations, so you've come here for my opinion. Ms. Robinson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why we're here?
Well, Judge Toler, we are here today because I would like to get married. I believe that I am a good catch. I mean, as you can see, I'm cute. And also,
you just said it.
And also, I feel like I am a boss as well as a queen. And queens don't marry peasants. They marry kings. And Mr. James, I believe he's a king. So therefore, I would like for us to look towards the future, but he does not believe in marriage. And
at all?
He does not believe in marriage at all.
That's not.
Let's ask him. Mr. Williams, do you not believe in marriage at all, or?
I just feel like marriages are not as successful as they should be or have been in years past. I just don't want to be another statistic.
Right.
Okay. And
that's some people's marriage.
Yeah.
Though.
And you would know about that because you've been married twice already.
Oh, we're going there already.
That's a legitimate concern. You've already been married twice. You're only 31. That would give anybody pause.
Well, Judge. Can I?
Go ahead, Ms. Robinson. Go ahead.
Okay. I was young. I was 19 when I first got married.
Okay.
So therefore, we make mistakes when we're younger.
Right.
Right. And then I was in my 20s still with my second marriage. I am now 31. I am more mature. I have made better decisions since then. I am about to finish my bachelor's degree. I am moving forward.
Right.
See, this one likes to stay in the past, and he's gonna always slap the past in your face.
Well, what about your past does he keep bringing up? It's just that you've been married twice before?
He brings up the fact that I've been married twice before and that I am not consistent. Is that the word you use, Mr. James?
He's not very consistent. Listen,
explain to me what you mean by that.
I've known Wisda for over 10 years now.
Okay.
We've been in a relationship about 18 months.
Right.
We've had periods. We've always had chemistry. We've always liked each other, but we've never really followed through with it until recently.
Gotcha.
Now, she's always reached out to me. When I was in a relationship, she reached out to me, but I wouldn't go there because I was...
Because you a good dude.
But you could have.
Hey, that's wonderful.
She's had, dust-ups with individuals she was in relationships with and reached out to me. And I was like, I don't think we should do nothing because, lo and behold, they got back with each other and, hit the pause button. So I'm like, I was right.
Are you trying to break relationships? Do you know what I mean?
See, here's the thing. He has always been that one that I've always wanted. We've always been strongly attracted to one another. Even when we were in college, we were both debaters. But we was always at each other's neck, but it was always strong chemistry there. Even our friends around us was like, y'all belong together. She the only one can handle you, and you the only one can handle her. And I need somebody with a backbone. Because I'm a bulldozer. You feel me?
Yeah, and I got a backbone. That's why you ain't finna push me off.
So let me get something clear. And I understand what you're saying about marriage, but are you open to the idea of it sometime in the future?
I'm not opposed to marriage.
Okay.
I'm just not going to rush into it.
There you go.
You can't, put a time frame on something, in my opinion, and rush me into it because
4 years?
I'm cautious.
1, 2, 3, 4? Like the number after 3?
This coming from a woman that got married after meeting somebody for, 2, 3 months?
I can't help it. I'm a good catch.
Ms. Robinson, let me ask you this. Are you ring hungry? There's some women, some women out there are ring hungry. They feel like that's always the prize. So they always have a reason why this next guy is the right guy. And that's why they get married a lot. Are you ring hungry?
That's not it. Judge, from day one, I told this man that we belong together. I told him that when I was 20. I was not ready then, but I always felt that and knew that we would be a power couple once we came together.
Okay.
And I am
You're
not
talking
ready
a
now.
lot of superlatives, and it worries me a little bit, and I'll talk to you about that in a minute. But are you worried? She just seemed kind of controlling and pushy.
She is.
Nothing wrong with it. I'm a pushy chick myself.
I know what I want.
But
Yeah, she used to having her way. You know, she's
so what are your other reservations about marrying her?
Well, other than the fact that marriages aren't very successful, you know, I'm currently trying to get on my feet, you know, from a financial, you know, perspective. I got student loans I'm paying. You know, I got a child that I'm paying support for. He's 14. You know, I don't want to, bring debt into a relationship, so to speak. She also...
Honey, relationship ain't nothing but debt.
I feel like
you
a
might
marriage
come
is
in
even
clean,
more.
but you don't go out that way. Get a little dirty. But anyway,
You know,
go ahead.
And she friendly too now. She can be flirtatious. So I don't like that.
Can I object?
No, you cannot.
Also, I feel like if I'm gonna do it, I've never been married. If I'm gonna do it, I want to do it right the first time.
Gotcha. I got you, which makes all the sense in the world. I also understand that you have some significant religious differences, and then I also want to get your mother's opinion. So we'll talk about that next.
She's really into the book, and I'll compromise. So I'm not opposed to, going to church once or twice a year with her, But, I don't I don't want to live there.
Mr. Williams, I'm going to start with you. You have religious differences with her. Why don't you explain the nature of them?
She thinks I'm an atheist, but I'm not an atheist.
Okay.
I'm more of a deist. I feel like God is more of a watchmaker than anything. I feel like once he gives you life, he has a hands-off approach.
Right.
Like, I feel like he's not just playing chess and just moving pieces around and pushing you in the right direction. I think you actually have to make things happen.
Right.
She's really into the book, and I'll compromise. So I'm not opposed to, going to church once or twice a year with her, But, I don't want to live there.
Ms. Robinson, are you deeply faithful, and do you find his hands-off approach to religion a problem?
Your Honor, I found it a big problem because I guess you could say I'm religious. I do love the Lord. I do. And I didn't know that apparently I was getting involved with the atheists. I mean, you mentioned Jesus and he sizzles.
I just said I'm not an atheist.
It bothers me that
Give me an example when that flares up in your life.
I recently purchased a few acres of land. That's huge for 31, okay? So I'm thinking Jesus, because I know he set that up. Because how many 31-year-olds you know own land? None.
Did Jesus buy the property?
So,
well, I did, but okay.
But you a boss like me. See, that's great minds think alike. Okay, so to me, I felt like God blessed me with that. So I thank Jesus for it. Guess what he says? This is what Albert Einstein has to say. Apparently, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with God. It's research. You did your research, and that's how you found out about the land, and you looked it up and everything like that. So it doesn't have to have anything to do with God. Can I thank Jesus?
Well, Jesus didn't Google the website that she found the land on.
Yeah, no, I got what you're saying. I got what you're saying.
I'm saying?
I'm gonna ask Ms. Jordan to come up and join us, please. And you move over just a little bit so you can mother can. How you doing? Now, Ms. Jordan, you've been married 4 times, correct?
Correct.
Now, it looks like your daughter's following in your footsteps a little bit. Can you tell me if you have any concerns about the way your daughter is approaching marriage and or this gentleman right here specifically?
Okay. First of all, I love him. He's an awesome guy, and I feel like they're very compatible. And Wiz does not want to follow in my footsteps. I mean, things happen, life happens.
Right.
And see, I feel like this, too, if he knew the reasoning why I've been married. See, he's never sat down to ask me.
Well, let me ask you, how come you were married 4 times?
Okay.
Then don't explain each one. We ain't got that kind of time.
I'm gonna make it quick. I promise you, I'll make it quick. Their father, which I have a son in the audience also, their father, we were married 16 years, okay? And then the second marriage, they couldn't deal with my success. And I believe God has blessed me to be at the place that I am. I'm an accountant. I run my own business. I have employees, And then the third marriage, he thought he was cuter than I was, and I just couldn't deal with it.
That's the problem. And the fourth one?
The fourth one, I'm still with at present.
Oh, okay. So you in the fourth marriage?
I'm in the fourth.
Making it work?
Yes.
Making it work?
Yes.
So the next thing I'm going to do, now that we got your pedigree down, and I can see you're an intelligent, thoughtful woman, I want to get your opinion on this union that we have in front of us now. Are you two living together now?
Basically, we are living together. He still has his apartment, but he stays at my house. I could
never do wife duties at girlfriend prices. Would you marry someone who's already been married and divorced twice before? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, we have another viewer's question for your judgment call. My fiance and my mom can't stand each other. My mom was a hard-working single mother who sacrificed so much to raise and educate me. I don't mind her visits and advice, but my fiance says she needs to stay out of our business. How can I get the two women I love to love one another?
You need to tell your boyfriend that he needs to sit down and have a talk with his mother. He's grown up. He's getting his own life. Mom needs to step back a little bit, and it's his job to tell her. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Now, Miss Jordan, I know you like him because your daughter has already said that. Do you have any concerns about their religious differences or the amount of time that he wants to wait?
I do. You know, it's a little like the saying people say, you know, why buy the cow if you're already getting the milk? And some.
Are you two living together now?
Basically, we are living together. He still has his apartment, but he stays at my house
most of the time.
Wash clothes. I could
never do wife duties at girlfriend prices. I don't care what you do. I do not believe in that. I mean, you know, if he gonna spend the night, whatever. But I no wash nothing that belong to him. None of that.
Thank you.
But Judge, I am there because she wants me there. Because I
get
go
that.
home.
I get that. I'm just talking to her. Got nothing to do with you. It's my general advice to women in general. Don't do wife duties on girlfriend prices.
Because it becomes this common law permanent marriage that they keep trying to make legitimate in society today.
Oh, who are you talking to? I'm on Divorce Court. I see it every day. I see it every day.
I don't agree with it. I don't.
All right. Ms. Jordan, thank you so much. I appreciate your input. You may go right ahead and have a seat. So what would get you across the altar, Mr. Williams? Just time?
Time. I have to feel comfortable with the situation. You know, like, I have my reservations, so, you know, I think if you're going to be considerate and know that it's not just you in the relationship and actually another person in it too, then they should have some type of say in it. I'm willing to compromise. I just ain't going to be rushed into nothing.
You're finna be 40.
And what does that mean?
I mean, how much time do you need?
Well, what is your time frame, Ms. Robinson? What
got 2 years?
He's got 2 years.
I don't respond with an ultimatum, so if that's what it is. That's what it is.
That's what it is. You know, I had a friend in college once who said to me, I can't believe all of the great women I walked by in college to get out here and find women that aren't nearly as great.
Wow.
He said that to me once. You know what I mean? We weren't romantically inclined. I was married. But it was like, when you find the right one, don't fool around and lose her. Fool around waiting.
She specifically said earlier that she wasn't ready. She wasn't ready. Well, I'm not ready now.
Right, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just putting that thought out into the cosmos for
I
you.
don't plan on losing her, but I'm not going to be.
I'm going to rush. I don't think you should be rushed. I think she's a little ring hungry myself. And I think that should not be a goal. You know, get married, because it's like I'm a success if I get married, and I'm not a success if I don't. My sister never got married. You know what I mean? She's a physician. She goes all over the world. She does whatever her wants. She had to put nobody through college. None of that. She's a happy camper. What?
But Your Honor, I want to get married. It's not a need.
You're on your third marriage at 31. There's something about that ring that blinds you. And you just got to make sure you're walking down the aisle with your eyes wide open. And I'm going to tell you what you need to be looking for when you do. Today's question sponsored by... What wifely benefit would you refuse to offer without a commitment to marriage? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I like all three of you. I'd invite you over to my house for a party.
Hello.
But I'm going to talk to you like I was her.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't make it easy for him not to want to make the move. And if you're doing all this wifey stuff, it makes it easy for him not to want to make the move. I never made a meal for my husband till after we were wed. And then he found out I couldn't cook.
Well, he found out
but don't do it. Number two, don't chase a ring. Chase your future. If he's the right guy, once you get to the future you're supposed to be, he'll be right behind you. Because that's how you're supposed to look at it. Mr. Williams, I like that you're not rushing. I like that, you're taking into consideration the fact you already have a child, the financial responsibilities and obligations that you have to that child, and how it'll impact your next marriage. I mean, you are looking good over there, Mr. Williams. And I like the fact that you are thoughtful, and that you are steady, and that you will not be rushed. But what I'm saying to you is, don't miss out being scared of the statistics. Because the statistics don't mean anything. It's you and her. Because my marriage ain't nothing like another marriage, ain't nothing like another marriage. And it only takes one right one. Okay? So don't be scared. Don't be in a hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep that fourth one. This matter is adjourned.
So Judge Lynn told you, no more wifely duties at girlfriend prices. What's your reaction to that?
He will be doing his own laundry from now on, and I will not be the help anymore. And that includes sex.
No more sex. You ready to buy the ring now?
Nah, I'll wait.
Judge, this is the case of House Car.
This couple was on the show several years ago. I remember them, now they're back, and I think we all should be worried.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with LaToya Ward and Devarius Greaves Brown. I remember the two of you distinctly. When you came before me before, you are back again. But before we get to why we're here this time, let's look at what happened last time. Explain to me why you want Mr. Brown to be a stay-at-home dad.
Because he need to see how it feel. I understand that it might not be a right thing because we both need to work. Mm-hmm. I understand that I might not make enough money. But it's just the point. I'm not quitting my job. He can go back to work, but I'm not quitting my job.
She want to go back now.
Your job as stay-at-home mom.
I quit that.
Oh, you quit that. Now you're working. And you want him to be a stay-at-home dad. Because...
I don't feel he's going to last long.
I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now. Ms. Ward, why don't you tell me what has happened since you last came to see me and why you're back again?
Because he is too lazy. This man need to go to work. I am tired of taking care of everybody. I have to do everything. Only thing he do is play with them dogs and be on social media. He help with the kids, but his main focus is them dogs and social media. He won't go get no job. The lady at my school, I work and go to school. One of the ladies at my school hooked him up with this lady. He had a job. He worked with this lady for like 3 weeks. He made $60. That is not gonna help me.
It was more than 60.
It was not. Mr. Greaves-Brown, did you work 3 weeks and make $60?
Yeah, in the first, as everybody know, when you get a job, the first 2-3 weeks of working, you don't get paid. So that first week, I worked 1 day. I got paid $60. For the next 2 weeks, my check ended up coming to $200. And my employer supposed to took out $40, but she didn't. She kept the 40, and then she added another hour on top of the hours I had because she knew the situation I was in. So that was the case.
I am thoroughly confused. I have absolutely no idea what happened to you, but at any rate, you didn't continue with that job.
No. Correct, because she told my manager that I wasn't working for her no more.
He is lying.
Did you call his job
No,
and
I
tell
did
him
not.
that he wasn't working
This is what he did. He
Good
said,
job.
babe, look, she only gave me $60. So I told him, and in front of her, I said, you got to be a fool to stay here and work with this lady and only make $60. This is barely going to put gas in our car. There's nobody in their right mind going to work 3 weeks and only get paid $60. And I don't work for you, and I would never work for anybody that's only going to pay me $60 because I have 5 kids. What is $60 going to do for me? Feed us, and then we're going to be broke again.
Right.
Made me quit.
And then...
So you did encourage him to quit?
Right.
That was his choice.
What you
I used me
That's what she told.
as an example. Myself will not work for anybody for $60.
She told the lady that for me, she's told the lady that I wasn't gonna work.
He's lazy. He just don't want to work. He wanna.
Well, did you try to get another job after you quit?
No, because she pick and choose jobs for me. Why would I go? Like she had.
Why don't you pick and choose?
I can't pick and choose when she picking and choosing for me. How do I expect?
No, Judge, don't listen to him. He's lying. Because it was another lady at my school. She has a connection at a place. Told him to go fill out the application. There was 2 jobs. He's still waiting on me to fill out the application.
Yeah,
Why do I
picking
gotta
and
fill out
choosing my
application? I
jobs.
work and go to school. I'm not gonna fill out an application for you when I'm not gonna be the one to get paid.
She picking and choosing my job. Each job I ever had.
He just don't wanna work. I bet if you ask him something about a dog, he'll do it.
Okay, you can't work. You can't work.
Well, I do seem to recall from those few years ago that you refused to allow him to work because you would keep going on his job because you thought he was treating with them about
I am begging him to get a job, and he will not do it.
It's still the same thing.
He is lying. He's always lying. All he needs is a job. That is the moral of the story. I want him to work.
How come you can't just go online or do whatever and get a job?
I do.
Why does she get involved?
Because she chooses to get involved. She chooses to get involved. I can't never work and then just
Judge, that is
do
not
what I need to do. She's controlling.
When I get up every morning and go to school, the first thing he goes, oh, you living your life. You going to school and go to work. Get out the car and come in and sign up. I'm not
I don't
stopping
want to
you.
go to school for what she going to school for. She never told me she wanted to go to school.
What do you want to do?
Breed dogs.
Breed
and that
dogs,
is not making no money.
And on top of breeding dogs, I want to train dogs. And it will make money because I could sell 1 dog for 50 grand.
Well, okay.
If I breed and train dogs.
But that's going to take
what
my
are you
money.
What are you doing in order to get that off the ground?
I'm trying to get it off the ground, but she won't let me get it off the ground.
Nothing at all. And he don't take care of the kids.
I can't tell my husband what to do. I can't tell him what job to go on. I can't tell him where to spend. You know, he wants this job. He's a grown man. I don't know what's up with you.
Of excuses. He said when school started back and the kids go to school, he was gonna go to a labor ready. Then when the school started back, his excuse now is that he can't leave me standing outside the school at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll be all right.
Let me explain,
I'm a big
Judge.
girl. I'll
Let
be
me
all right.
explain, okay? She doesn't have any driver license, first of all, Judge. I gotta drive this girl everywhere she needs to go. I gotta take the kids to school. So, again, when I get up in the morning, the kids need to be to school at 6:30, 7:30, or whatever in the morning, right? Okay? She needs to be to school at 9 o'clock. Okay? Then I gotta go pick up the 2 small kids at 1 something in the afternoon. Then I gotta go pick up the rest of the kids at 3 something. She get off of work at 9 o'clock at night, 8 o'clock at night.
Judge.
What time do I have in between that to get a job and work? When I gotta take you everywhere.
Now, Ms. Wardy's got a bit of a point there. He's doing a great deal at the house.
He still
But I'm
have a
lazy,
point,
Judge.
because
I'm
he
lazy
still
and
has
I
to
don't wanna
school
do
all
that.
day, from 9 o'clock to 8 o'clock. So between that time, he could have found a
What can I possibly do?
job.
What can I possibly do in that spare time? In 4 hours or 3 hours or so? What job can I possibly get? She have came back and have tried to actually run me over, or want to lock me out the car, or want to play around and stuff. So, like, that's provoking. You
Did you
either
try to
gonna
run
stick
him
or you're not
over?
gonna stick. Like.
You say that she does things to provoke you. Why don't you explain to me what you mean by that?
Yeah, she does stuff to provoke me. She tell me I ain't nothing, I'm lazy, like she doing now, I'm lazy, I don't want to work, I ain't doing this, I'm not doing that. But at the end of the day, I'm doing everything I possibly can, but you steady got me quitting jobs and stuff. But I'm lazy, though. So you're provoking me to actually... Sometimes I we'll be driving and I get out the vehicle and I walk away. It'll been times I walked away, called her, come get me, she'll come get me. And there been times that I walked off and she will leave me from wherever I'm at. She'll take the truck and leave. Knowing she ain't got license and none of that, she'll take the truck and go. And she have came back and have tried to actually run me over or want to lock me out the car or want to play around and stuff. So, like, that's provoking. You
Did you
either
try to
gonna
run
stick
him
or you're not
over?
gonna stick. Like,
So why would you get out the car,
to cool off, Judge.
storm off, walking,
To
and then
cool
expect
off.
for me to come and pick you up? You shouldn't have never got out the car. You
She
know,
parked
he
the
just
car,
said that I
Judge,
didn't
and I
have
got out
driver's
and
license.
walked around.
So why would you get out the car in the middle of the highway and then expect for me to sit right there in the middle of the highway? I'm gonna keep driving with all the rest of the cars.
That's the first
and
incident,
go
Judge.
somewhere
I'm talking about the
safe.
second incident, Judge.
Did you get out of the car when the car was on the highway and she doesn't have a driver's license?
Yes,
And
I
you
have.
left her in the highway with the kids in the car?
Yes, I have. Because I'm just that mad. I'm just that
It's
mad. And I
unfair.
tell her straight up, you could take the car, you could take the kids, you could take everything,
But she
everything.
doesn't
and
have
just
a
go.
license.
He don't care about
She
that.
doesn't
He
care,
even
Judge. She
he
don't
even
care.
yell at the kids
She
and
don't
say,
care.
"Go
Don't
with
you
your
care
mama."
about the kids?
I don't
Yes,
have
of
anything
course I
for
do.
you.
I'm
She
there.
the
More
boss.
than
You
what she
gotta
is.
get it from her when they ask him to buy them something to eat. If you get a job, then you'll have money to buy food for them.
Why don't you talk to me about you trying to help the girl who just had a baby?
Oh, yeah, that was another story. He got upset because there was this girl I met her on social media. She was homeless with 2 kids. And I felt really, really sorry for her. So I moved her in. He told me not to.
And she
but
don't miss you.
I'm just that type of person. I have kids,
Don't
and I
miss
never
you.
know where my kids
All
gonna
right.
end up. So I like to help people. And I let her move in. And when we left the house, he was gone. I left the house to go to school. When I came back, everything was gone. But
She don't want to
it
let
was
you be there. See,
still
if you listen to the
somebody.
man, maybe it'll work out.
You don't make good decisions, Ms.
No, she
Warren.
don't, Judge.
I remember you from
Judge.
last time. You were putting sugar in the gas tank.
Yes, Judge, yes.
You know,
Get her.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Grievous Brown. You're not
He need a job.
You left your kids in the car on a highway with no driver. Oh.
Yeah, I'm stupid because I'm with you.
No.
I listen to you, second of all. And I don't quit jobs,
You
third of
stupid,
all.
or am I stupid because I'm taking care of you? And then he want to have sex. How we gonna have sex if ain't no money? You can't get Niagara Falls without a paycheck.
That's first of all, sex is the least of my worries, okay? I think long term, she thinks short term. We two different people, okay? That's least of my, I don't care for that, you know? I got other responsibilities I need to be worried about besides sex. So,
what are they?
Long-term goals. I look
and
into
there are no
stuff.
quotes around sex.
Yes, it is. It surely is. It surely is.
I may be 60, but I'm not dead.
I look more into buying land, buying houses, you know, opening businesses and stuff like that. She's not legitimate mind frame. Her mind is not on that.
Well, what are you doing to make that kind of stuff happen? I mean, you can't do that.
I'm trying to get her in the process of doing stuff like that, but I can't because she wants to be controlling. She wants to control everything. I can't tell her, you know, okay, we need to eat like this or we need to do this. She always got a
Buying
plan
cheaper food
B.
is not going to get you started on a business.
And we can't buy that with only one person working.
Because he needs to get a job.
Yes.
And you're going to say, she won't let me get the job I want.
I just had a little, and she take my ID, she take my driver license, she got everything. She got control of my car insurance, everything.
She took your ID?
She has my ID, my driver license, my socials, she got control of everything. I don't even have none of that stuff
He told me to hold it.
Lies, Judge. She keeps my stuff. Just like she stay on my jobs and be all in the business, yes, she does that too.
Oh, let me tell you about the airport.
Okay, tell me about the airport.
It was some lady. She walked past and went there smiling. I don't know who she was. I don't care who she was.
A teacher of mine.
So she walked past and she was like, hi, how you doing? So he waved at her. I ain't paying no attention. So I'm standing there taking a picture. This lady holding a conversation with us, so I'm ignoring it. We get on the airplane. We walking past. She steady holding conversation. I looked at him and was like, bro, don't play with me. I need to tell sister don't play with me. Like, because you steady egging this on. Now, if that would have been me talking to a man, he would have made a big deal about it to me. He wouldn't have made a scene, but it would have started an argument later on in private.
You gonna do what you want to do.
Just like when I be on the phone with my classmates and I bust out laughing because something is funny, he'd be like, oh, what you laughing for? I want to laugh too. I'm not telling you nobody else's business, bruh. Like, if you go to school, you get a job, you meet friends, y'all have y'all little laughter. I can't be in those people's business because I don't know them.
Right.
And if somebody trusts me with something, I'm not going to share it with you.
Judge. I got a story, Judge.
Tell me the story.
Okay, the story is this. This is a story. We was driving down the street and it was a girl. It was a girl parked on the side of the road, right? Her car door was open, the passenger car door was open, back car doors was open, right? So the girl was chasing this guy down the street with the bat. She was chasing him and two kids. She was trying to run the kids over, everything. This one, I'm like, look, just go. We ain't got nothing to do with this. Ain't our business. We got nothing going on. Just go where we need to go at. Yeah. She busts a U-turn. Bust the U-turn, ride by past the dude. Oh, get in the car. Come on, come with us. I'm looking at her like, what? Get in the car.
Does she know this guy?
No, not from a can of paint, Judge.
This is what made me bust the U-turn. He was like, babe, turn around. I need to record this and put it on live. He went live on my Instagram.
I went live after.
He got out of the car.
Of course I got out of the car.
And was walking
After
behind these people, filming the people. So the little kids are the same age as my children. They're scared out their mind. The lady coming across the grass with the back chassis and the boy. So the kid, I opened up the door and told the kids to hurry up and get in the car. He's standing out there recording this, so why can't
Get in our car. Like, this is our business.
Kids if you record
this is not our business.
Let the lady beat you with a baseball bat.
What were you doing recording it?
I'm going to record. She's there already. She already there.
So you might as well go live.
I might as well record everything. I might as well I'm already there.
And then, when he do have the kids, he called me 50 times. I can be in class. He'll call me, oh, your kids ain't listening. Your kids doing this. Your kids doing that. I am at school. I'm trying to get an education. You need to deal with it. Aren't you a parent? Why you calling me?
I feel some kind of way. Because she always want me to chastise kids. Because, okay, I got 3.
Right.
Okay, the other 2 is not for me.
Right.
It's a boy and a girl. So I call and say, hey, da-da-da-da, the kid's doing such and such and such. And shit, don't call me. You need to take care. You the parent. Like,
Judge,
I feel some kind of way
Judge,
because
it's so bad
if
to
I
the
do
baby,
it,
the
and they go
3-year-old,
back
she
and
made
start
up a whole
talking,
song.
it's gonna be a problem.
Daddy stupid, daddy stupid,
And I felt stupid. I felt stupid because I listened to her. I quit jobs and everything else. Yeah, I'm stupid because I'm with you.
No.
And I listen to you, second of all. And I don't quit jobs,
You
third of all.
stupid or am I stupid because I'm taking care of you?
All right. No. I got some business to handle. You are suing him for $2,572, which is the value of the 2001 Chevy Tahoe, so she can get a fresh start. Tell me about why you want that.
Because if he not gonna get a job, then I'm just gonna take everything.
If she want it, let her have it. She can have it. And just go on about your life. I'm gonna live mine, you gonna live your child support ain't gonna stop me. I'm gonna still do what I need to do as a man, regardless of the situation.
But he won't do it now.
She doesn't even have a license.
That's okay. So what she gonna do with it?
That lets you know
she
he
gonna do
does
nothing but
not
sell
even
it,
care.
Judge, and blow the money. She can't keep $1 in her pocket.
I work.
She can't keep $1 in her pocket. So you gonna work the rest
If
of
I
your
take the
life
Tahoe-
to
if I
continue
make
to
him sell
work?
the Tahoe and give you the money and you don't have a license, how your kids gonna get to school?
I won't sell it.
But you can't drive it though.
I won't.
You can't drive it though.
I drive it everywhere. Last week I drove it to school.
See?
He don't say nothing
See?
because he be too lazy to get up to
now
take
you
me
see
to
what I'm
school.
talking about.
He wanna make me
Now you
late,
see.
so I don't go to school.
Lies. I take you to school.
Hey.
Boy, whatever.
Hey, if there was a window right here, I'd jump out of it.
I don't blame you.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I don't know why you came back to bother me. I thought everybody say, well, Lynn Toler was having a good day. Let's go and jack it up. So here we go. You don't want to jack up your kids, but you gonna jack me up. It's not
It's not fair. No, that's not right.
And now it's over. There will be no recovering this matter. It is so ordered.
He can't get a job.
So is this done?
Yeah, I'm done. Because he don't want to work, so I can't do this anymore. But once I get myself together, I might come back and look for you.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
She don't come back. Like she always do.
She said she's calling to look for me.
Hey.
So,
hey. Good luck. If she grab me, good luck.
Good luck to you. Judge, this is the case of no more drama.
Thanks, Nick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what's going on with these people. All I know is she's agitated, he's upset, and I gotta sit down and figure out why.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Latricia Clay and Raymond Baptiste. The two of you have been together on and off for 5 years. You do have one child together, and you both have children from other relationships. You two are in a relationship. That relationship is ending, and Ms. Clay, you want $1,040 for 2 months of transitional support. We're going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Clay, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because Raymond rather play the video games than play with me. I cook, I clean, I pay the bills. You know what he told me, Your Honor? We can only have sex on special occasions and birthdays and holidays. Look at me. I am your special occasion. Look at these controllers. Look, Your Honor, look. Here go your controllers. Play with me. I'm your game. Play with me. This your game right here. Play with me. I even have the video to show you of him. This is what he do 24/7 live. Look, this is him right here. This is what he do. Show that video. I'm tired, Your Honor. I'm done.
That's all you see.
This is all he do. I'm done. I'm tired. This is all he do.
Mr. Baptiste, your woman is upset.
I hear
Do
that.
you play video games as much as she claims?
First of all, Your Honor, I'm a man of faith.
Uh-huh.
And I'm a proud member of the Black Men Don't Cheat Club.
How you a man of faith? How
And I ain't got no
but
time
you got 2 kids
to be
out of wedlock.
sleeping around.
Okay, but he got 2 kids out of wedlock.
Why do I got 2 kids out of wedlock?
You remember Hurricane Harvey in Houston?
Why? Yeah,
Let me tell you, girl, we was flooded in. Guess what he was doing? What was he doing? Playing the game. I went live on YouTube. I see him playing the game. What the hell is a swindle nation? I'm tired. He's a grown-ass man playing a video game. That's what's wrong with society today. These men want to play video games and don't want to pay attention to what they supposed to pay attention. I cook, I clean. Any man will want me. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. Anything. Any man will want me. He complains that I cook too much. Who complains about a woman cooking too much, Your Honor?
Ms. Clay, thank you very much. Now, Mr. Baptiste, let me ask you this.
Please ask me.
Do you play a lot of video games?
Yes, I do.
And how many hours a day do you play?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I got this. I play about 7 hours, maybe.
A day?
Not every day.
Not every day.
Sometimes maybe 3.
Sometimes, but 3 to 7 a day. 3 to 7 a day. Do you work?
No, I don't work.
You don't work at all? No. You have no job?
I don't have no job.
Are you a good house husband?
I take all my bills paid. I pay all the bills. All the bills is paid.
Your Honor.
How do you pay the bills with no job?
He think he working. You know how you get subscribers.
Oh, you get veteran benefits. Hang on, let Mr. Baptiste talk. You get Ms. Clay. Ms. Clay, give me a minute. You get veterans benefits, right? Okay, and you're in school trying to get something together. Good for you. Right. Good for you. Now, are you contributing at home?
I contribute as much as I can. I do what I gotta do. Take care of the household. I take care of the children when they're there. I take care of them. You know what I mean? But she want me to be in a relationship and be her husband and all of this stuff. But I don't even see you. You be at the club. If you ain't at the club, you're at the bingo hall. If you ain't at the bingo hall, you in the upside down. I ain't got time for these stranger things, Your Honor.
Now, Ms. Clay, are you out and about on the town?
Disappearing and stuff.
Your Honor, let me tell you
disappearing
something, Your Honor.
I ain't got time.
Let me tell you
all she want to do is go to the club and shake her booty.
I got that. Are you going to the club and shaking your booty?
But you complain about a woman that's out and about, that's not working, kids that's dirty, kids that's not fed. You complain about that. You don't complain about somebody that's taking care of their responsibility.
Let me tell you
He's very disrespectful.
Let me say,
he's very disrespectful.
That's a lie.
Tell you how.
Tell me how.
Let me tell you, Your Honor. He's so disrespectful. One time he told me that he got his friend coming from barber school. He got his friend coming from barber school coming to stay with him. Your Honor, he got his pregnant barber school friend staying on the couch.
His pregnant barber school
friend playing on the couch. Is that your baby?
No,
is that your baby?
No,
I don't know. Why she sleeping
Mr.
next to him on the couch?
Who's sleeping on the couch?
Man, this is my friend from school.
Friend from school.
Friend from school.
How good of friends are ya?
We ain't doing that.
Exactly.
First of all, like I said, I ain't doing none of that. Somebody asked me for help, and I extended a helping hand. Just like when she needed help, I extended a helping hand out to you when you wanted it.
I always need help because you're not giving me what I need, Raymond.
When you disappear, then you come back and be like, okay, I need you to come and help me. I'm down on my luck. Okay, come on.
Now, Ms. Clay, how old is the baby you have together?
She's one.
She's one.
And you know what he said about her?
What did he say?
That ain't his baby because she looked like a Hispanic.
Stop.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
What does a Hispanic look like? Baby comes in all different shape, form, and sizes. You can't tell me nothing. It can be a crispy baby, and that can be his baby over there, but it got a little color on it. I'm just saying.
Okay, let me tell you.
I'm just saying. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Don't pull Nick into it.
I'm sorry, Nick.
Hey, that's a beautiful baby.
Look at it. Okay.
Do you really believe that baby's not yours?
Look at that hair.
Look at that hair. Look at this hair.
We have coarse hair, very curly hair. Where's the curls at? I need a BB. One BB to show me now. I want one little roll. I need some BBs to start showing so I can say,
But you don't believe it's somebody else's, do you? You know that baby's yours,
okay,
right?
Let me tell you what, Judge. During Hurricane Harvey, what she talk about, she went MIA, ghost, underground, couldn't find her, calling her, couldn't find her.
Now, who was in the hurricane, you or her?
We both was in, it was in Houston, Harvey came through this town and tore our town up. And at this time, she was nowhere to be found. So I'm calling. She would call every now and again. Oh, I don't got no signal on my phone right now. I can't
Well, there was a hurricane.
Exactly.
You on the
game. Okay.
You acted so
But I'm on the
concerned, but you
game.
didn't worry
I'm on the
about
game. My
you
game
didn't worry
system
about your
working, but why
family.
your phone don't work, though?
It was a hurricane.
Yeah, a hurricane.
Hey, we gotta pull it in. We gotta pull it in. Did she call you and tell you that she was in labor getting ready to have a baby?
No, ma'am, she did not.
She didn't mention it?
Nope.
I called him, but
I met the baby when the baby was already 3-4 months old already. This your baby.
What did you two get into it about?
Actually, let me tell you something. We got into it because on March, I don't know the date, but he called me crying saying my mother passed. May she rest in heaven. His mother passed.
Mr. Batiste,
his mother
one
passed.
more time and you're sitting down.
His mother passed, and I was like, I'm here for you. I got your back, right? I asked him, because his mother lives in New Orleans. I said, do you want me to go with you? I got your back. I'm here for you. You know what he tells me? Well, about that, I asked my ex-girlfriend to go with me to the funeral.
Did you ask an ex to go with you to the funeral?
Tell her half the story. See, we weren't even together all the way. We was in communication mode at this time because of what happened in the storm situation.
So I'm still not quite sure why he wasn't there for the birth of the baby.
Because she was MIA. You was not there. You wouldn't call me. You didn't text me. You ain't do
deep
none of
down
that.
in your heart, you know that's your baby. Why you wasn't there? No matter how much somebody ignore you, you know I'm having a baby. You be
First
at
of
the
all,
hospital.
I didn't even know she was pregnant.
For the whole 9 months?
She be gone. She be MIA. We get in an argument.
I was really
Miss Clay, is it true that you were missing during a large section of your pregnancy?
No, ma'am.
That's
Not the full 8 months. Maybe
gone,
like
fam.
a couple of months.
In and out. It was in and out.
Excuse me, where did you go? What did you do?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I probably was at the
Disappearing
bingo
at-
hall winning some money.
Magician,
or something.
David Blaine.
I play bingo, but
David Blaine.
I don't know, but I wasn't doing anything that I wasn't supposed to be doing. I love this man.
Right. Hey. Did she call you and tell you that she was in labor getting ready to have a baby?
No, ma'am, she did not.
She didn't mention it?
Nope.
I called him, but
I met the baby. I met the baby when the baby was already 3-4 months old already. This your baby.
After the fact, you know.
But so you didn't even call him until after you had the baby?
Well, at the time, right now, I can't remember, Your Honor.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
bet
just
you
gonna
can't.
sit there like it's been a long time.
Amnesia,
I
that's
can't
her middle
remember.
name. That's what I
But
call
I
it,
did
amnesia.
tell him. I did
Trisha
do my
Amnesia
part
Clay.
and tell him.
But you can't be mad at him for not attending a birth
I
he
wouldn't
was
even know.
unaware of.
Didn't even know you was pregnant. You know what I mean? She a healthy lady, so I can't tell. I'm not gonna be sitting there every day like, you look pregnant today, baby.
Mr. Batiste, you believe that she cheats both with men and women. Tell me why you believe that.
Okay, first of all, I see her every time she on Snapchat. Let's talk about this Snapchat and this dating sites that I caught her on.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't even try it. So I'm looking at her phone, you know what I'm saying? I see her phone, she getting the app, little notifications. I can't get in her phone, so I can see that it's from a dating site. So I go and create a dating site myself. The same one that she on.
Oh, so you can see what she doing. No.
The same exact time I got on there. As soon as I was finished creating my profile, she sent me a message in my inbox talking about, what you doing on here? I said, girl, hush. You got some nerve. You up in here with you all on the pictures like, and all that crazy stuff. And I'm supposed to be like, okay, no, man.
Now, Ms. Clay, now hush.
Yeah.
Ms. Clay,
So we get up.
were you on a dating site?
I was, but let me tell you why.
It wasn't old. It wasn't
Let me
old.
tell you
It's
something.
how you currently online.
We broke up at the time. So guess what? I'm a free agent. So if I'm on the dating site, I'm a free agent. What you doing on here? Don't tell
Obviously,
me.
I was a free agent too, obviously, right?
Don't tell me you was on there just to look for me. His thing.
But you were single because you were a free agent.
Yes,
and so was
don't
he.
get mad at me
All right.
because I'm on
Now,
the dating website.
How about this then? Okay, that don't work. How about all of her social media and all of that stuff? Twerking. Let me show you something. Let me show you this video.
see.
Rick Ross, yeah, look at that. Well, go ahead. Look at it. All the boobies all out and just everything.
That's
and
you?
just- Okay, so when we started talking, then when we went back to the club, what would you see you next time? In what VIP section with who? R. Kelly?
Well, let's keep moving.
So my thing, I'm starting to think that she just a groupie. Like, that's what she do.
Right.
She like to go out every...
So let me ask you
She
this.
got a date for Monday. She got a place to go Monday, Tuesday.
Hey, right now, currently, are you living together? Do you go out so much because you don't get attention from him, or do you not get attention from him because you go out so much?
No, the first thing you said, Your Honor.
No. Currently, she's staying with me now because she just came back from her invisible place she was going
because
to.
he still got the pregnant roommate sleeping on his couch right next to him. Raymond doesn't sleep in his own bed because he has PTSD, so he stays up late at night playing the video game. I guess that's how he deal with it. He chews on flour, smokes weed all day, and that's how he deals with it. So no. But if he get rid of the pregnant girl, we could talk about something. But no, I'm done. Because you don't.
Are you truly just a friend?
Truly, that's all I am to her. That's all I am. We have never communicated or talked to like anywhere in that manner.
Communicated? She in your house?
I'm talking about I was getting. You didn't let me finish my statement.
She on your couch.
I was about to say communicated.
She beat me to get to the couch and sit next to him.
Do you go out so much because you don't get attention from him, or do you not get attention from him because you go out so much?
No, the first thing you said, Your Honor.
No.
I try to find my happiness. He knows what I've been through. He knows my past. That's the way that I try to release what happened to me. I just go out and try
Would you care to share a little bit about what you're talking about, what you've been through?
I have been sexually abused by my family member, and I've been in foster care all my life. I've been in 30 different foster homes and shelters. And so I try to cope. I try to find something to do so I don't have to think about that, and he knows that. So I do go out, and I'm trying to seek help because I do go out a lot. But I've been on my job for 7 years. I still take care of the things that I'm supposed to take care of, even though, I've been through what I've been through. And I said I'll never let my kids experience what I've experienced. So,
what are you doing as her man to work with that?
When she looking for me, guess where I'm at? Sitting on my couch playing a game. When she called me, guess where I'm at? At my house. Answering the phone calls.
Sometimes he don't answer the phone because he's live on the game.
Okay.
How involved are you with that baby?
I'll take when I see her and I'm able to find her and locate where they at. Like when she's not with me, I don't know where she's staying at. I really don't have no clue. She will not tell me where you staying before this. You won't tell me.
Go to a family member.
She's beautiful.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's my baby.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. And this is my thing, like, even if, like, talking about DNA and getting DNA tests and all of this stuff to prove, get the fact, but my thing is that little girl right there don't have no daddy there. I don't see it, because if it's not mine, then where's the daddy at? If the daddy not there, I'm going to be the daddy. I'll be there for the little girl, because I don't want another little girl to grow up in this world without, going through stuff that you went through.
That baby needs love from a man, and they be take care.
Exactly my point.
It doesn't matter what your biology is. You wanted transitional support. I just want to give you support. And I want to talk to you about what you're doing, and I want to talk to you about what you're doing, because I like, as loud and as crackling as you people are, I think I really like you. I really think you're good people. And as messy and jacked up as this relationship is, I still think it has great value. But you're two broken people, and you're not connecting in the right way to make you whole, Miss Clay. I am so sorry. On behalf of a society that did not give you the childhood that you deserved, on behalf of a system that could not give you the security that you were entitled to, that's number one. Two, you are beautiful, and you made it over that hump. You got out of that without having fallen into a lot of different cracks that you fell into. I want you to have so much more than that. And what I want to do is have you start here, and we're going to try to hook you up with some counseling somewhere, because you have the right to have that addressed. And people who have gone through that much can't just fix it. It's not just, well, pull yourself together, young lady. Get over it. It's done now. You have the right to lean against something and get help for that. And I want, if you hear nothing else, don't do it for you, do it for your daughter. Mr. Batiste, your core is good. No one says that about, I don't want no DNA, because I'm going to defend her anyway, if your core is not good. I don't know what you've been through. You talking about the PTSD? I bet that's there. I've had a couple of guys come in here who play games specifically because for hours on end, that's their diagnosis, and that's the way they cope. I don't know if that's what happened to you, but I want you to go and get counseling too, because I think you're a great dude. You in school, and you loving people. That's what you're doing. And you were in the Navy. Great dude. You deserve a round of applause for that. You really do. I think you two are interesting, fascinating people. What we got to do is to get these two tornadoes turning in the same. We got one typhoon and one tornado. We got to get all the wind blowing in one direction. And that's what I'm going to try to get for you today, a start to turn that wind in one direction. And you would like that, wouldn't you? Because you're two good people. And I wish you the best. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge, today's case, Players Club.
They're both 22 years old. She supports the both of them by making sexy videos. Of course, he doesn't like that. We've got to see if their relationship can survive.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ray Mallory and Raina Pendry. The two of you have been together for a year. Mr. Mallory, you have brought Ms. Pendry here seeking compensation for something you say she took from you and pawned, so we will discuss that momentarily. Okay. But before we do, Mr. Mallory, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Okay, well, I'm here because I have a problem with what she's doing. And I feel like she'd rather show her ass to random men other than appreciate me for all the love I try to give her. I feel like she basically sells pictures and videos which are explicit to random people, and it's a problem for me. You know, I don't like it. I want it to stop. And that's the reason I'm here.
Now, in what manner does she sell pictures and videos?
It's
How does this
media.
work?
It's social media.
Social media? Maybe I should ask Ms. Pendry. Ms. Pendry, why don't you tell me, explain your business to me.
Yes, so I have a social media website. It's a premium, and people pay monthly for a subscription, and I just make videos of myself, show my personality, and they like it. I actually have a video that I sent in.
This will resolve the entire question, yes. So let me take a look at what we got here.
Hi, so I'd like to tell you about my premium. It's $20 monthly, and all of my subscribers I write down in this journal and the day that they're supposed to pay again. If they do not pay again on the next date of the next month, they get blocked from my story and they can no longer see my content. I get all of my followers and subscribers from various social media websites. But yeah, that's a little bit about my premium.
Now,
so yeah,
what do the premium people get to see?
Really just videos and pictures of me like in nice lingerie or of myself. And yeah, but I mean, it's nothing, I don't think it's anything bad. If I wasn't doing it, we wouldn't even be able to have a place to stay. We wouldn't be able to live anywhere. We wouldn't be able to even put the clothes on our back or eat anything.
How much do you make with this venture?
I can make up to $4,000 a month doing this.
Now, Mr. Mallory, do you two live off of the money that she makes doing this premium channel?
It does help, but that's not it. Like, I just want her to understand that she doesn't have to do that. Like, there's other options. There's other ways for a female out here to make money. I understand that it's easy.
But you were okay with it at first.
I understand it's easy. If you don't got to do nothing but look at your phone all day, it's easy. But I feel like if you really want to make somebody happy, that's not what you're going to do, period. I have evidence that she's sitting here talking to she's like actually talking to people. Like, the app is not social media, so you are meeting these people. People are hitting her up like, hey, you want a sugar daddy? Like, let me take care of you, let me spoil you. And she entertaining it 24/7. I just feel like it's danger in our relationship.
Are you meeting up with people?
No, I'm not meeting up with people.
I took a long time for that no to cross your lips.
No. And he helped me make it so I could get people on the premium.
Is that true? Did you help her set that up?
No.
Yes, it is.
Let me ask you this. If she quit tomorrow, could you support the two of you?
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work construction. I help people move. Basically, the only problem with my employment is that it's not steady. Like, I find work. I don't have a regular job, but I do find work at least 3-4 times a week.
Every time that you get a job on Craigslist, you cannot keep it. They tell you that, oh, I might have some work for you the next week, and you bank off of that and then blow all your money on stuff that you do not need to buy. And we have been trying to save up for things to keep ourselves in a better position, and you just want to spend it on clothes and spend extra money on food.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Mallory. You've only been together for a year. Was she doing this when you met her?
Actually, when I first met her, she was a dancer. She was stripping.
And now, were you okay with that?
Huh?
Were you okay with that?
I mean, I didn't know until after we were together for a while. So, I mean, I put it behind me, you know what I'm saying? I was like, it's cool, but she stopped doing it. Then we came out here to Atlanta to, like, start a new life, pretty much.
No, he was okay with it at first, and he knew about the premium.
But when I felt like she started actually meeting up with these people, like, she leave the house for hours and then come back with, like, $300, I'm like, bro. Like,
what are you doing?
Exactly. Well, how
Actually, every time I leave the house, you are at work, and you're so insecure that you think I'm leaving with other people, and I'm not, just because you're not there to see what I'm doing.
Do you ever, though, leave the house for a few hours and then and return with $300 that you didn't have when you left?
I've left the house one time and returned with $100 that my mom Western Unioned me, and he thought that I went and did something else, but I didn't. I went and got groceries and got more money so we could pay for our rent for the next week. And he wants to talk like it's such a problem, but every time that we go out anywhere, he's talking about girls' butts to me like I'm his homeboy or something.
Do you sexualize women and you just mad when she does that?
No.
No?
It just be like a joke. I mean, I be telling them, like, it's natural for, like, we young, it's natural for us to find other people attractive. It's natural. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I never seen the girl, but like, yo, she cute. It's natural, but I just don't want you to be so insecure about it. You like, just don't talk to me. I'm like, damn, she cute. Like, why can't we just both be on the same page with it? Like, I don't know.
But you could say that
You
to your
seem to want to restrict her sexuality but explore yours. Did I get that wrong?
No.
Do you really think she's doing things with the other people, or do you think that there's a potential for that and that's what frightens you?
Well, it's frightening every time that I even think about it, because, like, some of these dudes really be offering her a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll give you $3,000 out, and I'll fly you out, all this, all that. And I'm just like, dang, like, all I have to do is just make her mad enough so she be like, you know what, forget it. I'm gonna go live lavish with this old, weird dude in a diaper. That's what I'm scared of, like, I don't know.
Tell me where your line is.
Could be nude or just in pretty outfits, but it's never going as far as meeting anybody. You know, this is the person that I want to be with, and he does not trust me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Mallory, and I want you to think about it. What do you add to her life? Mr. Mallory, you say she's boring, and you say he's childish. I'm gonna start with the boring part.
Well, I think the boringness just comes in from what she does. She's on her phone 24/7, all the time. I'm like, yo, can we go get something to eat? Can you cook? No, I don't feel like cooking. Turn her back to me on the phone. I'm like, yo, we should go work out today. Let's go to the gym. Let's, like, do some push-ups. Let's do something. She's like, no, back to me on her phone. Everything I want to do, it's just no. I'm on my phone all the time.
And you should be at work.
All the time.
All right, now, are you not? Very good comment. Very good comment. Are you an interesting partner? Because some people can get comfortable and complacent. Are you?
I think I am an interesting partner. I don't think he's a very interesting partner. All he wants to do is sit there and make music, and he doesn't even attempt to keep us on our feet. If it weren't for me, we would literally be homeless. We wouldn't even be able to eat food.
Yes, we would. That's cap.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 100% positive.
But you mostly live off, she is the primary breadwinner in your relationship. Is that not true?
Yeah.
That's what that is.
If
And if she wants to remain secure, she can't stop because you don't have a steady job. Is that not true?
I don't know.
Because women aren't going to run around insecure about their money. We're just not. Do you agree that that's true?
I mean, it is, but I just feel like it's just damaging our relationship because she's putting, like, so much more time and effort into that than me. And that's why a lot of times I get so emotional, and I'm like, you telling these guys, like, oh, hey, baby, you want to, like, see this, see that? But I don't even get that at the house. Like, you just turning your back to me being boring. Like, you telling these dudes all this stuff, but I don't even get that. And that's what the problem, like... Really.
She's not being affectionate with you. Is that is that it? Now, are you affectionate with him? Because
I'm very
you do
affectionate.
this, that, and other out there. Are you taking care of home?
Yes, I'm very affectionate with him. And when he's talking about me not wanting to make food, he acts like that's my job, like I'm supposed to do that. When he comes home from anything which is not working, he just throws his stuff around, and I'm the one that's supposed to pick it up, like I'm his maid or something. That doesn't make a woman want to be nice to you or want to love on you.
Mr. Mallory, do you seek to have a woman in the home that does all of the quote-unquote woman's work and you don't participate equally in that?
I do participate. Like, when she would cook, it'll be times where she'll be in the kitchen cooking, right? I'm like, yo, let me come help you. Like, no, I got it. You make me feel like I'm not doing it right. Just leave me alone. So I'm like, all right, you got it. And then, you know, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Let me, Mr. Mallory, do you ever get it? Do you ever say, man, she's out there making money. We're living off of her check. Let me go cook a meal.
I mean, I don't know.
No. That would be a no.
No.
That would be a no. Do you clean up?
Yeah, I clean up after myself.
You clean up after yourself, but not her.
You don't clean up after yourself. You throw all of your stuff everywhere and leave it there for days until I finally pick it up.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Mallory, and I want you to think about it. What do you add to her life?
I don't know.
If you don't know, she might not know either, and that might be the source of your insecurity. What do you have to say to that? Your woman is crying. She has told you her pain. What is your response to that? If he is so lightweight, as you claim, why are you still with him?
Because he wasn't like that at first. It started to become like that because he wants to be a rapper so bad, and all he does is sit there and try and make music on his phone or play the game, and it's just gotten worse. I feel like he feels like because I make so much off of what I'm doing that he doesn't need to do anything really.
That he has the freedom to pursue his art.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is that how it's working
I'm
out?
my art regardless. Even if I was working a 9 to 5 every day, when I get off, I'm gonna be in the studio. That's just what I like to do. That's my passion. That's what I love. I just feel like people think, oh, the chance of you being the rapper is so slim, just give it up. I'm never gonna give it up. That's what I love doing, like, that period. That's what I wanna do, so I'm gonna do it. And I don't care if you rocking with me or not, I'm gonna do that. And it's just like, it's not that the fact that she making so much, because I do try, but like, I appreciate what she does, but it's just like, I feel like she doesn't have to do it like that. I feel like she wants me to find a job. I want her to find a different job as much as she wants me to get one. You know what I'm saying?
But you knew from the start that I wanted to do this, and I like that I have my own business, and you were perfectly fine with taking pictures of me. But now it's such a problem.
Did you do that?
Yeah.
Did you not have a problem with it? You knew what she was using them for.
I don't know.
He never knows.
Have you had enough?
I mean, I want it to work out, but...
Well, what would need to happen?
Some more responsibility within his job and anything just to keep us afloat. Like, I feel like I just do everything. Like, we've been trying to get a car for so long. Every time that I get enough money and he gets enough money...
Look at her. Listen. Keep going.
He spends it on, like, the dumbest things. He doesn't even care about getting a car so we don't have to keep getting Lyft all the time.
Does it make you frightened?
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to be sorry. Take your time. I want him to really hear exactly how you feel.
Yeah, it does not make me feel very good. It feels like I'm trying for nothing. And all the effort that I put in is for nothing.
What do you have to say to that? Your woman is crying. She has told you her pain. What is your response to that?
I mean, I be trying. I do. It's just like, I just want what I want at the end of the day. It's just...
Gotcha. You say that she owes you $240 for a 14-karat gold necklace that she pawned. Explain what happened and why you want that money back.
All right, so look, this is another problem with her. It's her attitude. It's so really, like, bipolar, like, it's crazy. And I don't know where it's coming from. I think these dudes she talking to boosting her head up. We at the train station, you know, about to go get some food, whatever. It was I seen something on her phone. I brought it up. I was like, yo, who is that texting you? Like, what's up with these weirdos? And then she just got mad, boom, walked away. Left the whole train station. At the time, her phone wasn't even on. Her phone was off. And then when I finally see her, like, 30 minutes, like, to an hour later, she like, yeah, I just went to the pawn shop. I pawned a necklace.
Was it your necklace?
Yeah.
How did she get a hold of it?
Because we shared it. You know, we both wear it. You know, I got the receipt right here.
Okay.
Where I paid $240.
Tell me about the this is a shared, this is a co-owned necklace? How does this work?
I bought it, but we both wear it.
The whole day before I pawned the necklace, he was talking about how hungry he was and how we really hadn't eaten since the day before probably, and that's all he was talking about. He puts his headphones in when he gets mad and just sits on his phone, so I'm sitting there trying to talk to him, but he can't even hear me. So I was like, all right, screw it. I walked off and I went and pawned my chain and his chain and got some money so we could get some food.
Ms. Bendering, you're a beautiful young lady with an entrepreneurial spirit. I'm not quite sure why you're staying with a guy that doesn't add anything to your life. All he's doing, he's nagging you about the way in which you support him. He's accusing you of being a cheater and basically a prostitute. He's telling you you're not about anything by doing those things. Then, in order to get you to stop, he doesn't say, look, I'm gonna go out here, I'm gonna handle the bills, I'm gonna do it. What he does is just pester you about, you ought to get a different job to support me with, not the one that you currently have. A man comes in and says, listen, if I need a certain thing, I'm gonna go out and make it happen. If I don't want my wife to work, if I don't want my woman to do this, I'm gonna go out there and make sure she's secure, that she has food, that she has a roof over her head, so I don't have to worry about how she's making money because I got it handled. He's not even considering that as an option. He doesn't make you feel good about yourself. He doesn't support you. He doesn't help you. Every time you talk or do something, it's hurtful. What's the point?
I don't even know anymore, to be honest. Yeah.
Loved you. I ain't mad at you, Mr. Mallory. I've had 6 22-year-old boys go through my house. They have eventually grown up to be men, and you're going to get there one day. You're not there now. You don't have the right to denigrate somebody else's way of making living. As long as it's legal, leave them alone. If they're feeding you, you need to be grateful and then shut up. If you don't like what they're doing, what you need to do is make sure that you're adding to their life in some way that allows them to live freer and live easier. If you can't help a woman, if you can't add something, if you can't bring something to the table in terms of love, support, or anything, leave her alone. It's not fair. You understand what I'm saying?
This woman sold your necklace and her necklace to put food in your belly while you had earbuds in your ears. You will get nothing. There will be no recovery in this matter.
Judge Lynn told her to leave. What are you willing to do to try and keep her?
Show her that I'm worth it. I gotta get on my grind, I guess, and at least try to make her feel like appreciated, really.
Are you willing to give him a chance here to fix this?
I want to give him a chance, but I just think if it continues any longer, I won't be able to.
If he did get a job, are you open to finding another career choice?
No, I don't think that I would change my career.
All right, well, wishing you the best, all right?
Okay.
Judge, today's case is caught up.
Caught up. That's exactly what this young lady is. Caught up with a man who shows her no love and no care. Caught up is what a lot of women are. Make sure it isn't you.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Abril Sincere Ellis and Mark Hill. The two of you have been together for 5 years, but you don't want to be together anymore. Ms. Ellis, you are suing Mr. Hill for $500 for damage you caused to your own car. So we're going to get to that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Ellis, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship and why we're here today?
Well, Your Honor, I'm here today because I'm in love with a man who blatantly disrespects me, cheats on me, and lies to me. Let me tell you, so one day we went out to dinner, and it was a good night, you know what I'm saying? Good night, we come home, you know, have sex and everything. In the middle of sex, his phone rings. And I'm like, I know you're not about to answer that phone. So he gets up, he goes in the closet, turns like this, and shoots me as if I'm his side chick. And then he gonna come back to the bed like, it's all good. 5 minutes later, like, we about to still have sex. No, we're not. We're not doing none of that.
Mr. Hill, did you do that?
I did do it, Your Honor. I ain't even gonna lie. You know?
And walk me through that.
And what happened was, she's right. We was having sex and my phone rung. And when it rung, I picked up the phone. I went and excused myself from the bedroom and had a conversation. The ladies I have a conversation with was an older lady I messed with, one of my clients. She helped pay some of the bills, and I wasn't trying to, you know, get that bills not paid. Yeah. I already told Sierra about it, but, you know.
But in the middle of sex, you could have called her back 15 minutes or however long
I
it
could
takes.
have, but, you know, I had the woody woo.
No, you didn't.
I had the woody woo.
No, you didn't.
It wasn't
No,
going
you
down
didn't.
like that.
Tell me anything else. Tell me another story.
I'm going
Ms.
out
Ellis.
with my cousin, and she was gonna pick me up. His car is in the shop, so he used my car. He said, I'm gonna go out. I don't know what he's gonna do. But he left. And I'm still in the house because my cousin was running late. It was about 2 hours late, you know, we're females. So he comes in the house with a female. And I'm looking, I'm like, what's going on? Oh, this is my cousin. Okay, I've never met his cousin. So I believed him. So I'm just getting dressed, you know, I'm all up on him, kissing him and everything. And then she's like, oh, well, by the way, we've been sleeping together for 3 months. What? And you in my house, first of all. And then you gonna come to me and tell me that y'all been sleeping together for 3 months. So I asked him, and he's like, the stupid look. So after all of that, that's how I'm suing him for $500 because he left in my car to take her back home. So I got my bat and I bust the windows out my driver's seat window because I was trying to get to him. So after that, I took all his clothes, all his expensive clothes, shoes. I took him to the homeless shelter. So somebody walking around here looking real nice right now.
All right, so.
Mr. Hill, your response?
So, you know, I'm a man of my word, and I did do those things. And I apologize to her multiple times. So, you know, I did say the girl was my cousin. I thought she was gonna go along with it, but unfortunately she didn't. She got her feelings hurt.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Hill? You know, people philander all the time. It's not good, it's not right. But how did you think you could get away with that level of disrespect, bringing the side piece right next to the main piece and not think anything would happen? I mean, you ain't that bad.
My booty was good now. But
well, you ain't that bad because your windows got broken out, so.
Well, you know, hey, she came in the house and said, that's my cousin. She's supposed to go along with it, but she didn't go along with it. So I said, look, let's roll.
Was she aware she was the side chick?
Oh, she was aware, because I told her about
But she just didn't know her role.
She obviously feelings came out. So I got in the car. I said, get in the car, let's roll. We rolling. Here she comes, running out the car. Boom, broke her window. Hey, I shouldn't pay for that. That's her car. She broke it.
Ms. Ellis, anything else to tell me?
I know one time I wanted to go to a family cookout. And I said, hey, babe, let's go to your family cookout. He's like, no, I don't want to go. Okay, well, you know what? It's the 4th of July. My birthday's on the 2nd. I'm going to my family's cookout. He didn't want to come, so I left. I come home, he's not there. I call him, 12 o'clock, no answer. 1 o'clock, no answer. 2 o'clock, no answer. I tracked his phone. So I drive about 30 minutes out my way to go find him. His car at the time was parked outside. So I go knock on the door. I don't know who neighborhood this is. I know he's in this house. So I got real ghetto. Mark, come outside. Come outside, Mark. I know you in the house. I know you in the house. This ain't your house. Why are you answering the door? And when he comes to the door, he had on his boxers and no shirt. So I pushed him in the house, and I go in, so it's a female upstairs, standing in her panties and bra. Oh, hi. Wait, what? What's going on? He said to me that he had to put her in the bed because she was drunk. He said he had to take his clothes off because he had to help her. That don't make sense. What do you mean that you had to take off your clothes to help her?
Mr. Hill?
All right.
Your response to that would be
I'm
what?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. The girl I bought, it was a little chick I picked up, and I was like, look, we're going to a cookout. Just come on, have a good time. I didn't want to bring her because she knows her little, she have an attitude all the time. We had prior to that night we had an argument, so I would definitely not bring her. So I, woo. Hey, you want to come and hang out with me and my cousins at the cookout? She came. Next thing you know, I went back to the house. It went down a little bit, She happened to come and see me in my boxes and stuff like that, but she wasn't supposed to be home.
So that was her fault.
Yeah, that's her fault. Wrong timing. Look, I'm gonna get to the point. She talk about trust. All right, I got a folder right here.
Okay,
and I don't believe nothing she say. We both got trust issues.
Okay, now you explain your trust issues with her to me.
The trust issue I got with her is that you should see her Instagram. You can look at the folder, look at the pictures and stuff like that. I'm a model and all that. She got videos and stuff like that. Look at the screen.
You got a video?
I got a video.
All right, let me see the video.
Oh, yeah, you do. Look at that. Look at that. You see that? You trust your woman like that? You see that? I don't trust. See the comments in the back?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at all that. Feeding and entertaining.
Do you believe that she's cheating on you at all?
I had my boy that she don't know hit her up on Instagram and write her a message, and she respond back and flirting back and forth, and she sent her number. That was the bait right there. That's all I needed.
And what did you do when you found that out? Did you confront her with it?
Oh, we had a long powwow. Have a long conversation.
Ms. Ellis, I gotta ask you something. How much sense does it make for you to tear up your stuff, his stuff, or any stuff because you're angry?
In my defense, I can't kill him.
Do you ever talk about your infidelities with her?
No. He goes off subject just like he doing. What this video got to do anything? I'm only doing the same thing he liked when he first met me.
If I talk to her about it, she'll get angry, get mad, kick me out, donate my clothes again.
Do you feel at all insincere and unkind and foul when you have a woman, you say she is your woman, but you keep sleeping with other women?
I do. Driving to work, I'd be like, dang, I got to start being a better man for her. But she needs to start being a better woman than me.
In what way?
More nurturing. I had a long day at work, come downstairs and comfort me. She don't do things like that no more.
You know why, right?
It's probably my part, though.
Because you were trifling somebody. And don't nobody want to take care of a trifling somebody.
All right, I'll take that. And you're right.
You ain't got no choice but to take it. You say you can't talk to her about anything because she gets emotional. Explain that to me.
Oh, she get emotional. She want to hit, break windows, donate clothes, PlayStation broken. Every time she get mad, I'm like, oh, I got to have everything in the house.
Ms. Ellis, I gotta ask you something. How much sense does it make for you to tear up your stuff, his stuff, or any stuff because you're angry?
In my defense, I can't kill him. So I break his stuff, and I'm not replacing it. He is. I broke my car windows out. It's cool. It was an old car anyways. It don't matter. I'm not replacing none of his stuff. He goes out and he dogs me out like I'm a piece of trash.
Ms. Ellis, why did you stay with him 5 years? I mean, he wasn't even close to acting right. He wasn't even trying to do it on the down low. He was bringing his side pieces to the crib.
I didn't know that. I did not know that those were his side pieces. I legit.
But once you found out, you broke his car window and then stayed.
Because that's all I know. I don't know nobody else.
How old are you?
28.
We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that.
I've been with him for 5 years, and I love him, and I don't want to start over.
I can have a disease for 5 years, but I still want to get rid of it. I'm used to the disease. I know what it's like. I know the pain that it brings me, but I still want to get cured. You need to get cured of this particular disease. Don't go out there and destroy your community. You need to defend it. You cannot defend your community when you're hurting people on an ongoing basis. It is rude, tacky, trifling, and low down, and you have an obligation to people other than yourself and your nether regions. I don't think I'm the only one who sees what I see. Your cousin sent us a tape because she wanted to talk to me. So it's Marquita Briscoe, and she sent me a tape, and I want you to turn around, and we're gonna watch it.
He's cheated on her more than 20 times. And I would say about maybe twice a month with different people, or when he takes her car, because he takes her car often. So when she doesn't have a ride, she calls me. And I'm like, well, where's your vehicle? And she says, well, Mark have it. Where's Mark? He's not answering. You don't answer, you with the female, put two and two together. Don't be dumb about it. Pretty much when he takes a car, he's usually going with some female. It's not work. I don't care what type of work he says he does, what clients he's meeting. No. Come on now. And then on top of that, if we go out, say it's like a group of us and we go have like a double date or just a function, he'll look at other females. You know these things. He's disrespecting you in your face and you're doing nothing but staying.
Has it gotten better or worse over the years?
It's gotten worse. Sometimes, like, no lie, I just feel like Fred Sanford. I want to join Elizabeth, too. Like, I just cannot take it no more. It's just one thing after the next. And like I said, I stayed with him because I love him, and the sex is good. I'm not going to lie.
Good sex is rampant. It's not just him. Letting you know.
Well, putting your business on Facebook.
Okay, hey! I won't talk about the money. I'm doing everything out of order because I got my reasons. I'm gonna talk about the money first, then I'm gonna talk to him, and then I'm gonna talk to you. The money, $500. You can't tag him financially for the foolishness that you do. I don't care whether he was the impetus for the foolishness. I don't care whether he was the reason you got upset or not. But you're responsible for what you do. The way to respond to that kind of crap is to do what I'm about to do. I'm gonna show you in a minute. Don't do what the environment allows you to do. Don't go out into my community and tear up all the women in it. Don't go out there and destroy your community. You need to defend it. You cannot defend your community when you're hurting people on an ongoing basis. It is rude, tacky, trifling, and low down, and you have an obligation to people other than yourself and your nether regions. And if you're not a better man than that, what you need to do is tell the women that you get with that you ain't about nothing, that you ain't right, that you ain't good. And I'm telling you, there's some women out there whose self-esteem is so low, they will still ride with you. I remember one time I was in college. This guy, I met him, we went out, and he says, I want to tell you something. I'm not about relationships. And I said, cool, thank you. Never saw him again. But that's something that you are obligated to do. But you're foul and you're no good, and I want you to get out. Nick?
Oh.
There will be no recovery in this matter, so just go. That, my lady, is how you treat a man who ain't no good. You put him out. Now, I can only get so tied up in how you feel because you can't make people do right by you. But you can decide how often you let them do you wrong. And you keep letting them do you wrong. You get indignant and upset and hurt and destroyed. He's tearing up your self-esteem. You feel horrible all the time, but you continue to choose to do so. As if he's going to change. Why would he change? You never leave. Women tell me all the time, I don't want to start over. What do you mean? What do you mean? It doesn't get any uglier than this. You feel horrible. You are never secure, you're never happy, and you continue to choose it because you're too afraid to take that move. I'm gonna give you a book. It's called Dear Sonali, Letters to a Daughter I Never Had. I got a whole chapter on how to get rid of a dude. And what you should do. You are who you are. You are your mind, your abilities, your effort, your achievements. Having him adds nothing to you other than pain and agony. What for? What for if you don't hear anything else today? He'll never get any better. He will only get worse. Why sign on for that type of hell? And let me tell you something. If you're afraid you just can't get another dude, because I know the market's tight, I get that part. But if you're afraid you'll never get another dude, isn't it better to be happy and whole and feel good about yourself by yourself than it is to feel low and degraded and unloved with another dude? Not to mention, he can give you diseases. It's not a loss. You can be happy on your own. You really can. You do not need a man to define you. A man should be an option, not a definition. You with me? Move on, love on, but hey, he's gonna call. Cause he knows where you're weak. You should delete his number. You should write on the walls all over your house, he's trifling, no good, don't take him back. But please, hey, we can get you a tape of the show and I can holler at you every day about what a fool you been for this particular trifling individual. You understand what I'm telling you? Move on, go on. You are gorgeous. Yes. Gorgeous. And you have far more value than he's able to give you. Best of luck to you. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered. Sincere, I want to tell you sincerely. I know you're hurt. Well, one day you gonna see this is the best thing that ever happened to you. You've been so stuck living in pain. It is fun getting out and be free. You haven't been left. You're leaving him. Remember that.
Hearing what she's saying and, feel kind of embarrassing, I'm gonna be a better man. Although she said she didn't want me no more, so I'm gonna go ahead and pack my things and get out.
Judge, this is the case of enough is enough.
Based on what I've seen in their paperwork, we are in for a lot of anger, derision, upset, and fussing. Let's see if I can get down to matters.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Dwight Hall versus Roxy Hall. The two of you have been together 5 years, married for 2. You do not want to be married anymore. Mr. Hall, you are seeking $1,760 from your wife as you go for lost wages. We will discuss that momentarily, but before we do, Mr. Hall, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Well, Roxy proposed to me, and now I'm proposing divorce.
Well, that was clear.
Yes, ma'am. Roxy's very controlling. She controls me at work and everything.
How does she control you at work?
She actually follows me to work. And one time she followed me to work and to actually see what I'm doing and where I'm at. And instead of going home, she actually used the restroom in the car to stop from going home and to be at work with me. She's also very controlling. She
Well, that was a good enough story right there. I'll get back to you. I'm gonna ask Ms. Hall, did you follow the man to work and was so busy spying on him you couldn't leave the car to go to the bathroom, so you used it in the car?
That's not what happened. That's very not true.
Yes, it is. It did happen.
Hang on. What do you say happened, Mrs. Hall?
What happened was I was being overly concerned about my husband in the transportation with the car that was running hot at that time.
Oh, man, you weren't concerned.
Hang on. So you were concerned about his car operating well. Go ahead.
Right, I was concerned about the car operating well. Just making sure...
Stop. No. Go ahead.
Just making sure he got there safely, nothing happened, the car didn't blow up. At that time, we only had one phone. At that time, I wasn't working. I just had the time.
Hey, you mean to tell me that this huge brother over here, you did not believe he had the capacity to get to work safely on his own if you weren't lurking behind him in your car? Is this what you want me to believe?
My husband is extremely disrespectful to me.
No, you changing the subject. Did you...
Yes, ma'am.
No, wait a minute. I want to get to what I want to get to.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to the bathroom in the car?
Unfortunately, I have a condition. Unfortunately.
Ma'am, she always uses, everything is a condition with her. Everything is always, it's an excuse for everything.
So how long were you observing him from your car?
I wasn't observing him from my car. He went into work.
Well, what were you doing? What were you doing in the car? Hey. What were you doing in the car when you had to use the bathroom on yourself?
Well, I was waiting for him to come out. I was telling him what I had to do. I was telling him what I had to do. I needed the key so I can go where I needed to go, and I didn't use it in the car. I went out the car and used what I needed to. I took care of myself. Yes, I took care of myself like a proper young woman does.
Go into the bushes like a proper young woman.
I mean, in that type of environment, that condition, I mean, he didn't allow me to go to the restroom inside his job. They were working overnight. I couldn't use it there. So I did what I had to do.
He already made it to his job, so you knew he made it there safely. What were you sitting there for? Right.
But at that time we were
she didn't want to drive home. She could have stayed at home.
I don't drive at night.
We all know what happened.
I don't drive at night.
Give me another controlling story.
Is, I was being reinstated on parole, and I was going to get out, and I gave him my original address, and it was denied. I gave him the address to my mother's house. It was denied. And then I thought to give her address, in which it was accepted. She went behind my back to my parole officer and had him change my address to hers. And it was in another city.
Did you go to his parole officer behind his back and change his address?
No, I did not. That was a conversation we had through letter. I don't know if he was just talking, running a game to me, but that's what we discussed, and he knew that.
How can I run games?
Did you talk to his parole officer personally?
Yes,
without him there?
He was incarcerated.
When I was getting released, none of my former addresses in which I abused.
I got you. I understand what happened.
Another instance.
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Another instance is I actually have to stay up with her after work. She controls me so much I have to stay up. I have to run errands for her, be attentive to her.
Stop.
And that had due to those situations, I took a bunch of 5-hour energies, a bunch of coffee, a bunch of everything to stay up. I couldn't even make it to work. I had to pull over, call my job, tell them I can't make it to work. I had to quit my job. It hurt me so bad that I even called my mother. It broke me down on the side of the highway, and I'm sick of it.
Mrs. Hall, do you make him attend to you at all times when he's home, so much so that he can't sleep so he can go to work?
I deserve respect. And if my husband just listens to me, we'll be off in a better position.
Well, what does he need? You say he needs to man up, and you say he doesn't listen to you. Give me some examples of in the manner in which he needs to man up or something he doesn't listen to.
For one time, we were talking about me writing a book called Get Your Spirit Up. I'm writing an autobiography right now.
Stop.
I'm writing an autobiography right now called Get Your Spirit Up, based on me overcoming anxiety and depression. I currently suffer with strabismus. The definition is right here on the screen here. And I talk to my husband about ideas and just what I have. And he always come back and criticize me. I'm dealing with a critic and not a supportive husband.
Oh, a critic will be the one who gives you ideas to help you out, but they're turned down, and then I'm the one that's criticizing her.
You talk about other people
there's
have
an
that.
instance
Hang on. All I want to know, all I'm looking to get here is for you to tell me what he needs to man up about.
I asked her to get a job. So upon that led to arguing all day. It goes outside. She gets mad, she screams, she rolls on the ground. One instance, she actually got mad at me and punched out the window in our house.
Mrs. Hall, did that happen?
My husband caused panic attacks in my life. I had to go to therapy. I asked my husband to come with me to therapy.
What therapy have you been to?
I asked my husband to come with me to therapy that you said
Where was I at when this happened?
And ignored me. I was once prescribed medication, but I come to find out that I do better with therapy. I do better with conversation, explaining myself.
But he came to therapy with you.
No,
I came, I listened to her. They prescribed her medication. Then she would not go get the medication.
He sat there carelessly, not listening. I asked him, do you understand it? Do you understand why I have mental breakdowns? Do you understand why this is happening? Just sit there careless. I don't know, shrug his head. Just careless about what I go through.
Well, what would you like him to do that he's not doing?
Ask questions. Be attentive to me. I deserve respect. I need respect from him.
Ma'am, I ask her questions when she doesn't want to go to work.
You say he can't hold down a job. Is that true? How many jobs has he had in the 2 years you've been married?
Not as many as her.
If you interrupt me again, I'm going to sit you down right in that chair over there.
Down, yes. Judge Toler.
How many jobs has he had since you two been married?
Maybe 3 or 4.
3 or 4. So he seems to always get a job.
Not like me, though. I'm a go-getter. I just quit another job Monday, had another job Tuesday. That's what I do. I'm a go-getter. I hustle a lot. And then I even hustle for my husband. I put him in positions. I put my husband in positions to go get the job. I fill out applications. I fill out the resumes. I do what I have to do.
Let me ask you a question, and I do so at my own peril, but you say you've actually had 12-hour-long arguments with Mrs. Hall. Without interruption, please tell me, give me an example of that.
Okay, an example of that is we had a disagreement about money issues. I asked her to get a job, and she uses her conditions as crutches is to not have the job. So upon that led to arguing all day. It goes outside. She gets mad, she screams, she rolls on the ground. One instance, she actually got mad at me and punched out the window in our house. She punched out the apartment window and had to go get stitches.
Mrs. Hall, did that happen?
The neighbors, at our first apartment together, the neighbors had to come over after hours of screaming. They come and knock on the door and ask me.
You mean the disrespectful
They told me that they were going to call the laws and have her removed from the apartment complex. So I told my neighbors, that's my wife. Please don't. I had to beg all of my neighbors not
Don't call the
to
police.
Her. Exactly.
Judge, you don't have a marriage license?
Did you put the... You what?
We don't have a marriage.
She burnt up the marriage
We are
license.
legally married, but we don't have a
burnt it up.
marriage license today.
She crumbled it
Why
up and
we don't
burnt
have a
it up.
marriage
What
license?
happened to it? You burned it up? Is he right? Did you?
Well,
did
Yeah,
you
she
light
crumbled
it
it
up?
up and burnt it up.
I burnt it up. Well, what
She crumbled it up,
Well,
and then she burnt it up.
My husband likes to walk away from me as if I'm his girlfriend. We're not married. None of that.
I walk away from the
So-
12-hour tantrums and fights.
So
And it
Did you
goes
roll
into the
around
street.
on the ground?
No, ma'am.
Oh, man.
I balled up my
Did you-
marriage license.
Did you put your fist through the window?
Unfortunately.
We were in the apartment. We were having an argument in the bedroom. And upon me going to leave out the door, she throws a knife, bam, into the wall. I left the knife in the wall for 2 days before I even pulled it out.
Did any of that stuff happen? What's he doing to you?
Disrespectful to me every day, all day. He called me names.
What kind of names does he call you?
Oh,
Every time we get into an argument, my new names are bitches and hoes. Then
That's
she
what he
then
called
she
me,
mocks
bitches and
me.
hoes. He
Then
walks
she
away
mocks
from me.
everything I say. An instance of this is if I say, okay, well, you're being disrespectful to me. No, you're being disrespectful to me. And it
Because
goes
you're being
back and
disrespectful
forth.
to me
And that's
first.
what
You're a
turns
man.
into the 12-hour arguments. And I try to walk away from her to de-escalate the situation.
Tell me about the time with the hammer.
Okay, it was
hammer?
actually a knife. We were in the apartment. We were having an argument in the bedroom. And upon me going to leave out the door, she throws a knife, bam,
God, I
into
forgot
the
about that.
wall. I left the knife in the wall for 2 days before I even pulled it out.
sir.
She's turned over all the furniture in the house. I just didn't even care. I just said, okay,
Sir,
well,
you gonna
for a
stop
week, I just left
disrespecting
it there until I decided to clean it up.
Sir.
Okay, hang on then.
No,
now, Mrs.
sir.
Hall, did any of that stuff happen?
I didn't remember that till just now.
But you did do it.
We're dealing with my husband. I have
ma'am.
I have a lot of mental breakdowns with my husband.
You keep saying mental breakdowns. Tell me specifically something he's done to you that is so disrespectful.
Yes, ma'am. He caused the anxiety attack after he threw my clothes outside. I was going through a situation where I need medical care. I was doing with a program that required me to have low income to no income, and that since I'm married, my husband had to also follow that.
Anyway, you were striving towards no income.
So I got the program,
which
where I need,
you know. Go ahead.
I got on the program, which I needed, thank God. I went to the doctors.
You wanted him not to work.
Yes, yes.
So you could present to the government that you didn't have any income, so you could get on this program. Is that what I got?
Yes. I'm in extreme amount of pain. I needed the assistance immediately. This is a critical condition in my life. So I had to accept any kind of help that I could, which I was on top of.
I got you. Mr. Hall, what do you have to say about that?
These arguments with her have also led to my clothes being ripped off, me spending nights outside, me being hit. She argues alone. I don't even have to be there.
She argues alone?
I have came back to our home, and everyone, I've even heard her, and the neighbors hear her. And they come to me and they're like, oh, we thought she was arguing with you. You're not even up there. I haven't been here in hours. She's still arguing and screaming about me, and I'm not even there.
Are you arguing and screaming at home?
I'm talking to my loved ones, explaining the hurt and trauma that I'm experiencing. I'm not talking to myself. Lies.
Mr. Hall, you want $1,760 for lost wages. Explain that to me, please.
Yes, ma'am. I just got this job doing highway construction, in which the job was intended so we could move on and advance in life. Well, she goes in my phone. She sees a text from my supervisor. So at that point in time, we discussed how we both going to get to work because we had one vehicle. Okay, she says, okay, Uber. We talk about it. I agree with you. Then she says, okay, well, I can't do that anymore. She quits her job, follows me over 180 miles because it was too far for me to be going alone.
That's
Grown
not
man,
true,
it was too far for me to go to work. So then when I get there, I have to check in so she can have somewhere to be. Well, after I get off of work, here it is, I have to argue with her because now she has nowhere to be. So now I have to drive her back 200 miles home and I lose my job.
Ms. Hall, did that happen?
Not the way you says it does.
Oh,
Will you tell me how it happened?
During that time, I was on bereavement leave. I lost my mother. At that time, my husband just got a job during my bereavement. How can you take on a construction job that requires you to travel. We only have one vehicle while I'm on my bereavement leave. I was expecting my husband to support me. If he was going to get that job, support me with telling me, hey, baby, you don't have to work. I understand what you're going through. Lost your mother.
Isn't that what getting a job is? Support?
Yeah. I've supported her everywhere with jobs.
I am working as well. You just want me to stop working while you go off and do whatever?
Have a relative at work.
I was going to say, hey, stop. Usually at this point say, I understand what's going on here. I don't. But I'm going to tell you what I think, and then I'm going to run. You want to know something? I don't care what condition you have. The cortisol and the adrenaline that pulls up in your body when you are angry makes it worse. I'm just telling you, stress will kill you.
I understand.
Yeah. And your stress is killing him, and it's about to kill me. What you need to do is calm down. If you can't take 8 jobs, harassment, and what is it, abuse or whatever? Come on, you don't like taking orders.
That's
You
not
don't,
true.
you don't know how to relax. You don't know how to not get your way sometimes.
If I was
you don't know
led
what
in the way.
Oh, hey! I'm telling you what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
God bless you. I can't give you that money because it was decisions that you made.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I mean? You made a decision to take this job and this place, and you knew she was coming out there, and she was going through a thing. I can't say she is monetarily and fiscally responsible for that decision that you made. I understand why you made it, and it was her fault, but it's not something I can reward you for.
Yes.
Let me say this. This man has a record, and this man's trying to work. This man's trying to do the right thing. Either you can be some peace in his ear, or you can be a place in his past. And I think that he deserves better than what you've given him. You can't harp a man into loving you. You can't anger him into making you feel good when you don't feel good about yourself. God bless you in your distance and your journey without this woman. I don't think she's going to let you leave quietly either. I think you're going to have to run. But, Ms. Hall, you probably not a bad person at all, but you get stuck on the wrong stuff, you stay stuck, and then you can't get unstuck, and the next thing you know, the only thing you lost is him. There will be no recovering this matter. It is so ordered.
Thank you.
How do we move forward after leaving here?
I am a person and not a problem. I'm going to continue to work on my marriage. I'm not leaving my husband.
I've tried. I've gave him my all. I mean, I've heard this line 1,000,000 times before. I'm just not up for it anymore, man. I'm adamant about getting a divorce, so that's what I'm going to pursue.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा विच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा विच खाक समाए आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे ऊंचे लम्हे महल बना दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमा दे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू बिछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दीनी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा बे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा बे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा बे मौत दमाल दुनिया